you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. On fire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
That was fast.
No, this is fast.
Hello and welcome to a VPL5 T10 team preview. I am Stacey Adams, and we are having a look at the South Pond Breakers. They were champions in the inaugural edition, narrowly missing out in VPL4 due to an unforced error. Can they turn things around in VPL5 and get back to winning ways? I have with me Alanson Cruikshank and Kenroy Martin.
Good day to all of viewers, wherever you are in the world. And, I'm looking forward to this tournament. We're here to preview the Breakers in this video. And, we'll see how it goes for them and what they have done between the fourth edition and this one to improve their chances of lifting the trophy. Kenroy.
Yeah, well, bless and love to everyone. Welcome to St. Vincent and Grenadines again, VPL5. We are here live to bring it to you.
All right, well, let's have a look at the full squad. Returning Sunil Ambris, captain. We have Delon Johnson, Jamel Warrican, Ricardo Williams, Jeremy Lane, Ryan John, Kadia Ned, Kadia Malin, Rashi Fedhix, Kamali Williams, Sion Sween, Davian Barnum, Imran Samuel, and Luke Wilson, rounding out the 14 for the South Pond Breakers. In comparison to last year, can you guys just give me a breakdown on what you think about this team compared to last year? Returning players and new players.
Well, it's essentially the same team, as you mentioned before. The big difference is that the captain has come back because he didn't play in VPL4. And I think that his talismanic leadership will be very important to their chances this year. And also his consistent run scoring, because even though he missed out on VPL4, he's still the second highest run scorer in the VPL. And he was the leading run scorer in the VPL prior to VPL4 when he didn't play. So his impact wouldn't be understated. And they have their all-rounders. It's a team that has a lot of bowling depth and a lot of batting depth, because a lot of their bowlers can bat and a lot of their batters can bowl. So sometimes it's hard to tell, whether it's a bowling all-rounder or batting all-rounder, but that's a debate that we can have later. But it's a good all-round team, in my opinion.
Yes, and as you said, welcome back to Sunil Ambris as captain for the Breakers. And welcome back to Jeremy Lane as well, who was a key player in them winning that first inaugural tournament, and also Ryan John in the middle. We also have a newcomer Rashid Fredericks, who have been very effective for other teams in this tournament. Strikers, he's now with them, so that adds some strength to them as well, and he's a very good batter and fielder. So the Salt Pan Breakers, they are a very good all-round team on paper. They are a very competitive team. Compared to the last one, I think that they're very much balanced.
All right. Well, we selected our best 11 for this squad. Can you give us some insight into the batting?
Well, the 11 that we selected, we have, of course, Sunil opening the batting. You want him to get as many of the 10 overs as possible. With Kadene, they have forged a useful partnership in the past, and I think they understand what each other is doing. And then there's a right and left hand combination, which is important to throw the bowlers off just a little bit. Aline at number 3 was very effective in the last tournament. Got some man of the match awards. Ricardo Williams, hard-hitting batsman. He has played a role for them in various tournaments. Ryan John out of Grenada, all-rounder, former West Indies under-19 player. Sween, the keeper. And as you go down the list, as we go over to the bowlers, you'll see that everybody really can bat. So, that this is a team where, you haven't really gone through them until you have gotten them maybe 10 now.
And in respect of the bowling, I must mention Warwican up front.
Yeah.
He's key to them. He can bowl up front, he can bowl in the back, he can bowl in the middle. He's key to them also. We have Lane coming back, very good depth bowler. Jansu, very experienced. Fredericks coming in, he moves a new ball very well, and he could do that in the back end as well. So they're bowling with Ryan John as a fast bowler, bowling the new ball or the back end again. They are a very, very good bowling unit. So look forward to some good bowling, tight bowling from this team as well.
And the pace of Kimani Williams,
exactly,
has been effective in some of the tournaments thus far.
Right.
We mentioned that they just narrowly missed out on the finals last year. No fault to the batting or bowling really. It was really a misfield that allowed the Botanical Gardens Rangers to make their way to finals in the last edition. So who do you think can, who do you think can assist them to finals this year? Who's the key man for them in this tournament? So I'll start. I have returning captain, Sunil Lambris. I just can't look past him. He has the second highest most runs throughout the history of the tournament, with 800, as you mentioned before, Alanson. In VPL2, he had most runs there, 298 to his name. He's also handy with the ball. He bowls clever off spin. I say clever because I look at the way he sets up a batter when he bowls. So I think he'll be quite impactful for them. Also, he's the captain, and I think he loves the competition. So this guy, he will enjoy responsibility, and he will want to lead them to victory last year after seeing what happened in BPL. What about you, Alan?
Well, I can't disagree with you in terms of Sunil's impact. But just for variety, I'll just go with Karim Aline. I think he has had a very good tournament. He has acclimatized very quickly to the tournament because he is an overseas player, of course, but even from the inception of VPL4, he was very effective. So he played 10 matches in VPL4. He scored 207 runs, highest score of 36. But what was important is that his strike rate was 189. He was very aggressive with the bats. And he came in high in the order, 3 or 4. And the momentum never really left the team once he was at the wicket because he was always going at the bowling. He also got 9 wickets in his 10 matches, which was very good, including our best figures of 2 for 7. So I think that he can be a very impactful player for them. And they're looking like a good team this year, Stacey.
Well, I have to go to Mr. Warwican, Jamal Warwican. He's very experienced. I've been one of the most prolific bowlers in the West Indies tournament. He played this tournament last year. He was given some key roles. He did them very well. He's smart, cunning, and he is someone you could call upon at any time. So his impact in this tournament would be very, very important for the Breakers. And once he does well with the roles given to him, they could see themselves going further than they did last year. Last tournament, that is.
You mentioned Kadim Aline, He is one of 2 overseas players in this team. You could just tell us a bit about Ryan John, let the fans know what they can expect from him in this term.
Yes, Ryan John is no stranger to the VPL. He played his first VPL in the second edition. In fact, he started off with a bang and had a very aggressive innings in his first innings in the VPL. He has been, I think if he's honest with his own performance thus far, he would say that he has not set the VPL alight based on his own ability. But so far this year, I could see that there has been some maturity in his game. We're seeing it even in the 40 competition for the Windward Islands. He has been bowling very impressively. He's getting the ball to move both ways. He has been showing good control. And he's also been getting more runs in the 40 tournament. I think his last innings was 40-odd. And he has a 50 as well this year to his name as well. So we're seeing that his game is maturing. And I would expect him to make a very telling contribution to the tournament as well.
Well, the South Pond Breakers, they're a good team. They always look like the team that's sort of going to take the championship all year in the tournament. Where do you see them ending up this year in VPL5?
Well, the Breakers, I would say that I see them getting to the playoffs. I see them getting to the playoffs. They are a strong team. And I think that they would go further than that depending on the performance of Sunil. So if Sunil has an excellent tournament, as he did in VPL2, then I see them as finalists. But for now, I would say that they are definitely in the playoffs.
What about you, Kenroy? I know you don't like to answer this question, but please tell us, where do you expect them to finish this year?
Breakers are a highly competitive team, good all-around performances, players. I think that they would be in the top 4 once they play the cricket that we know they could play. As you said, they made an elementary mistake that caused them not to be in the finals in the last tournament. So things like that on the day that you're playing could cause you your game. Mm-hmm. So I always say, leave it for the field, and the results would tell as to who did what they're supposed to do on that day. That's good.
Well, thank you so much, guys. In order to hear first from the experts, just a reminder, we do a video on all 6 teams in the tournament. Tune in at VPL10 on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. And remember, the action starts on April 10th to the 23rd. You can't miss it. Threaded action in VPL5. Can't wait to see you there.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the Botanical Garden Rangers Team Preview. I am Stacey Anado. What can I say? Team resilience. After a forgettable BPL3, they achieved their best finish in BPL4, finalists losing out to the Hikers, of course. Somehow, this team seemed to have struggled a bit in previous editions with role identification and in terms of getting personnel in the right place. It's largely due to the fact that they have played a number of tournaments with their key players, especially in BPL3. But we saw what a formidable bunch they are in BPL4, and after getting so close to touching the trophy, one would expect that they would want to go one step further. I have with me the experts, Alanson Cruikshank and Kenron Martin.
All right, good day to everyone, wherever you are in the world, whenever you're watching this video. And, we look forward to previewing all 6 teams, and now we're looking at the Rangers.
Kenroy? Well, good day to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to VPL5, preview of the Rangers team. As you said, resilient. They have been here from the beginning, and they have not captured this tournament up to now. They had some good teams on paper. Unfortunately, they have not done what they should have been doing during the tournament.
All right, well said from both of you. This team, well, we just want to dissect the team a bit. They have Keswick Williams, Kenneth Denver, Kieran Tatoy, Atticus Brown, Wayne Harper, Andres Fletcher, Rashawn Primus, Ronil Jeffrey, Ravindra Prasad, General John, Jarrell Edmonds, Elron Douglas, Michael Joseph, and Tijon Pope. In comparison to last year, there is just a little feedback from the team, changes that they may have made.
Well, in my opinion, this team, they went to the finals last year. They played a very good tournament, and they garnered good momentum throughout the tournament. And they just, fell just a little short in the final. And I think that they have put some thought, a bit more thought into the acquisitions, and they should be a contender again coming around this year. We see that they have brought in the all-rounder Primus, who plays for Barbados, but also played for Trinidad in the past. He's a Bajan. Plays for the Zooks as well. Passad, who is a Bajan. So there are some changes there, but they have still kept some of the nucleus of the players from before: Fletcher, Harper, Katoy, Keswick Williams himself, Demba. These are players who have been with them for some time now, and would be accustomed to the culture within the team, and wanting to pass that on to the newcomers, and have them gel as quickly as possible.
Well, the Rangers team, in my opinion, has always been a balanced team. They have always had good batters, good bowlers, depth bowlers up to the front. What they have struggled with really in the tournament is putting foursomes in situations and circumstances, executing when they have to, using the right foursomes in the situations and circumstances. That is what they have failed with. They had some close finishes, but the right foursomes weren't at the wicket at the time. The right foursome was not bowling that over at the time. Those are the little changes that they need to make in their team, and they would do much better. They play together as a team, as a unit, but those are the things that they need to get right for this tournament.
And we have selected the best 11 for this squad. I'll have Kelroy. Just give me a bit on the batting. What kind of fans expect from the Botanical Rangers batting this year?
Well, they are led by the experienced Fletcher, who's known worldwide for his aggressive batting, and also he's a game changer. He's excellent at the top. He finishes your game, and with the inclusion of Primus as well, that would add to them. They have the ever-dependent Harper, the wicketkeeper, that's finished a couple of games to them in the middle. The batting has been lengthened. Kenneth Demba, a very good all-rounder. He can play the pinch hitter role as well. So their batting looks very good on paper. Very good on paper. They just need to, as I said before, use the right players for the circumstances and situations. Give people different tasks and roles, and they would be able to do well in this tournament.
There's a lot about Kiran Katoy, didn't you mention?
Well, the all-rounder Kiran Katoy, he could be used at any time. He's an excellent player, brilliant feeler. He comes in bowl 2-3 overs, and he could be up top, pinch hitter he could use as an opening batter. He could be used in the middle. All you need to use Kiran Katoy when he needs to leave.
And I will say, what about the bowling?
When looking at the bowlers, of course, Keswick is the captain, so you expect him to bowl his quota of overs in every game. Demba has been bowling well for the Windwards so far this year, and he has bowled well in previous editions of the VPL. Young Tijon Pope, all-rounder, has been very effective as well in the VPL. And Atticus is our spinners. You can't underrate him at all as far as that is concerned. He will bowl. And of course, Passad from Barbados, he is an all-rounder. So we'd expect that he'll be doing a lot of bowling for the team as well. And the thing is that you have Katoy, you have a leg spinning option. And Fletcher does bowl turn his arm over and bowl leg spin from time to time. So it's almost as if everybody in the team can contribute one way or the other. And of course, Primus, as we know, is an all-rounder and has been quite effective for the Zooks in T20 and T10.
Martin, you had a laugh there. Mention of Andrew Fletcher bowling some leg spin. Do you think they'll put in the one?
Fletcher might be very much disappointed that he went going into this tournament because he has been called out to bowl a couple of overs and he has done well, but he's not an out-and-out bowler, but he's very useful.
Well, they do have a lot of players to choose from in terms of who can be the key man in the team, and a lot of them, you mentioned Kiran Katoy, Wayne Harper, Roshan, Primus, Andrew Fletcher. But in terms of impact, I think Andrew Fletcher will make the most impact in this team. He has over 6,000 runs. We know he has international experience. But last year, he missed out, I think, 2 games for Botanical Garden Rangers, and he was still able to close out the top 5 with the highest runs, with 193 runs. So that says a lot. But I really think it's going to be a case of unfinished business because he wasn't able to finish the job for them last year. I saw how passionately he played for them last year. And I think he'll come into the tournament with that thought. He needs to finish the job, get them to finals, and win it this year. So he's my key man for the Botanical Gardens. Rangers, if you can tell me, Alanson, who do you see making the most impact for this team?
Well, I see Roshan Primus. Once he gets on the backs in the team, I can see him being a very impactful player because I expect him to bowl his 2 overs. He has 26 T20 matches, 18 wickets, best of 2 for 12, economy of 8.34. And in terms of his batting, he has 253 runs, a high score of 38, and a strike rate of 170. But one thing, the strike rate may look a little low. But we have seen that he has the ability to play that destructive innings in the last regional Super 50 in the semi-final against Trinidad. Barbados were basically done and dusted, and he scored a blistering unbeaten century in that game. You know, and the Trinidad attack was no joke in that tournament. So, you know, somebody to look out for in this tournament for sure.
All right. What about you, Barbados? Well, and the impact.
I am staying home to shift it in Winston and Grannies. My impact player would be Wayne Harper. He has played some crucial roles for Botanical Gardens in the last tournament and so on. He has matured, and he is one of the better batsmen in the tournament. He has caused Botanical Gardens to be where they are in the finals, and he is crucial in that lineup. So he would have a very big role to play, and his impact on the tournament would determine a lot of things for Botanical Garden.
Yeah, he's been there with them. Like he was there in VPL3, a disappointing VPL for them, and then VPL4 came back really well in that tournament. Almost got them to victory. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to score in that game. That probably was the difference in VPL4 for them. Well, apart from Andy Fletcher, we already mentioned him as one of the overseas players that not of in the tournament. For the Botanical Gardens Ranger. There's also Revenge of Prasad. So, Alanson, if you could just let the fans know what they can look forward to from Revenge of Prasad. All
right, Prasad, he's from Barbados. He has played at the youth level, youth cricket level, for the West Indies. He is an all-rounder, so he will be expected to contribute to this team both with bat and ball. His figures in Barbados are quite good, with ball in particular. So I'm expecting him to always bowl his 2 overs within this lineup. And when you look at the team, they do not have a lot of slow bowling. Right? And of course, cutter will be very important to them. But I think that, you know, some of the other players who they have here, they will need to find, that's one area, if you're looking at the team, that's one area that I think that some of the other teams have a lot more options with the slow bowling. And we know that the spinners, traditionally, with the exception of maybe Ryan Williams, but throughout the tournaments in the past, the spinners have been, a thorn in the flesh for many a side.
Well, you spin bowlers, you seem to really like to spin.
No, I can't. Being a bowler, a net bowler maybe.
Definitely to put you on the spot, guys. Last year, finalists. Where do you see them finishing this year?
I'll give them a top four finish. Once you get it right, once you put things together, once the captain leads from the front and make the right decisions, I see them in the top 4 with the likes of Fletcher, Primus, Prasad, Williams, and the others.
You don't want to give us a little, you don't want to be brave, you don't want to say champion.
No, wow. Cricket is played on the day.
Second place.
Cricket is played on the day.
You have to do anything from
Cricket is played on the day, and the team that plays best always come out victor.
The top 4 finish. What about you, Anderson?
Well, for me, I think it's a very strong team on paper. And I said in one of the other videos, you know, that the caveat in trying to select where they would finish is the fact that, you know, you haven't seen them players yet to see how they will go. I think we would be in a much better position to do this maybe after a game or 2. But what I'll say now, based on what they have on paper, I see them as contenders for the trophy. So I see them as finalists in this edition. I'm going to go out on the limb and say that I see them on winning the...
I like that. Be brave. I like it.
Yeah, to go.
Yeah, on the best answer.
When we want to cheer for us, ladies and gentlemen, finalists, top 4 finish.
Yeah.
Not brave enough. Come on, Mark. You know, the fans will want to hear a little bit more than that. I'm still going to push and poke. What do you think?
Cricket is played on the day, on the field.
That's where it's been played, you know. You'll have to come back to us after a few games and then we'll be able to give our definitive, position.
I'll definitely come back to you guys with this question.
Sure.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, and that concludes our preview on the Botanical Gardens Rangers. Just a reminder, there's a video on each team in the tournament, and you can tune in at BPL T10 on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. And remember, the action starts on April 10th through to the 23rd of April. You don't want to miss it. Thanks for tuning in.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire where you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire where you say. Cricket, VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by...
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire where you say. Cricket,
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to day number 10 of the Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket Our Way. We're bringing live action to you from the Arnesville playing field in the magnificent multi-island Caribbean nation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We'll be having 3 games today. Yes, I said it correctly. 3 games. All 6 teams will be in action. In the first game, the Botanical Gardens Rangers will be up against the Salt Pond Breakers. The winner of this fixture will join the La Soufrière Hikers at the top of the table on 10 points. In the second game, the Fort Charlotte Strikers will clash with the Grenadines Divers, who have not qualified for the last 4. However, the Divers will be looking to end the qualifying round of games with wins, and the Strikers will be seeking redemption from their loss yesterday. And in Game 3, the defending champions, the preeminent team in the first 4 editions of the VPL, and the team that is currently top of the table in this edition, the La Soufrière Hikers, will be doing battle against the Darkview Explorers in a bid to extend their lead at the top of the table. And for the Explorers fans, sad to say that they have not qualified for the last 4. I am Alanson Cruikshank, and in the commentary box with me for the first game between the Rangers and the Breakers today is Mr. Kaznel Morris. Good morning, Kaznel.
Good morning to you, Alans. Good morning to your viewers around the world. Good night, good evening, wherever you are. It's good to be back at VPL again for another day. An exciting setup for today's agenda.
Yes, a very, very important game today for all the teams. Actually, it's six teams will be in action. All 3 games will involve, of course, all the teams in the competition. So it's a very important day. Only one of 2 days that we have all 6 teams in action. And in this first game, let's talk a little bit about this first game. We'll have Stacey and Adams with the toss in a few minutes. But in this first game, we will have the Botanical Gardens Rangers versus the Salt Pond Breakers. I just want to just speak a little bit about the 2 teams and how they've done so far in the tournament. The Rangers they started off well with a win. Then they had a little lull. They slipped up in a game, and then they started back to winning ways, and then they have lost their most recent game. So it's a bit up and down for them, but they still find themselves very high in the table. In fact, at the moment they are sitting on the 3rd position in the table, tied with 3 other teams on 8 points. But by virtue of net run rate, the Fort Charlotte Strikers are just ahead of them. How do you think they have been going so far, Kaznel?
Okay, backtracking to what you mentioned earlier in terms of the winning procedure and how they started. If you look at the previous VPLs of the Botanical Garden Rangers, they have never been a team of consistency in terms of straight wins or straight loss. They are somewhat hybrid, somewhat performance, but truly, for the past previous 2 VPL, we have seen where the Botanical Garden Rangers finish in the top 3 position, which is something excellent. And they are also in the top 3 again. Now, they would want to clear this game out. It would be important that they're coming off a loss, as you made mention, and that will not phase them, but they will bring their top performance today to make sure that they are able to qualify along with La Soufrière Hikers in the qualification stage.
All right, very important. And they also have a game in hand when you compare to the Hikers and the Breakers. So if they actually win today, they can see themselves going to the top of the table.
Yes, and that's because last of the Hikers, they have lost 3 to 4 games, 2 games, sorry. And it is important that if they are a net run rate as well, you spoke about it. And we see how closely competitive this VPL has come. And a lot of persons have expressed how competitive it has been. The diversity and experience in these international players that have caused these teams not only to be one-sided. We have seen where Last of the Hikers was put under the pump, chasing 150 odd. You understand? So clearly, it is not a case where we are seeing, or we could call it straight off the bat, that a specific team will be in the qualification stage until all the rounds of matches have been played.
Yes, and just looking at the Saltpond Breakers, they have played 7 games, so this will be their last game. Unlike the Rangers that have 2 more games left, they have their last game today. They will want to win. They have already qualified. The Hikers, Strikers, Rangers, and Breakers have qualified, but there is a tussle to see who will get in those top 2 positions to have 2 bites at the cherry. The Breakers, 7 games, won 3 in a row, then lost 3 in a row, and won their last one convincingly by 10 wickets. How are they going so far in the tournament, Kasdan?
Yes, the Breakers have really dropped their standard from a personal perspective. That's from my view. They have really dropped their standard from what we have seen in the first 2 VPLs. Yes, they have the artilleries in terms of the men that are lined up for cricket. But something has seemed not to be meshing. Sometimes we've seen players fit today, they unfit tomorrow in terms of injury. The captain, Sunil Lambris, he have to leave on international duties. Yes, that may be so. But we have seen where Delon Johnson, he have captained the team in previous tournaments. And truly the performance was not to the expectation. So they have to do something in terms of what they're not getting right. And I want to wonder if it is the body language, is it the camaraderie in the camp? I am not sure. I cannot speak for them. But clearly something is not meshing and they have to finish out this game on a win.
Yes, they will be under some pressure. I think they would have felt good after that win yesterday because they chased 113 as a target and they got there without the loss of any wickets. Massive score of 82 not out by Kadeem Ali. And I think that based on the fact that he's batting so early in their team, a lot of their fortunes tend to go with how he goes in the game.
Yes, and Kadeem Ali, this is his second VPL. He has gotten a great tournament in the first VPL. But coming into this, I believe this has been his best performance in VPL5. And this is something that you want. And coming back again to the Saltpond Breakers, they have switched that top order, trying to find that working effort for them. And clearly they had 100 partnership yesterday going for them and going on to win the game. So it will leave one to ask, is that the partnership that or the opening stand that they would want? You still have batting to come, even if Sian Sween, we know, could hit the ball. He's a local cricketer here, and he have put his hand up. He played the set and fiddle to Kadeem Ali. But clearly he was not only just making the ones and twos, he also cleared the boundary fence. So you want to know, yes, the batsmen have the work cut out, but where do we put them? Where do we slot them on a given day?
Absolutely true. And one of the things that that I think that we have to consider in this game is that the Breakers, of all the teams that have qualified, they have sustained 1 loss of 70 runs, and that means that their run rate is actually at negative 0.691. It will be very difficult for them to make it into the top 2 if other teams get to the same points that they get to.
And it comes back to, if they win this game today, they have to win it handsomely. And I'm not too sure if the Botanical Garden Rangers will just go down like that. And when I say go down like that, I mean just give in to allow them to be battling for whether the 3rd or the 4th place. Yes, they are the top 4 teams that have shown signs of qualifications, but again, you would want to know who you're playing in the first position or second playing 3rd.
All right, so at this time we have Miss Stacey and Adams. She's with the 2 captains and the match referee for the toss. We go down to you now, Stacey.
It's time for the toss here in match number 20. In Dream 11 VPL5, we have Mr. Selwyn Allen, match referee, and the two captains, Kesrick Williams of the Botanical Gardens Rangers and Jumel Warrican of the Saltpond Breakers. Kesrick has the coin.
Heads.
Heads is a call.
Heads.
And it's a head. So, toss was won by Saltpond Breakers. Jumel Warrican, what are you doing today?
We're going to have a ball first. We're going to take it from the back and see if we can restrict them to a low total and chase on the target.
And what's a low total that you have in mind today?
Areas at like 110 seem to be par, so if we get them on the 110, that would be good, but nothing over 120.
All right, a commanding display from your team yesterday. What sort of areas are you looking to improve in today's game with an eye on the playoffs?
We're going to improve on the power play. Spell if when we bowl the power play, we are going for not a little too much runs, a lot. We're going for a lot, over 50 most of the time, so we definitely got to improve on that. So that's one area looking to improve on. So it's a good opportunity to experiment with different things and restrict teams on the 14 power play.
Any changes to your 11 today?
No, same 11. Same 11.
All right, all the best to you. Kesrick, you lost the toss, but you're not a captain that's really fazed by the toss decision, are you?
Nah, I don't really fear by the toss decision. At the end of the day, it's all about execution and all about coming out here and putting teams under pressure. My team usually score really well in the power play, and it's good to see that our team is batting first. We've been batting second for the last couple of games, and we've been doing well doing that, so it's good to see that we can actually, come out back first, and as long as we come out and do what we're supposed to do, I'm not really worried too much. I mean, I'll back our bowlers 100% to come out and defend in total that I put on the board.
Yes, well, you definitely have an eye on the playoffs, but are you looking to go hard today with an eye on the net run rate to get you up in that top two?
Definitely, every game. We play every game hard. We look at the net run rate every single game. We sort of play every game like a final. We don't want to take any team for granted. I mean, even though we're third and they're fourth, we still have to play each game hard. I mean, they just won a game yesterday. We had a rest day. So it's good for us to just, come into the game today with our rest that we had yesterday, play some hard cricket and take this momentum straight into the playoffs.
All right, any changes to your 11 today?
Nah, same team. We're going with the same team. We have a bit of niggles, but at the end of the day, it's cricket. I mean, I'm happy that the guys come out each day and put in 100%, even though they have their niggles, whether hamstring, back, or fingers, or whatever it is. The guys come out and give 100%. So, I mean, I just really want to thank our physio, Uzari, that he's been doing a lot of work behind the scenes, and I just want the guys to just, continue to do what we're doing and take it into the finals, and then take one step further this year and win the finals.
All right, all the best to you, Kesrick, on your game today. All right, well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The toss was won by the Saltpond Breakers, and they decided to have a bowl first. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Stacey. And so the Breakers, they have won the toss. They're going to chase. They're going to bowl first. What do you think about that decision, Gaznell?
Well, excellent decision. But I would have batted because of the momentum swing from Kadim Ali and the opening partnership that he had yesterday. They would have been in that vibes, that energy, as a continuation of a second test, But as the captain rightly said, he want to do it from the back, see how it is coming up, what total they could restrict the Botanical Garden Rangers for. As in, I believe that they would use a strategy of spin, where Andrew Fletcher is not that effective as much with the spin as with the pace coming on.
Yes, very interesting to see how they would go. And just looking at the two teams that they have selected for this game, both teams remain unchanged, both the Breakers and the Rangers. So they have the same 11 that they played in the previous game. Captain Williams spoke about the fact that there are some niggles in his team. We saw Primus looking very immobile in the last game. He pulled something in his side here, it seemed, when he was bowling his first over. Couldn't finish the over. And also see him hampered by his injury during his batting.
Well, that's why he was hitting those muscle sixes. So the running would not have been really much of a factor. But yes, he spoke of that even in the previous post-match interview, where he said the injuries to his team is really affecting most of the players, and that is so because this game of T10 is an intense one, where you do not have much of a time to rest. It's a game today, it's a game tomorrow. Yeah? So most of these players, the sun is hot, and a lot of island sips water have been given, but it appears that the island sips water is not even enough to cool the temperature down in this tropic area.
Yeah. And just looking at some key players on both sides in this game here, you're looking at in the case of the Botanical Gardens Rangers, Andre Fletcher. He's at the he's just challenging Walton at the top of the run scoring list. He has 253 runs, high score of 79 not out, averaging over 50, strike rate of 204, and he has 350 so far in the tournament in very good form, Kaznel.
Yes, it's a rich vein of form, and he would want to continue finish out on high. Even though he doesn't finish to the top, he would want to finish at a place where he's satisfied that he has come to this VPL and contributed to the VPL. So clearly, you are seeing where they have invested in these overseas players, and they're getting their reward. And Jeff Fletcher, we know, is credited with fast bowling. He likes it when the ball comes onto the bat. So if we look at the percentage of his scoring over the pace over the spin, we clearly would see that he doesn't really factor in the spin much, but has a relatively high interest in the pace bowlers.
Yes, and also Primus in his few games so far, he is on the table in both the run scoring and the wicket taking. He has 130 runs, high score of 49, strike rate of 220.4, averaging 43 with the bat, and with the ball he has 7 wickets, 3 for 45 his best bowling, averaging 15.29 and an economy of 11.46. So how has he been going in the tournament?
Healthy. You could not ask for nothing better than that. What I would also say, and that you missed out on, is that he's a very hard-hitting batsman. So even the spectators are in danger whenever he's batting. But yes, Primus has shown his pedigree, why he was selected as an all-rounder into this lineup. And to be honest with you, the Botanical Garden Rangers, they have a packed team here on paper, as we would normally say around cricket. On paper is the execution and getting the blend of players together on the day of cricket to really get it. Atticus Brown, for me, played that first game, got a 3-wicket haul. He have not really come to the party as they would expect, and this is so because mainly he is a batsman, and we are seeing him do more bowling than batting in this tournament, and it contributes because of the lengthiness in that batting lineup.
Yes, and we'll also look at Ravindra Prasad. Starting off the tournament excellently, went for some runs in his last couple of games, but he still is in contention for that Sandals yellow cap. He has 7 wickets so far with the best return of 3 for 6. Economy of 8.25 and an average of 14.14. Has some runs, has 43 runs, but hasn't been getting a lot of opportunity. But when he gets out there, strikes it well as well.
Yes, and that is what you would want, as I made mention, from the overseas players. They are bringing the wealth of experience into the team. And when they bring that experience, what you want them to do is to make sure that if they are to be selected for the next version of VPL to come, that they have rates, economy rates, runs to look at. So they will know that their choice of picking them was one that they did not regret.
Yes, and for the Breakers team, we saw that last score of 80 odd not out, 82 not out, I think, from Kadi Malin in the previous game. But on the top 10 run scorers, in terms of the contention for the Sandals Blue Cap, is actually Dylan Johnson. So is that a surprise? He's at number 9. He has the most runs, actually, for the Saltpan Breakers in this competition, with 127 runs, having scored a half century, striking at 244.23.
And he's in exalted company in terms of that top 10. Now, these men, Dylan Johnson, most people know him for his bowling. But what a lot of person doesn't know is that Dylan started out in batting as well. You know, he was playing as an all-rounder. And he focused more on his bowling. We heard that in the interview from his mom yesterday. But where he has gone on to be in some West Indies A. So clearly he has that experience in terms of the batting. He has cricket in his vein, and he has the ability to play cricket. So even the Botanical Garden Rangers know, even though you have the top 2-3 wickets for under 10, that's what Dylan Johnson is going to come there to do. He's going to look to score.
Yes, and Ryan John, who at one point was the Sandals yellow cap holder, he's on 6 wickets. for the Breakers, having the most wickets for them so far in the competition.
Yes, Ryan John has come into the Southern Breakers setup. We have not played with any other team so far for any of the VPL that they have played. So he has been given a task of opening sometime the attack for the Southern Breakers. The 6th wicket, he will look to get more, finish out very healthy in this tournament. And personally, I believe that he might not be comfortable with the amount that he may have had so far. There were job catches, opportunities missed, but it's the game of cricket, and what you have to do at a given day is to make sure that you exploit the conditions very well, and when you get the opportunity to bat or bowl, you do that.
Yes, and we cannot end this without speaking about the playing 11, and then we look at the opening partnerships after we go to the playing 11. The Botanical Gardens Rangers, for them, we have Keswick Williams, Andre Fletcher, Atticus Brown, and we're asking back for that graphic from our team here. But for the Salt Pond Breakers,
well, excellent view you're getting there. Sion Hill, Casson Hill area.
Well, we go with the Salt Pond Breakers team in the meantime. Jamel Warwickon.
It's Kieran Kotoy, Wayne Harper, Rishon, Primus, Ravenger Prasad, Ronnie Jeffrey, Jaron John, Atticus Brown, as you made mention, and Gerald Edwards. Otis LeBron Douglas, Michael Joseph, Tijon Pope. We know that LeBron Douglas is a developing player. Michael Joseph, he was injured from a ripping bouncer there from Jones against the Fort Charlotte, so he has an injured finger. And Tijon Pope, we have not played a game yet, so that's the 3 that is out. So as you rightly said, the same setup that was there previously is the one that they will be using.
Yes, Pope also sustained an injury in one of the games when he was feeling. And for the Salt Pond Breakers, we have the captain Rorican, Johnson, Aline, John, Ricardo Williams, Sween, Barnum, Fredericks, Kader Ned, Jade Warwickon, that's the son of Irvin Warwickon, who the tournament's competition, the cup is named after, so all teams are playing for the Irvin Warwickon trophy. And again, express condolences to the family, the late Irvin Warwickon. Oziko Williams is playing today, so he's in the squad today. And something that I said we need to mention before we finish our preview is the opening partnerships. Yesterday, we had a very big opening partnership, unbeaten, from the Salt Pond Breakers of 100 and 114. And the Rangers have had an unbeaten partnership as well, 148 runs between Kieran Kotoy and Andre Fletcher. It's a new partnership that we saw from the Breakers, but Kotoy and Fletcher have been batting together for a few games now. How have they changed the fortunes of the Rangers?
Well, the thing is, and Alan, what I've seen is every time an opening partnership record is set, somebody goes back and break it. We had that opening stand with Andre Fletcher and Kieran Kotoy. Then we had one with the Dark View Explorers. Then now you see that one yesterday between Sian Sween and Caddy Malene. So clearly, as I made mention earlier, you cannot put your hand on a definite performance. A team will come out today and perform poorly, and then tomorrow they come and they perform to the highest standard. So yes, kudos to that opening partnership. What they need to do is to realize that this is a different pedigree of team that they're playing with today. They cannot go on yesterday's fortune to look to continue that performance today.
Absolutely. It's a new game, a new day. And that just a correction, that partnership between Aline and Sween was 118. They did have a boundary to complete the game. So all of the runs on that boundary came and went on to their score. So when we come back, we'll have the live action. Remember that the Salt Pond Breakers, they have won the toss. They have elected to bowl first in this very important game here at the Arnorsville playing field in the Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket Away. We'll be back soon with live action.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming up. Hey, we feel see and we pro. Show me the team that you're at play. Bacala down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket,
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming up. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming up. We will see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming up. We will see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITF.
Yes, welcome back to the Arnesville playing field here, where we have on match day number 10, we have 3 games for you actually today. This is game number 20 between the Rangers and the Breakers. And this is Alanson Cruikshank. Here with me in the studio is Mr. Casnell Morris. We're about to get going, where Ryan John will be opening the bowling. We're waiting the arrival of the opening batsmen. They're a couple of minutes, well, maybe they have about a minute and a half, I think, to get on to the pitch and get in on their guards and everything ready. And they're walking on now. Andre Fletcher and Kieran Katoy. Good day, Casnell.
Good morning to you, Alance. Good morning to all the viewers. The opening pair there for the Botanical Garden Rangers, not something strange to us here. We've seen where Harper started the tournament opening, but Kieran Katoy, the left and right combination, and what the captain opted for, because they realized that a lot of spin has been used in this tournament.
Yes, and Katoy is a very good player of spin. What a lot of teams will do to Fletcher is to bowl the slow bowling early if they can. But with Katoy there, they would think twice because he will really be attacking against the spin bowlers. As John is about to get going to Fletcher, the two will be extremely familiar with each other. Two Grenadians, and big up to everyone who is listening from the island of Spice.
Yeah, good morning
Grenada.
to the officers in Guav police station.
Casnell, are you from Grenada originally?
No, I have a lot of friends
in Grenada. Okay.
Morning to Marshall.
Yes, I've been to Grenada twice, but it has been a long time since I've been there. I went there in 2006 and 2007.
Fantastic place to be. if I have to adopt an island, I'll adopt Grenada.
This reminds me a lot of home when I'm there. Very similar to St. Vincent in a lot of ways. As John comes in now to Fletcher, Yorker and delivery dug out there by Fletcher. Good start by John in the first over.
Yes, positive start. That's something that you would want. That also can lift the momentum. Now, if you look at the movement of the Saltpan Breakers, it's a different movement than the game prior to yesterday. Because that's what a win can do. It can lift the momentum of the team. Good start by Ryan John.
Checking on the ball, but seems to have something behind the line. Not a Yorker. Oh my goodness. And he's very unfortunate there because this one goes for 4. The signal of 4 buys here by the umpire. But that was a ripping delivery. That one came back in as well.
Well, I think that beat all of 2 batsmen and the keeper for pace. It actually skid off the turf very quickly, and by the time the keeper was able to get down, it flew past him. As we see on Sween is the one that is taking up the mantle for keeping today.
Yeah, Sween getting back the gloves today, but you could see that was it was well down the leg side in the end and pitch in front of him, so he can be excused on that occasion because it didn't carry to him. Nice looking shot there by Fletcher, just opening the face to go square on the offside, but straight to the man there at point, Ned. And the Breakers so far on the field, they look like a totally different team, as you mentioned before, in that game number 6 that they played. Heads were droopy, and they really looked out of sorts. But they have lifted their spirits after that 10-wicket win yesterday, and confidence is high. And he's showing on the field. Shorter delivery, whipped to mid-wicket. Should be cut off by Williams. Oh my, that was lazy feeling. That was not good feeling at all by Ricardo. Should have gone down with 2 hands. The batsman will always threaten for 2 because he had some distance to get to his right, and he looked to pick the one hand, to go with the one hand pick up and throw because he was thinking of a run out, but really should have just kept it to 2.
Disappointing field there from Ricardo. One of the better fielders there for the Saltpan Breakers, and this is the kind of feeling that will tend to drop the shoulders. But as we see in a previous shot, he was applauded even for the effort. But this is unacceptable in terms of Ricardo's standard.
So Fletcher, he's off the mark now with that boundary. 8 without loss. This one is high in the air. It's going over the man at oh my. Never looked like he was getting under that one at all. I think it's Jade Warwick. Never looked like he was getting under that one at all. And the bowler will be very disappointed because that would have been the big wicket of Fletcher.
Well, if you look at Jade signaling that the ball swirl in the wind, once it goes above that double-decker stand, you see that he has lost control. There you see, swirling all over, and at the end of it, he was nowhere close to it. Davian Barnum there, giving some assistance, but was even close.
Yes, and because of the wind here at Arnesville, which is quite unpredictable in terms of those high catches, I think what could have been done, because the ball generally will tend to go from, as we are looking on our screen, from left to right. And maybe Barnum, because of where he was coming from, may have been better served to go after that because it was always going away from the young man there, Warwick. At the end of the first over, 10 without loss, are the Botanical Gardens Rangers.
Well, as we... signal of would work for Andrew Fletcher. May have done some damage to that last wide Yorker, trying to reach it but unable to do so.
Yes, and there's a change in bowling. We saw Frederick, he didn't bowl in the power play in the game that they lost. And the decision is to get him back into the power play, where he has bowled for all 4 previous editions of the VPL for the strikers. He'll be bowling to Katoy. Punch down to the man at long on. He had a 6-3 field. So deep mid-wicket, long on, short fine. Everyone else was on the offside. So clearly to bowl, the plan was to bowl outside the off stump for the left-hander.
Yeah, I was somewhat disappointed to know that they had not started the power play with Rashid. We've seen most of his success came in the power play. Whether or not he dart up the balls or he sponged them up or he got wickets was in the power play. And that is one of the breakdown we would have seen in the Saltpan Breakers in most of their defeats, where he bowled in the back end. He's not one of the bowlers who could bowl the back end of these overs because the batsman will look to attack him.
On his turn for a single on the onside. He's also a bowler who has a flatter trajectory as a spinner. Doesn't give the ball much air. And with the new ball, it can skid on because of the lacquer on the ball. Can put the batsman, could put some pressure on the batsman because of that extra pace that he can get off the wicket if they try to go across the line. This one not timed. Should be cut off there by Johnson. Excellent feeling by him. Single to Katoy. Good start so far from Frederick.
Yeah, excellent. And it's something that you would want because the over before from John was a good one, had an opportunity, and then now he's coming into the attack and doing the same thing, holding down the run rate, sorry.
This one again, Fletcher tries to use his feet, comes down the wicket, doesn't really get to the pitch, but a good line as well bowled by Frederick, kept it into his feet, didn't really give him any room to free his arms, single taken. So good start by Frederick, bowling in a situation with which he is more accustomed, and so far he has come up trumps in this over for the first 4 deliveries for his team. So a 6-3 field to the left-hander. Everyone on the offside is in a ring from short third all the way to mid-off. This one just turned comfortably off the pads. Easy single in the end. So 5 deliveries, 5 singles.
Excellent going. The Saltpan Breakers will be happy with that the ball is not going for any sort of high run based smashing shot.
This time he tries to go over the offside. Oh my goodness. And again there, I think that was an opportunity. And I think that when you're feeling on that side, once the ball goes in the air, you have to run ahead and try to get ahead of the ball because it's always going away from you with the wind.
Well, is it that Andrew Fletcher is living a cat life, as we would say here?
Yeah, 16 without loss, has gotten 2 opportunities. None of them going to hand, mind you. But definitely 2 errors brought about by the bowling in each over against him. He's now a 9 off 9. He'll be thinking, well, you know, today's probably my day. I can get away with a few things. As Dylan Johnson is brought into the bowling, he'll be bowling from the former airport end. And he'll be bowling to Fletcher. The 2 fielders out, the deep mid-wicket, and the third man. This one is high in the air again, and it's Warwican who is under it. Oh my, he drops it. He had it, but when he struck the ground, it bubbled out. Is this Fletcher's day?
My goodness me. And Warwican, one of the most experienced cricketer you would have expected to be under that. Look at the reaction of Andrew Fletcher. His head was down one time from he realized that Warwican would have been the one under that, and he would have been already looking to walk away. But again, that wind Once it goes up above that double decker, that one will take it in any direction it wants.
And generally will bring it again, as we mentioned, as they were looking at the screen there, from left to right. It pulls it across. So you might think you're under it, but it is coming back towards the pitch. This time, Kotoy looks to go over the top. Oh my. And they are finding the gaps with surgical precision here, because except for that one that went down in the last delivery, all the shots seem to just be finding the gaps when they have miscued.
Well, apparently, and it appears that Ricardo is the one that seems to be in all his action, except for the one there, the second to last one with Andrew Fletcher.
This time he tries to go down the ground, should be caught. Ryan John takes the catch this time. So Fletcher, I think maybe you could say 3 opportunities at the bat. Although the first 2 opportunities, the hand didn't get to it. But he has finally been dismissed. Dylan Johnson, and they have the massive wicket of Fletcher for only 10. It's an Island Sips golden wicket.
Well, an interesting shot there from Andrew Fletcher. He never seemed to be comfortable since he have sent back his tool of work. This one a bit wider, and Dylan just took some pace off it, and at its point of contact, closed the bat face and was able to get it to Ryan John. So clearly, he will be disappointing, having been in that top run chase performance there.
So interestingly now, Harper coming back out at number 3 early in the innings. So you'll have to forge a partnership here with Kotoy. And that delivery seemed to be a slow one. Did grip in the pitch. And he was looking to go over the offside, but in the end the bat went ahead of where he would want to make contact and tugged it to the man at mid-on. The diminutive Harper, he's coming out now to play against his former school captain, facing up to Dylan Johnson. And there is the field is the same field that they had for Fletcher. So a third man out and a deep mid wicket. Backward point, a man on the point. In the 30-yard circle, extra cover. Mid on, mid off. And you also have a mid wicket. So the deep mid wicket has been turned around to deep square, and there's a short fine. Not a slow delivery there, ball by Johnson. So a good start from him. 4 deliveries, and he has taken a wicket for only 2 runs.
Well, great start there from the Saltpond Breakers. They have won the toss and inserted the opposition in. And after a couple of job catches, maybe because a lot of companies on board for sponsorship, Fletcher played with those opportunities and he got through. But was able to evade his luck, as we will say.
Yeah, luck running out for him at the end. And that was a slower bouncer. Harper into the shot very, very early. Struck him on the body, leg by taken. So Johnson mixing up his pace. 1 wicket for 2 runs after 5 deliveries. And at this moment now, the Breakers will be pleased with this start.
Of course, they will be. And knowing the attack of the Botanical Garden Rangers, I remember at one case they had a partnership where with the same Fletcher and Kotoy, where they had 50 odd in 2 overs. So it will be good to know that at a more sedated manner as the third over comes to a close at 20 for 1.
Yes, and they're going at a run rate of 6.67, which is good going on the part of the Saltpond Breakers to restrict them to that. 3 overs have been bowled. 20 for 1 are the Botanical Gardens Rangers. We'll see. Yes, it seems as if Rashid Frederick will finish off his spell in the power play, which is the likely thing to do. I think they are using him in his preferred position and the position in which he's accustomed to bowl, which is in the power play. But Kotoy would want to go after this over, given the run rate. Big appeal. May have struck him outside the off stump. Also, the bounce would have to be considered here, the height.
Well, it's as we made mention, it's a much different Saltpond Breakers feel that we're attitude towards the feeling that we're seeing this morning. They had a good warm up this morning.
Yeah, this one is wide down the leg side. Good work by Sween to prevent it from going for additional extras. And he stumped. Massive wicket here again by Rashid Frederick. And the Breakers, they have gotten the in the back of both openers. 21 for 2 after 3.2 overs. An excellent start here from the Saltpond Breakers.
This is what a winning momentum does. I'm not sure if I should apologize only for telling the Saltpond Breakers they should have batted, but clearly if this is the start that they're getting, they should be in a more in the mood that they are in now, positive mood. As we see the Rangers who are coming off a rest day, that's what momentum swing can do. As we see Primus now comes to the crease. 21 for 2.
Yes, a very important opening spell here from the bowlers of the Saltpond Breakers, getting rid of both openers, Katoy and Fletcher. See in the back of these two destructive players. Katoy was always going to go after this over, but he left his crease very early there, and I think Rashid saw him coming, slowed it up just wide of off stump, had to stretch, was beaten, and an easy stumping in the end for Sween. 21 for 2 after 3.2. Frederick so far, he has taken 1 wicket for 7, and he's in his second over. This one is short, but as is the case sometimes when you're on top, even the short delivery doesn't get put away.
Well, I'm surprised because Rashad Primus, he would also feel disappointed that he missed out on that one.
This one is wide down the leg side. He will look for that midland leg line. Doesn't want to give too much room to Primus to get use of his arms. We have seen him hit the biggest 6 that we have seen here at Arnesville in all editions of the VPL, and from my memory, at any point in time here at the ground. At least from my memory, at least.
Talking about the one that went over the stands?
Yes, over the commentary stand at the opposite end. That's a building that has about 5 floors, so it's quite a way up, and went straight over that. And the building also stands about 30 yards away from the rope.
Well, that's the power of Rashad Primus.
Frederick to Harper, punches this one, but straight to the man at point. 1 delivery remaining in this spell from Frederick. 1 for 8 from him of 1.5 overs. Doing the job here for the Saltpond Breakers so far. Punch down too long on by Harper, who gets off the mark. And it's 24 for 2. They have gone at 6 runs and over in the power play.
Well, something that we are not accustomed to with the Botanical Garden Rangers. What we also need to note as well, Alan, is that it's the first time I'm seeing a power play where only 1 boundary came off the power play. And not something you would expect from the Botanical Garden. But excellent bowling from the Saltpond Breakers. That you have to give them the credit. They exploit the conditions that they have here very well, very quickly. And you see that it worked for them, even though they're going at 6, which is somewhat of an unacceptable total in terms of T10. But good bowling by Saltpond Breakers, what can you do?
Yes, and Kadeem Aline should be very confident after his performance in the last match, man of the match performance, first national bank man of the match performance for him in that last game. And he'll be bowling to Harper. Good platform and start here by his bowlers, his other bowlers that precede him. 24 for 2. So not a lot of pressure on him, just needs to ensure that he hits his lengths. Harper will be looking to score as quickly as possible. And as we know, Casnelli field restrictions have now been lifted. We have a deep mid wicket in place, a long on, short fine, third man. A man actually who is, you could call him probably just square on the offside, on the boundary. So a deep point, not the usual sweeper cover. And a man at deep extra cover because the mid-off is in the circle. So interesting feel here.
Yes, I'm not too sure if that field is set for a drive because of that feeler that is somewhat a deep extra cover as you make it. It would be interesting to see.
Well, no one is stopping that drive. That one has been smashed down the ground for Haroon smashing 4 by Wayne Harper.
Well, I was speaking about the power play. Well, it appears now that they're taking it after the power play, the boundaries, and the second pop in Haroon smashing 4. Welcome to the VPL this morning, Mr. Ali.
Yeah, that one didn't really have much on it. It was slowish outside the off stump, and Harper really, went into that with all of his might. Gave it some hitting down the ground. Good delivery this time. So after a fairly lackluster first delivery, a loosener, this one now a Yorker, quicker delivery. Well dug out there by Harper.
Professor has his work cut out.
This one is whipping it to the onside. It's in the gap, but hasn't been perfectly timed. Should be cut off by the man there. It is easy to take it in the end. Barnum looks like the fielder down there. 30 for 2 after 4.4 overs. 6 runs so far from this Aline over.
Somewhat still not in agreement with Aline with the field set, but
looking to hit this one, maybe too square on that occasion was Harper. Really should have been looking to hit it down the ground, but because there's no deep square leg, I think that is an area that is inviting him to hit there.
yeah, I think what the thing is that Harper is the one who likes to cut this ball. So what Aline has to do is to get that ball a bit straighter so that he could flash it and get the man at a deep point in action. There you have it.
This time he goes down the ground. John is under it. Should be caught. And that's another wicket. Harper goes for 7. It's an Island Sips golden wicket. Another big wicket here for the Salt Pond Breakers. The Rangers in some trouble now.
Yeah, they're in deep trouble. We saw in that previous delivery, Ryan Jan was signaling to Kadeem Ali to get it straighter, let him boast the sky. And he signaled with a thumbs up. And there you see it again, Harper getting this one straight down to the same Ryan Jan who gave Kadeem Ali the signal. And so it clearly showed that the plan worked.
But on that occasion, you would say Harper, no run really behind square on the offside on the boundary. That one was quite wide of the off stump. May have been better served to go on the offside.
Well, the Rangers, who seems to be climbing up this morning, I'm not sure if they're tired, because we cannot be tiredness because they had a rest day yesterday. And I'm not sure what is creeping in, but it appears that the Salt Pond Breakers have swallowed up the Rangers. A late shower, maybe.
Yeah, well, it's still a bit early in the innings, but at this point, they're definitely in the ascendancy. Only 6 runs and over after 5 overs. So they have to really go very hard in these last 5 overs, and they already have lost 3 wickets. So Warwick now to the bowling crease. Skipper bowling to Primus. Wide down the leg side. And looking at the field, there is a deep square leg. A man at deep mid-wicket, a long on, and there's a short fine. And 5 fielders on the offside, a long off and a deep extra cover are out. And a ring of 3 square of the wicket on the offside.
Do you challenge Primus to clear this field?
I'll get back to it after this delivery. They're pushing for 2. Should get 2. Direct hit would have had him short there. He's not looking as if he's running. He's never really been the fastest, but I think that the injury may be still plaguing him from that previous game.
Clearly, it will, as they made mention, but he still have to capitalize on the singles if there's an opportunity for 2. Make it as best as you see that. Had it been a direct hit, as you rightly called it, it would have been in some serious trouble. But they made it safe, 33 for 3.
Quicker one, flatter, on the leg stump. Smart bowling there by Warwican. The length is important, but also the line. He's ensuring that he doesn't give him width to free those arms. A muscular man, strong man, hits the ball a mile as we saw in the previous game. This time he whips it through the onside. Should only get 1. I don't think after that last return from Frederick that they'll be challenging him too many times with the throw. So 4 deliveries, 4 runs so far in the over. Warwican will be pleased with this start. Prasad forward. Quite an optimistic appeal on that occasion.
I like the attitude of the Saltpan Breakers this morning. That's the Saltpan Breakers we know. Once you could get, well, this one was too short.
Yeah, that's a massive hit there from Ravi. Hitting that over the mid-wicket region. Went on to the back foot for a high own cracking 6, pulling that one away. That one was into his wheelhouse.
Well, it's the first one we're seeing for the morning. I actually thought that 6 was not playing in this game for today. Well, welcome to Ravi. Ravi opening the first Hiron Bay smashing one. And the first sign of things maybe to come from the Botanical Garden Rangers.
Yeah, they will want these 2 who are at the crease to go as deep into the innings as possible. Only 4 overs remaining, mind you. So they have to keep going because 10 overs really, they elapse quite quickly. And in spite of the fact that they're 3 down, they have to go very hard, especially since they have 40 on the board, which means that even if they go at 10 and over, they will only get 80. If for the next 4 overs, they go at 12 and over, they will only get to 88. So they have to go at some rate of knots to get a pass score, which is about 110 or better.
That's what the captain said. Anything above 110 will not.
This one is driven firmly. Should be cut off? No. Just the pace across the ground from the shot from Primus. Doesn't look like he's trying hard to hit the ball, but just a little wrist work at the contact point, just a whip. And that ball just moves off his bat at some rate of knots. Haroon smashing 4.
My goodness me, that shot from the time it leave the bat, it appears as Johnson would have just walked around and stopped it. But he realized that he have to double up, triple up, and by the time he get there, it was in the fence.
This one is off the edge. Oh, it's dropped. Oh my goodness. That would have been a very massive wicket for them. Coming off the outside edge. It looks like, yes, so Zico Williams in his first match today.
My goodness me. Oh, Zico. Oh.
Uh-oh. This one is a no ball, so it's a free hit.
I think Zico will feel pleased that he did not really jump Primus because it's off a no ball.
Exactly. So that one would relieve Zico of any feeling of culpability.
Disgust.
This one is a free hit. Should be caught. Doesn't clear the ground. Some of the spectators not realizing that it was a free hit. Single taken. And you could hear some cheering still going on there in the crowd. I don't know if you're hearing it in your homes, but we definitely are hearing it in the box.
Yes, that's what you call a spectator's catch.
A different version of it.
Of course.
Yes. This one, good wide line being bowled here.
Well,
asking him to stretch with that injury.
But had he capitalized on that, well.
Seems to have a little bit behind the line on this occasion, so may not be called, as you can see there from the replay. Just his heel is behind the line, so that's fine. But it's actually signal on the ball. Seems as if there was some part of the heel behind the line on that occasion. Not too sure.
Your vintage point.
Of course.
But even the smart bowling there from Ali, he realized and knows that most of these players are injured, so the movement across the wicket is very limited. So he's bowling wide of the stump, which is wise, very much wise, because the power of Primus and Ravi, as Ravi showed in the previous over, can muscle this ball easily. So any way they get close to this ball, it could travel very far.
This one, it will go for 6. Didn't really get all of it, but got enough of it. And it's a high run cracking 6.
And that's what I'm talking about. Any hint of closeness and connection on those bats. They're using some very good bat. And there you see, the wide off stump line. But Ravi realizing that that's a ploy that Kadim is using. So he took a guard across and made use of it and got maximum 55 for free.
Yes, he also has a high grip on his bat, batting high on the handle. That's an extraordinary shot. This time he was across his off stump and just whipped that over the onside for a high run cracking 6, if you've ever seen one.
Ravi, that's a ridiculous shot. What you doing? This is VPL. You do not do that. But he got maximum for it. Look at that. He swept the ball.
That's a great shot there by Ravi. Would put some thoughts into Ali's head. He'd have to be thinking about where he's going to put this final one. He goes around the wicket now. Change of angle. And he goes again. This one is high, and once you get it that high, with the wind, it is going to travel. And that's another high run, cracking 6. And Ravindra Prasad, he has come to the party. He's on 25 of only 6 deliveries.
Well, he brought his own iron bear to the party. He realized that, no, this is not going to work. These top 3 guys who are all here on did not brought any iron to the party. So let me bring my own, and I'll do it my way. And what a shot that is.
Yeah, that's a massive... He's actually taking a lot of the deliveries from very wide on the onside, and he's able, with quick hands and a wristy play, to get them quite square on the onside.
And I think the pace of Allen is what he used, because the power that he has. Look at, he's a muscular dude, very strong upper shoulder. So once he get holds of that delivery, and boy, oh boy, Ravindra Prasad, my goodness me.
So it's now 67 for 3. They're going now at almost 10 runs and over, just courtesy of that 1 over. And this is now the 8th over to be bowled by Dylan Johnson. He'll be bowling to Roshan Primus. There is a man at third man. Dylan likes to bowl with his third man. There's a fine leg, there's a deep backward square leg, a long on. Everyone on the onside is back. There's a deep mid wicket as well. And this will be a wide, and it will also be 1 for the over. So very, very short there. May have slipped out his hand because that one pitched almost at his toe.
Well, I'm sure you would prefer it bowled there than in the hack of Primus. He's standing in the same position where he hit that ball straight over the stand. So, and the way he sized up at the lawn there is like, if you're saying, if you come close, I will lose this ball.
Well, it's that time of the innings. This one, he goes inside out over extra cover for a high run cracking six. That was a very good shot because that delivery was not a poor delivery by any means.
Excellent delivery, and for the last 4 deliveries has gone for 24 runs for the Botanical Garden Rangers. And there you see again that Primus and Ravindra Prasad coming to the rescue of the Rangers to a total that look and resemble one that could be defended. But this shot to me is an extraordinary shot.
He goes again, and it's a repeat, but this time it's gone further for a bigger, oh my, that's out of the ground. That's another Hyrule, I don't even know what to call it, man. It's Hyrule cracking six, but I think we need another adjective for that one.
Can somebody take away Ravindra? Can somebody take away Rashawn Primus back, please? This is a dangerous piece of tool for cricket ball. My goodness me, what a shot. It's not a replay, but that shot, my goodness me, what a shot. He already understands it's an X-factor shot. Look at where he's shaped like an X. So that's why I said it's an X-factor shot. But he already realized that Johnson is going to go into his legs.
Exactly.
So he made room as much as possible and got enough onto it. And boy, the rest was history.
And what do you notice about those 2 sixes? Johnson's actually bowling to their plan, which is to keep him from going over the offside by trying to, and from using his arms by trying to tuck him up on the leg stump. But he has backed away and successfully hit him over the extra cover region. So that's good thinking there and good counter by Roshan Primus. And we are having some contest here at the Ardersville playing field.
Not only contest, but a big press conference by Jamel Warwick, Ryan John, Dylan Johnson, even Kadin Malin, 4 of the most experienced players there. They have to come together to have a meeting. There's a subcommittee meeting there.
This time he goes into the pitch, slower delivery. He's going to get 2 quite easily. And that's intelligent cricket by the 2 batsmen there. And you saw, as you mentioned, that cabinet meeting. All the ministers were there after the last delivery. And I think that they probably said, you know, take the pace off, go a little shorter. If he wants to go over the top, then let him hit it with a horizontal bat, as opposed to these extra cover drives that he's favouring and executing so well.
Well, that's, as you rightly said, excellent bowling, but it is also good alertness by Ravindra Prasad, knowing that and realizing that you have already got 12 from the first 2. It puts Dillon under pressure. So clearly he was ready for the 2, and they successfully got 2 runs from that delivery.
Yes, and that's 2 runs for him, even with the injury, because he's not running at 100% this Primus. But so easy was the 2 that it was always on. This one is chipped just past the bowler. They're going to think of 2, but I think they decide against it in the end. It would have been really close. Maybe they would have turned for it if Primus was 100%, but turned down in the end. 83 for 3 in the 8th over.
Well, a leading edge and a good comeback in terms of the scorecard. What looked at projected score of a 97, now look at a 108, which they will be somewhat comfortable with.
This one is short, pulled into the gap. Should be cut off quite easily. Rashid with the throw. He has a rocket arm, so they're not going to challenge his arm by any means on that occasion.
As you said, they have a slight niggle and injury, so they did not force 2. I believe 2 was on at that time. They just didn't want to further aggravate what injury or niggle they may have. You see, there's an awesome guard being taken there by Primus. He's asking Dillon to come up. I think very deep in his crease as well.
This time he backs away and goes over the offside. Not a bad delivery there, but because he gave himself the room, he was able to access the offside. Very good shot there again by Primus. A Hyrule smashing 4.
Well, 88. That's a very good shot there by Primus to finish off the over. A magnificent over there for the Botanical Garden. The best one we have seen, well, sorry, the previous over was a good over as well. Some 21 runs from that one. Dillon previous over was 1 for 3.
Yeah, he bowled a very good first over, so coming under pressure in that over. But this is what can happen with a team like the Rangers, even if you get a few wickets early up and have them at a low scoring rate. Such is the power that is within the team. that they can have some massive overs, 20 plus, and get themselves back into contention as they have done here. And it will be interesting to see how these last 2 overs go. Ryan John will be bowling one, and I think maybe Aline will bowl the other, as we have... Oh, Aline has bowled out as well. Jomel would have to bowl one of these overs then.
I would have more opted for Warwick now.
Driven firmly, but down to the man at long off. Johnson, they will not take on his arm. John saying, get it into me, get it back in my hand.
If we look at this strike rate between Ravinder Prasad, he's 27 from 8. My goodness me. And that's not just 27 easy shot. Those are powered.
Wide of delivery, wide of the off stump. Not signal wide by umpire Blades. This is a plan that Ryan John employs repeatedly. Goes there outside the off stump, close to the wide line. Good delivery from him.
I want to bring something to the attention of the viewers. Look at where Ravinder Prasad is standing, because this is back end now. So he realized that Primus is on strike, and he's taking himself out of screen.
Well, he has already seen that one of his teammates were almost decapitated by Primus on one of the shots earlier in the tournament. Wayne Harper being struck by a fearsome straight drive. So Prasad, he's batting about, he was backing up about I think about 15 yards away from the stump.
Where do we have about 2 other pitches?
This one in clever shot, scoops it all the way for 6. A high run, cracking 6 there from Ravinder Prasad, showing his range of shots, and that was well done by him. Preempting that wide Yorker, going across the crease, and scooping it over everyone behind square. Short fine leg and short third man in place. No chance for either of them. In fact, it went all the way.
Well, it's the safest place in the cricketing book that you could play a shot. And as a matter of fact, he got it even over the rope. So nothing was wrong with that shot at all. Everybody was okay.
Well, there were some cricket games a long time ago where you used to have what is called a long stop behind the keeper when you were not too confident of the keeper's ability.
Well, so even if you had a long stop, you would not have been able to stop that as well.
Fuller delivery. Strike him on the pad. They're looking for 2. Should get it comfortably because of where the ball goes. No one there in the circle. Easy 2 in the end. So it's now 98 for 3 as they look to have the last delivery of this over. So far, it's not a bad over for Ryan John in the context of what has preceded him in the last 2 overs. Overs 7 and 8. So 16 without 16 without a wicket for him. Done for 16, I should say. And a good slow delivery into the pitch, getting it to lift off the pitch. And that's the end of Ryan John's spell. And bowling that over after what happened in the 7th and the 8th over, you say that you will have settled for 10 runs.
Well, 10 runs is welcome at this time. 11, sorry, is welcome at this time because of the nature of the game and the back end of where we are, the pedigree of batsmen that are in the crease. We see Warwick is going to finish off things here, and the Botanical Garden Rangers will look to get to 120 if they can, even 115 at this time.
So Warwick opting to bowl from the southern end. Bigger boundary on the leg side, that may have influenced his decision as he bowls the last over. This one is short, and Ravi puts that easily over the mid-wicket boundary for a high run cracking 6. 100 is up, 105 for 3.
Well, I believe that Warwick slowed up that one and asked Prasad to go into the wind. But such is the strength of this man, win or not.
This one was quicker, lifted off the pitch. Oh, Oziko trying twice to get that one back in. Goes all the way for 4 byes. Why didn't he go with the hands there? He was there in good time.
Well, I believe his football skill is not the top, but he was looking to somewhat stop it to Drade, who was coming in support. And, oh my goodness. I don't think he would ever get picked for Manchester United and 4 more.
And this has gone for another 4 buys. What is happening here with the Salt Pond Breakers? They started the innings off so well, and they're giving a lot of runs here freely to the Botanical Gardens Rangers. And it's not good keeping there from Sween. He must hold his hand up on that occasion. He was late to react to the line. The ball was already on the leg stump, and he was late to go across. This time he does a lot better.
Well, he's a former national keeper.
Good delivery again. I think he might have made his way back there. So after going for 6 off the first delivery, he's actually bowling very well. It's the buys that have really racked up the score. And he was saying to himself, he doesn't want them to go beyond 120, and once he keeps his foot behind the line, he would have his wish.
Well, I believe that they're going upstairs to review that one.
I think he was back. Let's see. Just in.
Should be safe. But with the use of technology.
Yeah, once it's available, you use it to confirm.
Yes. So now, there goes the confirmation.
And this one has been hit high, and he's caught. So the wind there just holding it up, and it's 113 for 4. That is where the Botanical Gardens Rangers end. They didn't look like getting there when they were 30 after the first 5 overs. So the next 5, they have scored some 83 runs. So a very high scoring rate of the last 5 overs. But I think, given the general circumstance of everything that has transpired, both teams, I think, will settle for this morning, Kasnel.
Yes, especially the Salt Pond Breakers. I believe that they would be the most satisfied team coming off here, because the captain said anything about 110 would be satisfactory for his team. Not that he doesn't have the batting to back it, but he's more comfortable with the 110 because he realizes now that teams are now into their momentum, and restricting the Botanical Garden Rangers to 113 for 4 from their 10 overs is somewhat they will be comfortable with. But however, as you rightly said, based on the start that the Botanical Garden Rangers had, 113 will be a good total to defend there.
Yes, a very good total. I think, as you said, yeah, the 30 at 5 overs, they were very pleased that they got to 113. They would have wanted a bit more, considering how they came into this last over and the 2 batsmen who they had at the wicket. But nevertheless, it's not a bad finish for them as we look at the scorecard for this game so far. We have here during this innings, let's look at the batting first, Kasnel.
Well, the Botanical Garden Rangers never got it off with Andre Fletcher. He got 10 from 11 balls, something that is not becoming of Fletcher. Kotoy, he got 5. Wayne Harper didn't really stay long at the crease. He got 7. And the thing to note is that they consume more balls than runs in those partnerships. And it was when Primus and Passad got to the crease again for the Botanical Garden Rangers. We saw them sharing 42 and 29 apiece, respectively. Passad from 17 deliveries, both of them from 17 deliveries per se, and they were able to get the Botanical Garden Rangers up to 113 for 4.
Yes, and bowling for the Salt Pond Breakers, Ryan John, 2 overs done for 17, a good over first up, and came back to bowl at 9th over when the Botanical Gardens Rangers were feeling themselves, so to speak, by getting some very big overs. and went for only 11, which is commendable. Rashid Frederick bowling in his accustomed position. An excellent spell by the young man. 2 overs, 1 for 9. Dylan Johnson, 2 overs, 1 for 24, taken apart by Primus in his second over. Kadeem Aline, 2 overs, 1 for 33, went for 3 sixes in his second over. Those last 3 deliveries off the bat of Ravindra Prasad. And Warwickon, a very good last over, 2 overs, 1 for 16. Good performance by the skipper. So when we come back, Kaznel, we'll have the chase. The Salt Pond Breakers will lead 114 runs to win.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the things that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the things that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire what you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the things that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire what you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the things that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming home. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. On fire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. On fire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
Welcome back to the Arnorsville playing field, where we have the chase. The Saltpond Breakers will be in pursuit of the target set by the Botanical Gardens Rangers. 114 they will need to win from their 10 overs. And I am Alanson Cruikshank. Good day to you. And with me in the commentary box is Mr. Casnell Morris. Good day to you again, Casnell.
Good morning, Alanson. Good morning to your viewers. It's compelling cricket here as we come to the back end of VPL5. The teams are now somewhat sharpening their tools to those who are to be qualified for the next rounds.
So you have the Saltpond Breakers have answered your question. Will they continue with the same opening partnership? Yes, they will. Sweden opening the batting with Aline. And Keswick Williams is opening the bowling. Primus, I don't think is maybe fit to bowl. So he has been basically forced into this situation. And I think it is something that if you were doing it all year in the tournament, you'd have been in groove than doing it now and ready to perform it at this more pivotal stage of the tournament.
Of course. he made mention that he had a slight niggle. It will be interesting to see how he takes responsibility of this lead attack. And Aline will look to take him out all in the power play.
So Williams to Aline. Short, pulled 4. This one is in the gap at mid-wicket. Easy boundary for him in the end. Shortest delivery. Didn't really have any zip off the wicket, so it was not at full pace by any means. There is a deep backward square leg in place and a third man, but that was well away from anybody on the boundary. Dissected the fielder at mid-wicket and mid-on. Haroon smashing 4.
Yeah, that one was precisely placed there by Aline, and remember Aline is coming off at 82, so he will be seeing that ball with some great fortune.
So Williams again to Aline. Better delivery this time, not a shot. Rushing on to him, coming back in to him off the wicket. 5 without loss after 2 deliveries. Brings Sion Sween into strike. Same field. Deep backward square leg and third man the men out. Short fine. Mid wicket, mid on, mid off. Extra cover. Point and a backward point. This one is short. Seeing the taken. Sween was actually just darling down to this crease there, and a direct hit may have been interesting there from Wayne Harper.
Well, Sween, what are you doing? You need to get into your business quickly. And this one was very close. And as a matter of fact, closer than Sween thought. Look, my goodness, he would have been out.
He would have been out. That would have been embarrassing on his behalf. And I'm sure that the breakers would not have been very pleased with that.
Oh.
Good thinking by Harper, though, to go for the run out. Williams to Aline. Punched off the back foot. Quick single. Ooh. Close one. Missed in the end.
Another hit and out. Because Aline did not get a chance to drag his bat. It was more like in an effort to escape from that ball coming from Primus. It's powerfully throwing that ball.
Yes, he would have been out if it had struck. You could see. He knew he was short, so he was just hoping for it to miss. So 2 possible runouts here with direct hits. But they have missed. The first over, 7 without loss.
Hey.
Good delivery, that one. Quick delivery.
Wow.
Rising up to Sween. He defends it on the offside, but gets a single.
My goodness me. Kesrick. That's a fast delivery there. That's the Kesrick Williams we're accustomed to see. And he knows that Sween is not one who is very comfortable with a short pitch delivery. He has been playing a lot of cricket with Cian Sween. He plays for the Police Cricket Club, Kesrick. They've played in a lot of different competitions with Cian Sween, so he would have been aware that Sween is one that is not too comfortable with a short pitch delivery.
Aline back on strike. This one is short, it's quick, and it's all the way for 5 wides. This one had some pace on it, but ill-directed. And Harper is not the tallest behind the stumps. He had no chance with that one.
Well, Keswick is walking up some pace here, even though that went for 5 wides. He's walking up some seam here. As you see, that one skid off the turf. My goodness me.
Yes. Harper would have needed to be about 2 meters taller to get to that one. A short man. Probably about 5 feet, 4 inches there or thereabouts.
That is serious pace.
This one is short again, but pulled to the man that got long on. It's interesting the way he plays these pull shots. These pull shots, he doesn't really rock right onto the back foot. Almost is pulling off the front foot. Close one there again, but seems to be is there something behind the line there?
It's a close one. A very close one. And it's a no ball. Given a no ball. It's given a no ball. That's a tough one. He's not letting up for no errors at all.
I don't have much to say about that call. So it's a free hit to Sween.
Maybe we'll go short pitch.
Yes. And I think Harper will have to be blamed for that one because right into his hands, bursts through, goes all the way to the boundary. So a very poor start. 19 runs off the first over. Lots of extras. 9 runs off the bat, but quite a bit of extras. 5 wides and
As a matter of fact, 9 extras.
Exactly. This one burst into the hands of Harper. Not the tallest man. He had to jump to that one. Something to consider, maybe either asking him to step forward a bit or step back, because if he steps forward, then he'll get it on the up as it's going up. He'll be a bit closer, but he'll have to be very sharp because of the pace that the ball is coming through it. As we have Prasad coming into the bowling. He'll be bowling to Aline from the Beckway end. 19 already in the first over. 95 needed of 54. Contrasting starts by the two teams.
Well, less of a pace now. Sween and Aline will be more relaxed with.
This one has been hit for 6. Off the back foot, down the ground. Too short there by Ravindra Prasad. A high run, smashing 6.
My goodness me, that one win or no win. He got enough onto it. A bit too short there by Prasad. And Aline, who has hit a number of these 6s in his previous game, capitalized quickly on that one.
This one is in the air. Should be safe. Bounces away, goes for 4. Another boundary in this over. And Aline is taking no prisoners here. He's moving swiftly along. He's on 17 now of 6 deliveries, striking at over 300. 29 without loss in just the second over in pursuit of 114 for victory.
Well, it's a power play, and only 2 fielders are allowed. So clearly. And again, out to that vacant point, deep point area. Another 4 by Aline.
I think there's a case here for having the sweeper cover, because if he's going to be bowling his left arm spin, if he gets one to turn, as that one did slightly, that is exactly where the ball is going to go. It's better to protect that boundary, because it's likely that if Aline gets it out of the middle, that he will clear the man on the onside anyway.
My goodness me. If you listen to the fans, they're not really too happy, those for the Botanical Garden Rangers.
So after the boundaries, he takes a single, gives a strike over to Sween. 34 without loss in the second over. 80 now needed from 50. All of a sudden, the required rate, which was close to 12, is only now 9.6. They're scoring at 20 runs and over.
I was just going to look at the current.
Maybe able to get 2 here. Yes. Good. Excellent work. I think Prasad realized after the fact that the deep fielders would not be able to cut off the 2, and he started off late in pursuit of that. And so the two was comfortable in the end.
Well, it's good alertness by the batsmen and to see that the opportunity for 2 is there, even though they have already gone for some 15 in that first 4 deliveries. The opportunity for 2 was there and they capitalized on it.
And this one has been smashed down the ground. That will go for 4. Too short again by Prasad. And the question we're asking ourselves up here, and they may have tried something different as we can see, but Denver, the cameraman pans immediately to Denver. He has been bowling in the power play for them throughout the tournament and has done so effectively.
Well, I do not know what they are really looking to exploit now. The demeanor now that the Saltburn Breakers had in their game seems to hand over now to the Botanical Garden Rangers in terms of their low-key body language. But that's poor bowling there. Good aggressive batting there from the the Saltburn Breakers, sorry. And clearly you see they're taking up the opportunity quickly. They are 40 in over number 2.
Yeah, so 20 runs and over. 9.25 required now. 74 from just 48 deliveries. Or maybe we may put it the other way and say just 74 from all of 48 deliveries. No wickets taken as yet. Denver being asked to bowl, but I think it's the wrong end. I think he'll be better served bowling from the other end.
Well, the thing with Denver is that he's comfortable bowling just about anywhere, but he would have been more preferred from the Grenadines' end. The field set at this time would be the same 2 fielders in the deep mid-wicket region and the long off, widish long off.
Yes, and he's been asked to bowl from an end that he has not bowled as yet from in this tournament, so he'll take some adjustment. And of course, it's a pressure situation. Costly first over, costly second over. He'll be bowling to Aline, who is on 22 of 8 deliveries. So lots of discussion happening there, Kaznel.
Yes, Denver now, as you rightly said, is not one who bowled from this end, so he's asking the square leg, the man that was at somewhat of a deep mid-wicket, to come around to deep square. Well, there you see him coming back in now. So using the expertise of Fletcher to advise him accordingly. So marshalling of troops all over this place.
Wow. Good shot there by Aline. Only goes for 2, but nice shot. I think Dembo would be wanting to steer from giving him that hit over the onside because it would be with the wind. Boundary is not too long on that side either, although they're playing on the furthest pitch to the opposite side of the ground.
Good start.
He goes over the top as he's wont to do. He has shown that he's willing to punch the ball off the back foot against the spin bowlers, and that's a good shot. Harun smashing 4.
Yes, what Allen is going to do, he's not going to try. He knows that Denver is one of the better bowlers in this lineup. So he has to do is just get it over the infield, the 30-yard circle. Once he does that, because it's a power play, then he will quickly get into his work and get that to the rope. The outfield is one that is very quick.
This time he goes over the offside again. 1 bounce, a Harun smashing 4. And I really think that this experiment is not working so far because he is unwilling to go too straight to the batsman, which he has done very well from the other end. But he is mindful of the batsman hitting with the breeze on the onside. So I think that the tactics have gone awry here.
Well, that shot brings up the 50 for the Saltburn Breakers. That's what you were talking about.
That is what he's afraid of. It's a massive 6. This time he's hitting with the wind, not afraid to go. Not that on the other side he may not have cleared the boundary as well, but Demba on that delivery he had to make the adjustment because he was hitting him from that line outside the off stump. Went a bit straighter and he went with the slug sweep. Good connection. A Hyrule cracking 6.
Well, that was not even cracking. That one broke up and broke up far. It went actually way outside the pavilion. And I believe there are some cars that are parked there. And those cars may have to see the insurance company because clearly that went mightily far over the Mike Finley Pavilion.
Yes, it's not the most advisable place to park in the VPL, especially in this edition. The 6s are going further. And sometimes you may think that I'm far enough away from the ground, but you're still in danger of your vehicle being struck. 56 without loss, 2.4 overs. It's not a small ground in Arnesville by any means.
I am somewhat surprised at the bowling options that Kesrick Williams have used. There's the services of Runnings Jeffrey, who is a medium pacer, and somewhat he zipped that ball off. And they have not used him much in this tournament. He resides now in the BVI, and to see that his services of batting and bowling have not been used much, you question, his selection in that regard. But I believe that Ronil is an option that he should have opted to once he's not getting his bowlers right.
Well, at the rate that the Saltpan breakers are going, this could be over very quickly. And I'm also mindful of the fact that they are aware of, with that big defeat of 70 in 2 matches ago for them, they lost by 70 runs, that they have an eye on the net run rate.
And we spoke about that in the build-up of this game. They have to win this game and win it handsomely in order to bring their net run rate into a positive.
So he's going to go around the wicket. Let's see if this works for him. And to push it across to the off stump. Flatter delivery, beaten outside the off stump, dot delivery.
Well, something of a rarity. A dot ball. Even the body language of Demba is not one you would always see. Drops, but
this one is a beautiful shot. That's a Hyrule smashing 4. That one was not by any means a half volley. Driven on the up, used his height, and just punched that over Williams at mid-off for a beautiful 4.
Well, again, Sion Swin at a moment they thought he was in danger, but it evaded him. And 60 in 3, consistently at 20, the run rate.
So Atticus being brought into the bowling on the opposite end. You can hear one of the fans in our air shot saying, why not bowl Primus? I don't think she's aware that Primus is injured. So Atticus Brown being brought into the bowling attack. He'll be bowling to Swin. And the 2 fielders out are long on, deep mid-wicket. And he has to come now and bring his team back into this game after this onslaught by the Saltpan Breakers batsmen, but in particular, Kadeem Alim. So Swin doing the smart thing. Gets Aline back on strike, but they're taking 2. Misfield there from Brown. Easy 2 in the end.
My goodness me, what is happening to the Rangers? What is going on with the Rangers? They are not ranging this morning.
This one has been hit straight. Should be cut off. Yes, the work done there by the fielder. They will get 2. Sion Sween now moves on to 12 off 7. 50 needed from 40.
Gettable?
More than. And this one, he hits it over the offside. Will it travel all the way? Yes, it does. It's a Hyrule cracking 6. 70 without loss after 3.3 overs. Will they end the power play?
With 80.
With 80 or more.
Continue at the 20 runs per over.
My goodness, it's all happening here. They're going at exactly 20 runs and over. Serious pressure being heaped. Coals of fire heaped on the heads of the Rangers so far in this chase. That has gone for, is it another 6? It's another Hyrule cracking 6. 76 without loss. Only 3.3 overs. Yes, do not adjust your screen. It's not incorrect. Only 3.4 overs have gone and they're already on 76.
Now listen, that is loose bowling there. Loose bowling there by Atticus Brown and the Botanical Garden Rangers. There is no effort in that bowling. Atticus Brown is just going there and expecting that Sion Swing should just tap him back down the ground for 1. You're bowling short. You're bowling to get the ball hit. And I'm going to do that. That's what Atticus is saying. Sion Swing is saying. So once I'm going to see you short, I'm going to capitalize on it.
So 1 delivery remaining in this over. 77 without loss. Can they have the biggest score after the power play? Can they be 80 out after the power play? Yes, they will.
Oh,
that
yes.
has gone for 4. It's 81
yes.
without loss.
Oh, yes. So constantly we have seen 20 runs per over in the power play. My goodness me. This is the salt pan breakers I'm used to see.
That one bouncing a bit more off the pitch, but with the height of Aline, he was able still to be in control of that shot. 46 off 15 years, striking at over 300. Sween 25 off 10, striking at 250. Only 33 runs off 36 needed, less than a run a ball. So early in the piece, and that's the end of the power play. I don't know if the Rangers would want me to go to the bowling now, but we'll go to Benava, who has someone down in the stands for an interview.
I'm here with students from the KNN Government School who are here enjoying the cricket match today. Everyone having fun?
Yes!
Who are you here supporting today?
Breakers!
And your favorite player on the Breakers?
Jeremy!
Okay, so we have a few cricketers here today. How are you today?
I am fine, thank you.
So you're a cricketer?
Yes, please.
What do you like to do? Bat, bowl?
I like to bowl.
Fast-paced bowler?
Yeah, fast pace.
What about you? You're another cricketer. What do you like to do?
Bat.
Bat. Who's your favorite batsman? You don't know, but everyone enjoying VPL so far?
Yes!
Say hello to your family out there.
Hi!
It's vibes here at VPL. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Benava. 82 without loss after 4.1. And this one comes off the edge. It is likely to go to the boundary. Yes, it does. A high run smashing 4. And the young man there didn't say who was his favorite batsman, but the way that he's seen Karim Ali going this morning, then he may have to consider him in his thoughts.
Well, Caden Government School is out. I'm sure they will not be pleased with the performance of the Botanical Garden Rangers, but with the Salt Pan Breakers, because they loudly shout that they're here for the Salt Pan Breakers.
And Jeremy Lane, who lives in the vicinity of the school.
My goodness me. A bisected shot by Sion Sween. I'm not sure if he's a tailor by profession, but he threaded that one precisely.
Yes, 34, Sween now of 13, joining the party, saying, well, I'm not going to leave all the runs to you, Kadim Aline. We are in the driver's seat, so to speak. At this point, we are high on confidence. We are almost there to the end, and I want to cash in as well. Inside out, doesn't time it perfectly. May land safely, yes it does. Should be able to get 2 runs comfortably in the end, and they do. So can they get to the 100? Oh my, and it's an overthrow. That's not good. So they will get 3 instead of 2.
Wow, my goodness me. This game could be finished very quickly. Some 20 runs required.
Can they get to the 100 in this over with a Haroon cracking 6?
Of course. Of course.
This one is off the edge, should be caught. And it's caught by Primus. It's the end of Aline, but I think he's already done the damage. 94, the first Island Sips golden wicket. And up in the stand, we can tell you that Ravindra Prasad should have been bowling from this end already. And Demba should have been bowling at the opposite end. I'm not too sure what thoughts went into the Rangers' head this morning. Not that it may have made a difference to the end result, but definitely you could see that the bowlers, these are the ends that they have bowled throughout the tournament. That's where they are comfortable. They have their plans already. Why change it?
My goodness me. As a matter of fact, I am somewhat able to catch my breath now from all those 6s and 4s and realize that a wicket has gone. Kader Ned, who is normally a dashing batsman, now walks to the crease with only some 20 runs to get from 30 balls. Not something he really fancy. He likes to go quickly. But it is the game of cricket. Kadeem Alin finishing his task, more so, and there should be a walk in the park somewhat here for the Salt Pond Breakers. Well, a swim in the pond.
So interesting now, as we have the end of 5 overs. The last time I saw this many runs at this stage of a game was when the West Indies played that second T20 against South Africa. After 5 overs, they were over 100. They were 5 point something overs when they brought up the 100. De Kock and Reza Hendricks, they were going great guns.
Well, what you called for is Kenneth Demba coming back from that Grenadines end. We saw when Demba was about to bowl from this end, the community boot end, there was a bit of exchange in terms of disagreement to say that that's not the end he should be bowling from. But 94 for 1. Let's see if the Salt Pond Breakers could allow the runs to be finished here.
And immediately, bowling from the end that he favors, he looks more confident and a good force delivery. 29 needed from 20. Tighter line. And he's LBW. Leg before. And you see that is the line and the length that he would be not comfortable bowling from the other end because of the short onside boundary and also with the wind.
Well, a lapse in concentration there from CN Swin, as you see this one. Well, he struck right in front. So umpire want the opportunity to just adjudge that. Maybe the height would have been a bit in question, but here you go. Swin actually played back as well. So it did not have much to travel as we see the Salt Pond Breakers losing their second wicket. Something of a very, would have been something different had you got what you wanted earlier on, Alanson, with Demba bowling from that Grenadines end.
Yes, when you have something that is working, you don't change it unless it's broken. And I think that first over that went for so many runs, all those extras, it may have just frazzled their mind just a little bit. And they ended up going against the grain, so to speak, against what has been working for them so far in the tournament. And I think that has been to their detriment. And at this stage, most likely it's too late.
Well, it brings 2 new batsmen to the crease.
Yes, Barnum, who hasn't gotten much of a knock so far in the tournament, with just a few runs needed, they're saying, well, we don't know if we will need you further in the tournament. You know, get your iron, see how the pitch is playing, and get some confidence before we go further into the tournament.
Well, it will be interesting to see if the Rangers can sponge what we'll normally see some balls here and bring back the game to some super over condition. Not sure. You looking forward for that?
They'll have to do probably about, they'll have to bowl maybe, let's see, they'll have to bowl probably 2 Sanders Platinum overs, 2 maidens. We saw the first one yesterday, bowled by Kevin Abraham, the first one for this tournament. Sanders Platinum over.
Platinum it will be because this one is heading to an excellent over so far. 4 wicket with just 1 run.
Take a single.
One of the things I'm somewhat not supportive of the feeling that there are 2 new batsmen to the wicket, and the spinner Demba is an experienced bowler. Kadened is a batsman who likes the pace on. You have seen he have not really got you with the spin much. He should have gotten an extra feeler into the circle, like in this case.
Well, smart batting still by the batsmen. They're on the pressure. You know, Demba is one of their key bowlers, and they already have 97 now in 6 overs. They should still be mindful of the run rate, though, because they want to see, I think, this is their last game in the preliminary stages, and they would want to see if they can get into those top 2 or have a chance of getting into the top 2. They will finish on 10 points. The other teams have opportunities to finish on 12 with the Lassufre Hikers if the Hikers are able to win today. So they have to try to ensure that if anybody else or if the others finish on 10, that they are able to be in the top 2 because of their run rate. And their run rate took a hit earlier in the tournament when they lost by 70 runs in one of their fixtures. So it's still wise to keep going as much as possible here now. But I think they might be just thinking to themselves that having sent these 2 batsmen, in particular Barnum, they might just be saying, well, let's look towards the next stage without really thinking too much of the 1-2 qualification.
Well, I think that was what Kadim Ali and Swin was looking to finish this game just before the 7th over. And had that been done, it would have been able to get them at even a more positive net run rate. But
this one is full from Qatar. Hit down the ground. Should be cut off. 2 runs taken by Barnum. Yes, Kaznel?
Yes, I was saying it would have given them a more positive run rate had they not lost any wicket as well. But now they're into the 7th over, 99 for 2. So it would somewhat challenge it a bit. I'm not questioning whether they will win. They should go on to win this game.
Yes, and slowly bowled there by Qatar, giving the width, trying to buy a wicket here. Driven nicely by Barnum, but should be cut off by Demba at extra cover. Does so. Keeps it down to 1. Flat throw to Harper. $100 up in only 6.3 overs. It's a game that is interesting because if this was a batting first scenario, and they had not lost these 2 batsmen who were going great guns, could we have seen a score close to 200? Based on the run rate that they were going at, at almost 20 runs and over, basically. Yeah. That's a beautiful googly appeal. But umpire doesn't agree that there was any nick on that from Ned. He was defeated by the googly there, tried to read it off the pitch, but in the end was late in picking it.
Well, actually, that was spun off the turf and bounced at it, so it caught Ned by surprise.
This time he's down the pitch. There is an appeal for stumping. Because of the line, it was quite wide, so Harper had to stretch back to the stump. So he may have had the opportunity to get back. We'll wait and see.
And the slow nature as well of the ball spinning.
It's like he might just be in. Kaznel.
Well, what about the bat bouncing back up? Did it?
No, I think the rule has changed.
Okay,
that
so
if once you're in now and you bounce out, that. Not out, says the umpire. So Kader Ned lives to fight another day, so to speak. Maybe live to fight another ball or two or another over. Because it's not going to take too long for them to get the remaining runs. They need 14 of 19 deliveries.
I do not think that Ned is really picking Kotoy. And Kotoy fancy bowling at Ned.
So an over that goes for 4 runs there by Kotoy. Leg by to finish the over. And so 4 runs from the over, but 3 goes to the bowler. The leg by goes to the team. And 101 for 2 after 7 overs. A bit of a sedate last few deliveries now that the openers have been removed from the wicket. Almost as if, the storm has passed and there's that little calm, that eye.
Well, calm, because this is going to be interesting because this other 13 runs, 12 runs, 13, sorry, is not going to come that easy because look at how 2 wickets would have brought things back had the captain opted for Demba from his end that you spoke about and Ravinder Prasad from this end. I'm not sure it would have been things would have changed, but clearly we've seen where they have bowled from their comfort area. It has brought some relaxation to the total. What looked as 20s are now currently 14.43, and they require some 13 runs from 18 deliveries. Now Atticus brings back into the attack.
So Atticus will be bowling to Kader Ned. 13 needed from 18, as Kaznel said. So on a shot, swatted away down to the man at long on the boundary. Thought of 2. The throw was flat from Primus. So in the end, only a single taken. So one is turned for a single. So they're doing it in ones.
Yes. Common sense. You're below the ball, and there is no need for rash and aggressive shots.
Kader, who has actually been looking to hit the ball, has a lower strike rate. This one now goes for should be 2 in the gap. Stopped by Ravi, they get 2. May have had a chance for a third if they had run the first 2 very quickly. Comfortable 2 in the end. So 2 runs to Ned. They require another 9 runs from the remaining 15 deliveries. Brown again to Ned. There's a deep square, like a deep mid-wicket. Short, fine, long on, long off. Sweeper cover. Punches it down to the man. Tugs it down to the man at long on. It's a single. 8 needed now from 14. So I think that they could keep maybe getting a single or 2 of these next 2 deliveries. Run hard, see if they can get a 2. And in the next over, see if they can finish the game. Because they really need to try to get some points in their run rate. That's stopped there by Jeffrey. Single taken. 107 for 2. 13 deliveries remaining. Kaznel, can we actually have the Rangers coming back in this game?
Well, they could come back, but for another game.
This one is finally one that is timed well by Kader, but it's straight to the man at long on. So he's not able to get more than 1 for that. 108 for 2 after 8 overs. They need another 6 runs to win the Salt Pond Breakers. And the Rangers need to restrict them from getting those 6 runs in 12 balls.
Can we have a maiden platinum?
Well, as I said before, you know, they would have needed some Sanders platinum overs.
Yeah.
And that would have brought them back into contention. If they have one now, then they would need 6 from 6, so you never know.
To bring more pressure onto the batsman. I mean, Ned is no low-key cricketer. Neither is Damien Barnum. 7 from 7, Davian Barnum.
And Ned is on 6 off 9, but you saw the destruction already at the top. That opening partnership bringing all of 94 runs in just about 5 overs. Williams now bowling to Ned. And this is it. This is the game. It's a Hyrule smashing 6 over long on. And they have won it. 8.1 overs. I was saying to the scorer here in the commentary booth that the game will finish in this over. And it took Kaden all of one delivery. Slow ball. He saw it, picked it. And it's a Hyrule cracking 6 to end this smashing game.
And not a convincing win there from the Saltpan Breakers by 8 wickets. That too will be a positive for the net run rate. They won the toss. They decided they will chase the runs from behind. And that they did. And effectively they did that. And we see the Saltpan Breakers being the victorious team. They were able to get it over the line. And I must say, a great show there from the Botanical Garden, the Saltpan Breakers batsmen, who in the early start took it to the cleaners and destroyed from the Rangers, who look at no time as they were ready for cricket today at all.
Yes, that's something that's very important, the points that you make there. Just really looked out of sorts from the beginning. They were very slow in their power play, going at only 6 runs and over. After 5 overs, they were 30. And it took really a Herculean effort from Primus and Prasad to get them to that 113 runs that they got to in the end. And really, I think it was just a subpar performance by the Rangers in this game. But kudos to the Saltpan Breakers for having an almost perfect game. They are now 2 wins on the trot. It's a team that they really thrive off momentum. They had 3 wins in a row, then they lost 2. Now they have 2 wins in a row to end their preliminary stage, because this was their 8th game, so they will finish on 10 points. They cannot go beyond the 10. And Casnell, in the end, it was an easy win for them.
Yes, they look like the better team, that, as I said, coming out from their win yesterday, and you said that, you reinforced that. And it tells you what momentum can do. As I said, the Botanical Garden Rangers, they had a rest day yesterday. The day before, the game before, they lost. So they naturally act not really prepared mentally to come into the game with any sort of energy or vibes, we will say. But it's just cricket our way, and the way we play it here is that once you are not in that momentum swing, the game is not going to wait for you. You have very little time to catch up. And there you see that the Botanical Garden Rangers did not come with that energy, did not come with that vibes. The bowling effort, the bowling changes were not in sync with what they were accustomed to. And even though it came down to the 8th over, we see that the Saltpan Breakers, they were to the task, and the captain said it earlier on. You could restrict them to 110. He will be comfortable with that. They got 113, 3 more than the captain expected. He will not be deterred by that. But clearly, you see that the Breakers batsmen, that opening pair, that of Sian Sween and Kadim Ali, tore it apart for them.
Yeah, so in the second innings, bowling for the Rangers, Williams 1.1 overs, none for 21. Prasad 2 overs, 1 for 34. Demba 2 overs, 1 for 23. Atticus Brown 2 overs, none for 28. Katoy solitary over, none for 3 off his only over. Yes, Aline, he made 47 of 17 deliveries. Really brought the back of the chase. 7 fours, 2 sixes. Sween, 37 of 16, giving good support. Was also playing a belligerent innings there. 3 fours, 2 sixes. Kader Ned finishing it off. That last delivery, 12 of 10 for him with that solitary Hyrule cracking 6. And Barnum just rotated the strike while he was there. 7 from 7. So a big win there and an important win by the Saltpond Breakers, going into the next stage of the competition. This is their last game in the preliminary stage. They will not be on show tomorrow, and so they can go into the next stage with the confidence of these two massive wins that they have had in their last two games, Kasnel.
Yes, they will be confident, as you rightly made mention. They're a team that vibes of a momentum, and once they have that momentum going for them, clearly this is what they would want to go into the final rounds of games and matches.
Now the Rangers, on the other hand, they have lost their last game, this game here today, and they have also lost their previous game. So I think now there are two losses on the trot. They were right up at the top of the table, but it has taken a little bit of a dent, their run rate based on this game. I think they will still remain above the Breakers though, because they didn't win it fast enough to surpass them. So both of them will be on 8 points. However, the Rangers, they have a game in hand, so they can get to that 10-point mark. Actually, the Saltpond Breakers are already at 10. So the Rangers can get to that 10-point mark if they win their last game. The Strikers, who are also on 8 points, have 2 games in hand. So mathematically, they can get to 12. So it's very important that last tussle for the top 2 to see who will get 2 points. Because it's first and second, they will play a game, and then they will play the winner of the first eliminator.
Yes, and what you would want is a momentum. That will be fundamental to go into this game, because if you do not get a momentum going into this game, the Botanical Garden Rangers should not just be satisfied that they have they've just gotten another win. They should be okay that going into the final rounds of game, that things are set and ready for them, and it will be interesting to see what they do. Good on.
All right, so we're getting ready for the presentation ceremony. We have Miss Stacey and Adams down with the 2 captains, and she will also have the man of the match. Over to you, Stacey Ann.
Welcome to the post-match presentations. A match just went down between the Botanical Gardens Rangers and the Saltpond Breakers. The Saltpond Breakers victorious in the end. I have with me captain of the Botanical Rangers, Kesrick. Kesrick, tough loss to take today. After that recovery from Passad and Primus, did you think you had enough at the halfway stage?
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, it's just one of those days wherever your bowling just didn't come off, and then certain plans didn't work. So, as I said from the start, who execute their plan the best win games, and I guess we didn't do that well. So I'll take a hit on the head for that. So it's all right, all good.
Your talisman, Andrew Fletcher, he was dismissed early today, but valuable time in the middle for the other players today.
Yeah, definitely. Fletcher was usually the one who started the power play first in every game, but at the end of the day, he didn't start that. But you could see, I'm really happy that the guys in the middle came out and showed the kind of batting we have lower down the order. So that's a good sign. I mean, we're not out of it. I mean, in T10 games or T20 games, you're gonna have 10 games, and out of those 10 games, you're gonna find you're gonna lose 2 bad. You might win 3 out of it, whereby the other opposition do not have a chance or a sniff of a win. Other 2 you might just pass over the line, and some might have ups and downs. So it's T10, it's T20, whatever. At the end of the day, you just gotta execute your plans, and if you don't do that, hard luck.
All right, commiserations to you today, and all the best in the playoffs, Kesrick. Definitely. All right, well, now we have the winning captain, Mr. Jamel Warrican of the Saltpond Breakers. Well, we'll wait for Jamel Warrican. Just to remind you, we have another clash coming up, the Fort Charlotte Strikers versus the Lasuri Hikers. Jamel, congratulations to you today at the toss. You spoke about getting your bowling in the power play nailed. You must be pleased with the effort of the players today in the power play.
Yes, I'm very happy with the improvement that we made, but we still got some improvement still, because we allowed them to score too much runs in the back end. So although we improve in one aspect, we let them ourselves in the other aspect. So therefore, we haven't played a perfect game yet when it comes to bowling, but we're going to get there and we'll continue improving.
Well, I mean, you've really had a top order problem throughout this tournament, but with the absence of Sunil Ambrose, any questions around that opening combination has definitely been answered so far with the way this pair has been going for you?
Yeah, they have been outstanding. Yesterday, I think they brought the record for the biggest opening partnership, and today they was on track again for doing the same thing. So well done to them. Let them continue playing good cricket and build that partnership and that foundation that we require.
All right, well, thanks so much for your time. Congratulations to you again today, and all the best in the playoffs.
Thank you very much.
And now we have the first national player of the match, Mr. Kadim Aline. Congratulations to you, Kadim. Thanks for the handshake. Throughout this tournament, you've been hitting them well, but you never really got that big score. What has clicked for you in these last 2 matches?
Well, first of all, as I said yesterday, I went back, look at some video from the footage you all provided, which I thank you for. And then I realized I was losing my shape, so just went back to the drawing board and told myself for my shape.
Well, you've now taken the responsibility to open the batting. Was that a decision made by the coaching staff, or was that something you wanted to do and you were willing to put your hand up for the team?
I wanted to do that even when Sunil was here. So what I did, that when he left to go with West Indies Judy, just make it easier for me to fill in the gap.
All right, well, congratulations to you again, Kadim Aline, and collect your check from Mr. Samuel Holder, member of the executive. Congratulations, well played.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Stacey, and congratulations to the Salt Pan Breakers. Congratulations to the Salt Pan Breakers on winning this game, and Aline on his second consecutive Man of the Match award, first National Bank Man of the Match. Kaznel.
Well, as it is said, we have been calling for him to come to the party, and he did. He has come to the party, and as he said in his post-match interview there, he looked back at the clippings and realized that he's not getting the general shape of those sixes. And you see, the basic in cricket always work. Get back to the basic, and once you get back to the basic, no, this is what he's doing. He's in a destructive mood now, and I believe that if you put 200 there, he would tell himself he could beat 200 as well.
Absolutely. Well, they were actually going at 20 runs and over, so 200 is not impossible once they had held their wickets together. And we have another game coming up shortly, which will be a second of the day. To take you through that will be Kaznel Morris and Stacey and Adams. And in that fixture, we will have the Grenadines Divers versus the 4 Charlotte Strikers. So when we come back, we'll have that second game, that build up to that second game, and live action again for you from the Arnorsville playing field here in Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket Our Way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. loved it. It's cricket. Ah, VPL cricket.
Everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming now. We will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome to a Dream 11 VPL5 T10 Team Preview. We are going to have a look at the Grenadines Divers. Despite playing fiercely and passionately throughout this tournament, they always find themselves at the bottom of the table. Their best finish ever is 5th in this competition. What can the Grenadine Divers do to kind of get themselves above water in this VPL5? I have with me, Alanson Cruikshank and Kenroy Vasi.
Welcome. Yeah, welcome to another preview of VPL5. We are here with the Divers team. We're here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, bringing you live broadcast here on this tournament. So welcome, and we do hope that the information that we provide to you is very necessary for this tournament.
Yes, and good for all of you, as wherever you are in the world. Welcome to another preview with the Grenadines Divers. As mentioned by Stacey, the team has not, performed as well as they should have. In some cases, they have had fairly good teams. I can remember, especially in VPL1, the team was very strong in that VPL, but they just haven't really, put all the different aspects of the game together so far. So we'll go through their squad and see what they have.
Yes. So let's have a look at their squad. Asif Cooper, returning captain. Also have Chadwick Walton, Dean Brown, Benetton Stapleton, Cody Hahn, Razine Brown, Richie Richards, Romario Bibi, Cosmos Hapsha, Rodrigo Thomas, Gerard Wiley, Rayshawn Williams, Weswick Strop, and Colby W. I think that they have done a lot in the draft in terms of balancing the team compared to last year. What do you guys think? Compared to last year, what do you think?
Well, they definitely have a stronger team than last year, in my opinion. The leader of the team, Asif Hooper, he's the one who really, wears his heart on his sleeve. I was saying off air earlier that he's one of the most loved cricketers in the country. Has a big following as an individual cricketer. He will have to lead from the front, I think, sometimes, because Asif is a very emotional player. As we said, he wears his heart on his sleeve. When the team is not going well, sometimes it is difficult for him to, kind of pull himself away and then try to encourage the others, because then, you can see that he's down as well as the team. And so, that's something that, they'll have to think about throughout the year. They have Chadwick Walton now in their team, vast experience, former CCC player, Jamaica. He has played so much cricket, and he will be a very important force in this tournament for them. And there will be some change. We'll see how they go in VPL5.
Well, I think it's time enough that the Divers take their tongues off and come up with some air, in this tournament. They have been down there for too long. I think the changes that they have made are pretty important. The inclusion of Walton, and that would take some pressure off of Hooper, who has been carrying the team on his back for the past 4 tournaments or so. And Dean Brown, the addition to this team, is a very good finisher. He would make some impact in this team as well. So this may be Divers' year.
Who knows? If there's the point where you call Where do you think you'll finish? All right, but before we get into all of that, I'm really excited to hear where you think they'll finish at the end. But the best 11, we selected a best 11 for this squad. In terms of the bowling, Kenroy, what kind of fans expect?
The bowling for the Divers team, just a little bit concerned today. They don't have this out-and-out spinner. Yes, the skipper bowls, and also you have Richie Richards, who bowls an off spin as well. Stapleton, medium pacer, Brown, and BB, while he's a leg spinner as well. So they would have to use them in different scenarios, different aspects of the game, up front, in the middle. Who would be doing the job? I don't know. So they have to get that combination right. So the bowling department is what I'm very much worried about in respect of the Divers team. They need to get that aspect right.
Yeah, and pressure can do a lot to you.
Yeah.
And the team in the tournament who hasn't got into the playoffs at any point in time. What about the batting? What do you think?
Well, I'm looking at the team, and as mentioned by Kenroy, if you look at the 11 that we selected, only the 3 of them are unlikely to bowl. So they would have a lot of bowling options. So as he mentioned, how they use them and where they fit would be a very important thing to determine where they finish. But they're batting Walton and Hooper.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, look at 6 over there. Cricket, umpire where you say. Cricket, VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Well, welcome back to the Ardersville playing field for a fantastic second game here at VPL. Boy, and if you think that the Salt Pan Breakers would have washed away the Rangers, it will be the matchup of game number 2. Fort Charlotte Strikers, they will be taking on the Grenadine Divers. Boy, and isn't the Divers ready? Because they're coming off on an exciting win that they had in their previous game. The Fort Charlotte Strikers, they have lost their previous game. So it will be a twist of the table here. But the luxury that I have now is to have Stacey and Adams in commentary with me. Stacey, and good morning. You're reeling from that first game.
Good morning to you, Kaznel. Good morning to all the viewers out there. It's such a lovely day here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, gem of the Antilles, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So thanks for having me.
Boy, and we're in the back end of business here. The VPL is coming down, as we will say. We will wind down things this weekend. But these last preliminary games are exciting. We are seeing teams who are on top now starting to lose pivotal games going into the back end. This is not something they would want. The Grenadine Divers, they would want to win this game and go forward to see what points or solidarity of points they would get in this game.
Yes, the Divers will be looking to finish things off on a high. I mean, you've got to be wary of teams that has absolutely nothing to lose in this tournament. They cannot make the playoffs again, so the Fort Charlotte Strikers, they'll be wary of them. For the Fort Charlotte Strikers, they'll be looking for some solidity as they lost that match yesterday against the Las Sufre Hikers. I mean, the playoffs are already decided, but this phase of the tournament is salient to the top 4. I mean, it's a case of they have an eye on that top 2. That's one thing. And the next thing is finalizing team plans as well. So very important matches on today.
You made mention of finalizing stuff. That they have always switched that top order, the Fort Charlotte Strikers, the Gideon Pope top order, along with Salvan Brown, who, well, we know that Salvan Brown is not going to move anywhere from the top there. He have missed 2 matches because of a Barbados tour that he had earlier on in this month. But clearly he has come to the party. He has really get things off. The experience of Carlos Brathwaite, his addition to this lineup. What do you think going forward? Maybe the strategic plan that they will use going forward in this tournament?
Well, I don't think they need to change a lot in terms of their plans. Maybe the players, maybe it was a case of shot selections yesterday because, I mean, given how the Las Sufre Hikers went about this tournament, has gone about this tournament with the bat in hand, restricting them yesterday to a total of 105. I think the Fort Charlotte Strikers would have been over the moon at halftime with that, the way they went out with the ball to the Las Sufre Hikers, a formidable batting lineup. But I think it probably was a case of the batters. They probably, I mean, they lost that top 2. Well, they lost Hiram Shallow and Salvan Brown early, and those 2 have been prolific for the Fort Charlotte Strikers in terms of run scoring. So I don't know if it was a case of they just got stalled and then they lost Carlos Brathwaite as well. So I don't think they need to change a lot in terms of plans. They just need to get going again, find back that momentum they had with the bat.
In terms of the Grenadine Divers, they have got some positive, extreme positive. Shadrick Walton, who is leading the leaderboard in runs, 253 runs. He's the only one so far in that lineup that is leading in anything in this VPL. But positive therefore, they have gotten some close calls in their last game. We saw one of the most spectacular catches from Captain Asif Hooper, who lined himself up for one of those best catches. So, but they have been playing positive cricket, but they just seem not to bring home most of those things that they should have won.
Yeah, I mean, the Divers, when you look back at their tournament, they have played some of the most stimulating matches of the tournament so far. Most of their games have gone down to the last over, whether it's when they're fielding or when they're batting. So it says a lot about the quality that they have. They rely heavily, yes, on Chadwick Walton at the top. We haven't really seen Asif Hooper show up in this tournament so far with the bat in hand. So he'll be looking to stamp his authority and really show the fans what he's made of in this match as well. So he's somebody that the Fort Charlotte Strikers has to be wary of heading into this matchup. Rodrigo Thomas, they seem to have found a formidable partner to go with Chadwick Walton at the top as well. So an eye on him also going into this matchup. You also have Wesley Straw, Bennett and Stapleton. Those are some of the power hitters that they have at that back end.
Well, the coming back to the Fort Charlotte Strikers, the coach, Lyndon James, a former Dark Express player, he's now in a coaching capacity for the Fort Charlotte Strikers. Do you think that change would have added some ingenuity to the team?
Well, certainly. I mean, he's an experienced player. He has played in the last 4 editions of the VPL tournament, and now he has the honor of coaching a team. So he has experience and he knows how to go about things. I mean, he's never won a tournament before when he was captain. So he'll be looking to do so now as the coach for this team. And they also have Carlos Brathwaite. That's a healthy addition for them in terms of leadership qualities. He has captained at the West Indies level, at the highest level. So they do have Gideon Pope. He was also a member of that West Indies under-19 winning team as well. So they have some experience there that they can look to help them propel them to victory in this tournament?
They're bowling. The 4 Charlotte Strikers bowling. They're bowling. They have not done much to worry about. Gideon Jordan, who has struggled this season, quite unusual for him as he would perform. But it is important that we make sure that the toss is of significance, and I think that Alanson, who is down in the middle, he has the 2 captains with him. Let's go pitch side.
Yes, good day and welcome to match number 21 in the Dream 11 VPL 5 Cricket Hallway. We are here with the 2 captains and the match referee, Mr. Allen, with the toss. We have captain for the 4 Charlotte Strikers, Gideon Pope, and captain for the Grenadines Divers, Asif Hooper, and Asif has the coin. The call is for tails.
It's heads.
So it's a heads. So as if you have won the toss, what are you going to do this morning?
We're going to have a bat first. I think the last 3 games we played, we scored over 100 runs. Chadwick is in a decent form, and hopefully today he can come off again first.
All right, any changes to your team?
No, we're playing the same team as the last game.
Unfortunately for you and your team and your fans, you're out of the tournament, but what impact do you want to have for the games that you have left?
To go back to the last game, that was a very good win for us. We won that game by 70 runs, and hopefully today we can finish off the tournament on a high.
All right, well, all the best to you and your team today.
All right, thanks, Alan.
Gideon, you lost the toss. What would you have done if you had won it?
We would have batted first as well.
All right, any changes to your team?
Only one change, and raise back in for Braxibel.
All right, and this is an important game for you as a team. You have lost 2 games, you have won 4. I'm sure that you want to go back to winning ways today and see if you could move up the table to get into the top 2.
Just want to try and restrict them to a low total, and cricket is played, so anything can happen. So hopefully we get back on the winning ways. So I just want the guys to keep it simple.
All right. Any idea how much would be a good score to restrict them to on this wicket?
Maybe just under 100 is a good score. So hopefully we can restrict them just under 100, and in the back end, we go and chase it down.
All right. All the best to you and your team.
Thank you.
All right. So there you have it from the pitch side. The Grenadine Divers captain Asif Hooper, he has won the toss and he has elected to bat first. Back up to you in the studio.
Well, thank you, Alanson. The toss has been won by the Grenadine Divers. No surprise there, knowing that, as the captain made mention, Chadwick, who is in the leaderboard for runs. What do you take of that decision to bat first?
Well, I can't really fault them too much. As I mentioned, they have nothing to lose in this tournament as they are out of contention for that playoff berth. So they decided to go back to what was successful for them. So you cannot fault them for that, and I agree with the decision. In their last encounter, they scored 140 runs, and they were able to restrict the team to 70. So giving the guys a chance to display their talents with the bat, I don't see anything wrong with that decision, Kaznel.
Well, we're going to take a short break, a very short break, and when we come back, we're going to have live action for you here at the Annesville playing field.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the team that you're at.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers.
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Everybody coming up. Hey, we fancy and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we fancy and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome to a Dream 11 VPL5 T10 Team Preview. We are going to have a look at the Grenadines Divers. Despite playing fiercely and passionately throughout this tournament, they always find themselves at the bottom of the table. Their best finish ever is fifth in this competition. What can the Grenadine Divers do to kind of get themselves above water in this VPL5? I have with me, Alanson Cruikshank and Kenroy Bassi.
Welcome to another preview of VPL 5. We are here with the Divers team. We're here in St. Vincent and Grenadines, bringing you live broadcast here on this tournament. So welcome, and we do hope that the information that we provide to you is very necessary for this tournament. Yes, and good for all of you, as wherever you are in the world. Welcome to another preview with the Grenadines Divers. As mentioned by Stacey, the team has not, performed as well as they should have. In some cases, they have had fairly good teams. But I can remember, especially in VPL1, the team was very strong in that VPL. But they just haven't really, put all the different aspects of the game together so far. So we'll go through their squad and see what they have.
Yes. So let's have a look at their squad. Asif Cooper, returning captain. Also have Chadwick Walton, Dean Brown, Benetton Stapleton, Cody Hahn, Razine Brown, Richie Richards, Romario Bibi, Cosmos Hapsha, Rodrigo Thomas, Gerard Wiley, Rayshawn Williams, Weswick Strop, and Colby W. I think that they have done a lot in the draft in terms of balancing the team. Compared to last year, what do you guys think? Compared to last year, what do you think?
Well, they definitely have a stronger team than last year, in my opinion. The leader of the team, Asif Cooper, he's the one who really, wears his heart on his sleeve. I was saying off air earlier that he's one of the most loved cricketers in the country. Has a big following as an individual cricketer. He would have to lead from the front, I think, sometimes, because Asif is a very emotional player. As we said, he wears his heart on his sleeve. When the team is not going well, sometimes it is difficult for him to, kind of pull himself away and then try to encourage the others, because then, you can see that he's down as well as the team. And so, that's something that, they'll have to think about throughout the year. They have Chadwick Walton now in their team, vast experience, former CCC player, Jamaica. He has played so much cricket, and he will be a very important force in this tournament for them. And there needs some change. We'll see how they go in VPL5. Well, I think it's time enough that the divers take their tongues off and come up with some air, in this tournament. They have been down there for too long. I think the changes that they have made are pretty important. The inclusion of Walton, and that would take some pressure off of Hooper, who has been carrying the team on his back for the past 4 tournaments or so. And Dean Brown, the addition to this team, is a very good finisher. He would make some impact in this team as well. So this may be Divers' year.
Who knows? If there's the point that you call, where do you think you'll finish? All right, but before we get into all of that, I'm really excited to hear where you think they'll finish at the end. But the best 11, we selected a best 11 for this squad. In terms of the bowling, Kenroy, what kind of fans expect?
The bowling for the Divers team, just a little bit concerns me. They don't have this out-and-out spinner. Yes, the skipper bowls, and also you have Richie Richards, who bowls an off spin as well. Stapleton, medium pacer, Brown, and BB, while he's a leg spinner as well. So they would have to use them in different scenarios, different aspect of the game. Up front, in the middle, who would be doing the job? I don't know. So they have to get that combination right. So the bowling department is what I'm very much worried about in respect of the Divers team. They need to get that aspect right.
Yeah, and pressure can do a lot to you.
Yeah.
And the team in the tournament who hasn't got into the playoffs at any point in time. What about the batting? What do you think?
Well, I'm looking at the team, and as mentioned by Kenroy, if you look at the 11 that we selected, only the 3 of them are unlikely to bowl. So they would have a lot of bowling options. So as he mentioned, how they use them and where they fit would be a very important thing to determine where they finish. But their batting, Walton and Hooper, will be very, very important to this team in their batting. They are the ones who are most likely to be at the start. They are the ones who will give the team that start that they need, that solid base. And if they get a solid start in most of their games, then they'll be very destructive, because we have seen that they have a very destructive back end in terms of the all-rounders that they have. All these all-rounders are big hitters, massive hitters of the ball. Brown, Stapleton, Straw. And Richie Richards has played some very useful innings for them in previous editions as well. So it basically shows that they have that firepower at the end. But the firepower at the end would need a good start, because what will happen is that if they lose wickets quickly or in a clump or cluster up front, then it will be very important for Thomas and Raishaw and Williams, who would be that connection between the top and the middle, to then be able to guide the team towards the end, so that the others, the big hitters at the end, can go really hard in the last few overs.
Indeed. That period between 5 and 8 overs for this team would be critically important, whether bowling or batting.
Yeah.
Between 5 and 8 overs. They need to get that part of the game right.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about Benetton Stapleton as well. I know that he's a player that can hit me miles. So
very powerful batsman.
They'll look to in that middle order, maybe around that 5-2 period, come in and assist him, depending on how the top order goes.
Right, you see, that's the thing you don't want. You don't want to put too much pressure on the top half, and you don't want to put too much pressure on the lower half to do too much work.
And the top half needs to have freedom.
Exactly.
They need to know that they can rely on players that's coming. So that might be a question for them as well on this tournament. If the top half goes, who do we have at the back end?
Right. Yeah. So that was that critical period. Yeah, because you're looking at players, most of them they play in one way. Brown, Stapleton, Straw. Right. They're hitters, but you're not going to expect them to knock it around for a while if they're in trouble and then get the team going again. They will go hard. If they get through, then it will be very good for the team. But if they don't, then all of a sudden they're into the lower order very quickly. And so that is something that they have to bear in mind and get that approach right, measure that approach right in terms of their batting lineup. Actually, that has been the problem with this team. They don't have that comeback power. Whenever things go bad up front, this team tends to collapse. And there's nobody coming back from the back end. So that is the area that they need to work at in this tournament.
Agreed. And we've mentioned a lot of names today, a lot of names. This was not really mentioned about the name of Chadwick. But who is the key player in this team? Who do we think is going to make the most impact in this tournament for the Grenadines Divers? Over the years, Asif, who plays with it, sort of turned to. But for me, I think with the addition of Wesley Straub, I think he's a good addition to this team. So for me, he is the impact player. In BPL1, I mean, it's something to mention. He has only played 2 tournaments. He has only played 2 editions of BPL. In BPL1, he was the highest wicket taker. And in BPL4, he was second behind Ryan Williams for the Hikers. So I think he will be the key player with the ball for them. He's a smart bowler. He knows how to bowl in these circumstances. So I think he is the key man for them in this. What about you, others?
Well, just to say something about Straw, I mean, something he has been doing for his entire career, because I remember him as a schoolboy at Georgetown Secondary School, and it was a similar role. He was never a quick bowler, so he was never one to open the bowler or anything like that. But he was always able to get variations and to bowl those slower deliveries. And because he himself is a very aggressive batsman, he has the ability, when the batsmen are being aggressive at that point in the game, to kind of have an idea of what they will be trying to achieve and to combat that.
It's just to mention, 2 tournaments, he's only played in 2 editions, and he has 24 wickets. So that says a lot about the way he bowls in the tournament.
Well, for me, I have Chadwick as my impact player. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because I know he hasn't been playing a lot of cricket in recent times. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because quality is quality. And so he has played 182 matches. He has 3,456 runs, a highest score in T20 of 99 not out. So he just missed 100 and a strike rate of 124.22, which may not seem very high. But he is a very, very effective batsman, both against pace and spin. So that's something that is very important. And Chadwick is also a very astute cricketer in terms of the way that he thinks about the game. We all remember what happened a few years ago in the CPL when Keswick dismissed him. And you know, of course, Keswick had the notebook celebration at the time, and every time Chadwick was able to hit him in that next innings, you know, he just kept ticking off, page after page. And he's that type of individual as well. He will think about what he's going to do, not just in terms of his approach on the field, but if there is something else that is happening within the cricket that people want to see as entertainment, then he will be thinking about how he can get involved in that as well. A good jovial player as well. Well, my impact player for this tournament, for this team, will be Benetton Stapleton. Stapleton has played for Breakers. I think he played for Hikers as well. Yes, he played in Hikers. Right, and he have been given several roles, whether to come in, hit the ball, whether to bowl the last over. I could remember him bowling the last over in the finals, and they won the game. And he would be very important for them at the back end. So,
let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say.
So welcome back to the Adamsville playing field, where we have compelling cricket here at the game number 2 of free match encounter, and it will be the Fort Charlotte Strikers who will take on the Grenadine Divers. Earlier on we had the toss being won by the Grenadine Divers and selected to bat first. Still have in my luxury suite here the company of Stacey and Adams. Stacey and the matchup, the Fort Charlotte Strikers said they only made one change for their setup today.
Yes, so Ray Jordan is back in. We know that he didn't play yesterday. They said that he was ill at the post-match presentation, so he's feeling better. So I'm pretty sure the Fort Charlotte Strikers fans, they'll be happy to see him. He's their quickest bowler in the tournament, I should say. So they'll be happy that he's back in for them today.
The Grenadine Divers, they are unchanged as well from their previous game. And they will be looking to get things off with Chadwick Walton, who has a healthy VPL5, and he's also the leading run scorer so far, Stacey.
Yes, he's certainly the man that they will have their eye on, the Fort Charlotte Strikers. They'll want to get rid of him as early as possible. We've seen how dangerous he can be when he gets going in the tournament. So they'll definitely want to get rid of this man early.
Well, we see a very hot sun tearing out here as we see Goodrun Pope, Alston, Bob, Carlos Brathwaite, Donwell Hector, Hiram Shallow, Jerome Jones, Kevin Abraham, the off spinner, Ray Jordan, Salvan Brown, Seal, Roy Williams, and Winston Samuel. Winston Samuel has really bowled very well for the Fort Charlotte Strikers.
Yes, and for the Grenadines Divers, their lineup is Asif Hooper, captain, of course, Chadwick Walton, Dean Brown, Cosmos Hackshaw, wicketkeeper, Ryshawn Williams, Benetton Stapleton, Romario Bibi, Wesrick Straw, Richie Richards, Razine Brown, and Rodrigo Thomas. Rodrigo Thomas, who finishes off that 11 for the Divers.
Well, so ball in hand is Ray Jordan coming from a little bit of overnight predicament. And just get sorted out. He's not had the best of tournaments you would want. So the first ball, or what should be the first ball? Okay. Goes straight to the keeper on the low side. Breezy condition here. In light of things that we see that shot there, the finale, the wind is taking a toll on the banners there, and the palm trees in the backdrop just waving across. And 10 overs to bowl here. And, power play of 4 overs. Only 2 fielders are allowed outside. And what do you think of Chadwick? See, they have not qualified for the next round, but do you think he should still take a go at the bowling at this time?
He'll definitely take a go at the bowling, Casnell.
This one is wide outside the assam, as he see that's his intent to somewhat get that ball over the ring of circle that is there, as he marshal himself down the ground. Bit where he got away, Jordan, with that one. Got umpire Bayam. Jonathan Blade at square leg standing from Barbados. Good morning to the people in St. Michael's. So this. Oh, my goodness me. Sloppy piece of work there. And Jerome Jones, who's wearing that Sandals orange cap, misfield that one and went for 4, the first bunger of the bat of Chadwick Walton.
Yes, it was a bad miss from the fielder there at mid-off, but it was excellent timing of the bat of Chadwick Walton. It was timed marvelously, and he picked up a Hyrule smashing forward for that well-timed shot.
My goodness me, you see the full face of that bat in that shot, and it was timed immaculately to the boundary, and the orange cap holder, Jerome Jones, the leading wicket taker, the person with the most wickets so far. And this one is quick. And as Bayam now signal, that's 1 for the over. Nice looking hat there, Stacey. Sandals brand.
Yeah, so you have the Sandals orange cap holder and the Sandals blue cap holder as well for most runs in this match. And Dean Jones also. He has most wickets tied with Dean Brown, sorry. has most runs, most wickets tied with Jerome Jones as well as Larry Edwards.
This one is wide and short. It could be taken. Taken it is. My goodness me. Shadrick Walton will be disappointed at one. But in the end of it, Ray Jordan is on the tarmac of this playing field. And boy, he's rolling all over the place. Not a good sign for the Fort Charlotte. First wicket down for the Grenadine Divers.
Yes, Chadwick Walton, it was just having a check. Oh, he twisted his ankle there.
Oh my
Hoping
goodness.
he's okay. That looks nasty, Casnell. But a good delivery from him, bowling it away from Chadwick Walton. He reached for it. He made connection, but he wasn't able to clear the man at third man, Cylon Williams.
My goodness me. And that's Sealroy. I know you will get the little confusion yourself. There are two brothers, Sealroy and Sealron. So that brings Asif Hooper and some 77 runs so far in the tournament. And, not a good sign for the Fort Charlotte Strikers because Ray Jordan is still on the ground. I hope that he's well. If you've seen that clip there, that he got onto his ankle somewhat. Yes. Yeah, just at that point of releasing, there you see it, nasty, could be very catastrophic.
Yeah, it doesn't look good at the moment, Casnell. I mean, he just picked up that key wicket for them. I mean, in the midst of all this, yes, he's down on the ground, but he has done a job for his team. He picked up that man, Chadwick Walton. That's the key wicket in this lineup for the Divers. So, I mean, they'll be overjoyed. I mean, they'll be overjoyed they got that wicket. But at the same time, Ray Jordan, seeing him limp off, the team must be feeling some sort of disappointment seeing him limp off after the way he started for them.
Well, my goodness me. He's actually pressing on it, something that he would want as a physiotherapist. And he's been aided there by Gideon Pope, yes. We have a very hard struggle for him. And it brings the culmination of the first over, though. The Grenadine Divers, they are 4 for 1. The Fort Charlotte Strikers will be happy to see the back of Chadwick Walton in the hut.
Yes, I mean, the true definition of a bittersweet moment there, picking up that wicket. But your key man with the ball, quickest bowler, he has to go off the field. It doesn't look good from here, Casnell.
So, Captain Asif Hooper makes his way out, and some 77 runs so far he has gotten. And, Kevin Abraham is a man with ball in hand. Nice pink decked uniform for the Fort Charlotte Strikers. And the Dream 11 VPL here is in its glory days, culminating this weekend. And boy, who will be in the finals is something that we can't say, we don't know. But I promise you, it will be an exciting event as Abraham, first up, struck down the ground, should be cut off. This time the orange cap holder cleans up cleanly.
Yeah, good comeback there from him. Kevin Abraham, he's been doing a good job for his team with the ball. Two left-handers at the crease, so this will be right in his alley in terms of matchup.
Good high seas. The waters are looking rather choppy this morning, but Abraham will take all effort of that wind to get that ball across Asif, wide of our stump, missed by the keeper Salvan Brown, and it goes through to be a confirmed 4-by. Welcome boundary there for the Grenadine Divers. And somewhat a quiet start, and the Grenadine Divers, they move on to 9 for 1.
Just trying to stay away from him, trying to get him to hit to that at offside, but just drifting down and Brown wasn't able to clean up.
Excellent bowling there from Abraham. And Kevin has a lot of experience playing cricket around this country. He's been playing for a long time now, so he knows what is expected of him, especially to a pedigree batsman as Asif Hooper. He could hit this ball a mighty long way.
Yeah, Walton is gone. He has been their most prolific scorer this season for the Grenadines Divers. So it'll be a good opportunity for them to look. I mean, there are more tournaments to come. It'll be a good opportunity for them to look to see what they have in that tank in terms of local talent. So you have Rodrigo Thomas there, Asif Hooper. So these guys will be looking to go big today.
Great over there, great over, great bowling there. As it brings the over to an end. Over number 210 for 1, the Grenadine Divers. Great start there from the 4 Charlotte Strikers and Kevin Abraham. And Stacey, Ray Jordan is injured. Who do you believe will take up the slot now?
Well, yesterday we saw the captain bowl. Winston Samuel also had a bowl for them. So they do have someone that could, other players that they can turn to give them that extra over.
Well, they have opted for Bob, Alston Bob, very experienced cricketer in this line of cricket here. They will be bowling left arm spin. The Grenadine Divers have really not gotten the tournament as they would have expected, Stacey. At what point do you think that the Grenadine Divers should have really looked to change their fortunes or bring other strategies into the game?
Well, I mean, tough question, Kaznel. I mean, I don't have my memory bank right now in terms of how all the games have gone. But what I'll say, I mean, from this tournament is pressure. So from game 1, you need to be able to nail your plans down. If you can't get things going for you in terms of a win in the first game, that second game that you play, you really were supposed to clean things up and come back strong there. So maybe from that second game onwards, I mean, they've lost some close encounters. So definitely that would have, I'll continue after this.
Well, that's a mighty blow. That one was struck fiercely over mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. There's a man in the corner area, sorry. And Winston only had was to just examine that the ball will go over the ropes, over his head, and that it did for the first high rune maximum smashing 6. Yes, Stacey, you were saying?
Yeah, I was saying, really from that second game, some examination should have been done, and I'll continue after this. Yes, after that second game, they hustled through for a single, but after that second game, really, Kaznel, that's when you really should have learned from the first game and take those learning into that second game, and I don't think they did that well, particularly with their bowling plans, because the batting hasn't really been a big issue for them.
Remember, this is a power play. As we see Captain Asif, he's not really getting his coordinates right. He's Bob with that one has brought the end of the third over, 18 for 1. And we see a bit of struggle there from Hooper. He's 2 from 7 deliveries. Some 5 balls have been soaked up. Rodrigo Thomas, who's 8 from 5. So dot ball percentage is something that have struggled much with the Grenadine Divers.
Yes, especially when they lose that key man, Chadwick Walton, early. But as I mentioned before, it's an opportunity for other players to put their hands up in this team to take them to a good total.
Abraham continued his second over. As again, dot ball. So dot ball will seem to have a lot of issue here with the Grenadine Divers, and it will now put a lot of pressure to the back end of these players, the batsmen, to come to have a lot of hitting to do, because I believe after the spell here of Abraham, more like would be the more experienced bowlers. The service, this one is hyped over mid-wicket. It should be cut off. Or diving effort there by Jerome, and he missed it, went into the fence, and it's a welcome boundary there for Asif. Welcome one for the Grenadine Divers, a smashing Hiram 4.
Yes, he didn't seem to connect properly on his bat, and then nonetheless, it's still restored for a Hiram smashing 4. Yeah, but what was key was getting it up and over that field, that short mid-wicket and into the gap. So placement was perfect on that occasion for Asif Hooper.
So, he's taking it to the clearance. He could be taken, dropped by Jerome Jones, and he's really getting that ball magnetically to him. And boy, what an effort, what a jump catch. And it would have been the second wicket, but 2 more to the Grenadine Divers.
Yes, on this occasion, he didn't get the placement that he would have liked. Hit it straight to the man. A good effort from him running in, but he's not having a good day a good day in the field by his standards, Jerome Jones.
This one is off the top, the bat edge, and only reached to the short third man, Hiram Shallow, and Kevin Abraham being successful this time, got the better of Asif Hooper, who never seemed relaxed and settled at the crease, and wanting to get his business on, was able to find Hiram Shallow. The Grenadine Divers begin to sink deep into the blue waters of the Grenadines. They are 25 for 2.
Yes, credit to the bowler there. He nailed his length properly on that occasion. I mean, three deliveries as a face to him. He was always looking to go across the spin. On that occasion, getting his length right and a top edge that just went straight to Hiram Shallow.
Well, Ryshawn Williams will do battle for the Grenadine Divers. Did he walk with enough air tank to go to the bottom of this ocean? Because the Fort Charlotte Strikers, the cannons, they're really getting off up there. And they're getting on real bad. The cannons of the Fort Charles, where the fort resides, sits on one of the most mountainous terrains here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now, when was the last time you went to the fort, Stacey? Oh, wow.
I've once, a very long time ago.
Okay. And I believe you may have went to the Grenadines for the Easter?
No, I didn't.
Oh, my goodness me. So Abraham to continue. Just the last ball. What should be the last ball of this over? Great power play so far by the Fort Charlotte Strikers. This one is angled down the left side. Wide confirmed by umpire Blade.
It's imperative. It's imperative that these two stay and build a partnership for their team. Ryshawn Williams is an overseas player.
What's really going on with the Divers? And every ball looked like an opportunity for a wicket. So that brings the spell to an end for Abraham. Excellent spell. 1 for 10, of his 2 overs. And the Grenadine Divers, they're 26 for 2 at the end of the power play. Excellent power play for the Fort Charlotte Strikers there.
Yeah, an exceptional spell there from Abraham. I mean, what I liked about it is that he had a plan, he stuck to it. He didn't really change a lot of things in his bowling spell apart from the length. You know, he wanted the batters to hit to a particular side, and it proved to be successful for him in the end.
So umpire Byam will do the necessary. Yes, the signal means that it's the end of the power play. So the ring of fielders are now dispatched But this one is swing. Bob continues. Continue his final over. And we have seen an excellent performance from the overseas players. They have really added experience to these teams. Apart from all those overseas players who are in the top ascendancy, Dylan Douglas for the Hikers, he's the one who is in the top there in terms of run trace for the Hikers. For the local players more so as well. And we see Dean, you made mention of Dean, with one of the top bowlers there as well. So it's good to see that the experience have been added to the VPL, and they're really using it. A bit of spin on that one, bounce as well.
Yeah, and I'll add to that and say, I mean, the batting, I'll continue after this delivery.
This one is struck fiercely down the ground. It is now coming out to where we are. And it goes into the fence for another iron smashing six. My goodness, me keep exercising by him.
Yes, and exceptional use of the feet there by Raishan, Primus and Williams, sorry. And what you notice when you're facing Bob, the best way to get him is to use your feet.
This one is cut away over point. And the man at point is Roy Williams. Had no chance. He's a very short, gentle lad. And the umpire by him now, he's exercising fervently in this over.
Yeah, there you see again, nice use of the crease there from Williams. He looked to advance, and then Bob, he held his length back, and he was quick enough to get back and cut that over the point fielder.
Well, this one has to hit the roof here. It must hit the roof here. And I told you that. That's a massive shot. That dude is a youngster. He's a tall lad, but he's strong.
Well,
there you go.
There you go again. Use of the feet. If he pitches up, he's bowling really slow, and he's strong enough to just, once you use your feet, you'll get to the pitch of the ball better, and that's what you see in Raishan Williams doing to Bob.
My goodness me, quickly, 43 for 2. Oh, this one spun away. Try to give himself some room. So end of the over. That over has some 15 runs to it. And it's a 43 for 2 at the halfway mark, Stacey.
Yes, he didn't connect on that last delivery, but if you're a cricket fan and you enjoy batting, you should give credit to the way the batter approached that over to Bob. He used his feet well. He read how he was going to bowl, especially on that last ball. He didn't connect, but he knew he was going to hold his length back. But he just didn't connect. It was just too wide of him. So exceptional display of hitting and playing spin from Raishan Williams. So all the youngsters out there looking on, you can definitely learn something from the way Raishan Williams approached that over to Alston Bob.
Well, great analysis there, because the man with the sandals, orange cap, has taken the ball and has ball in hand. This means that he's the leading wicket taker so far.
Yes, but we were having a conversation about the overseas play and the experience that they have added. I mean, we have marvelous talent here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You see players like Dylan Douglas, Desron Maloney, Keran Katoy as well. But it's the way the overseas players has been used. Most of the overseas players has been opening the batting. So the teams, I'll continue after this.
Back for the second. They not trust that arm of Winston Samuel, prison officer by profession, so you don't know he has some heavy hands.
Yeah, so it's just a case of the teams deciding that they're going to put their overseas pro at the top, and nothing is wrong with that, and they have delivered for their team.
Well, and I think as well that they take the VPL actually may have caught them by surprise. We heard in a previous interview, Bratchwood said he's somewhat intrigued, as for use of a better word, of the standard. And this one is balloon in the air. Could be, what a magnificent catch that is by Brong. It's not the keeper Brong. They're all brothers, and I'm sure he has put himself up there for one of those spectacular catches there. And my goodness me, that is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yes, all of the players rushing to congratulate him on that catch. He's definitely put himself up for that Island Sips golden grab of the tournament. I mean, the bowler was always going away from you. He's a left-arm seamer, and Ryshawn Williams was looking to launch him on that onside, getting a top edge in the end. A spectacular grab there. Lee Pin, Shembrong, taking an excellent catch for his team.
My goodness me, Shembrong, what are you doing? That's a crazy effort, causing the Grenadine Divers to lose their third wicket at 44 into the 6th over. It was a slower delivery, cross seam, and you see that one ballooned off the edge. The short third man is up. Great shot there, and what a magnificent catch that is by Shem, who kept his eye on it. And you have to put Shem on his back because he cannot put Brong for the amount of Brongs that are on this field. So there is Shem Brong, Salvan Brong, the brother, is the one doing the glove walk.
Yes, Ryshawn Williams really looked like he was going to be the man for them today, unfortunately. A good piece of bowling from Jerome Jones. He's not wearing that orange cap for no reason. He has the most wicket in this tournament so far, and he's definitely showing why. Dean Brong, another brother to Salvan, and Shembrong, another Brong brother, enters the wicket for the Grenadines Divers.
Do you believe he would have took that catch had it been his brother? Yes.
This is cricket. He'll probably be even more competitive now that his brother is batting, Kaznel.
Okay. Oh, swing and a miss. So Dean Brong is known very powerfully as a hard-hitting batsman. He has had a very healthy career here with the VPL in all its versions. We see that he's coming in at this stage where they need some massive shots, some more high-run smashing shot. This one is beaten for pace there. So the thing with Jerome Jones, he doesn't have this lengthy run-up, but he's a very deceptive bowler. He appears as if he's just giving you a gentle medium, but that ball zips off the turf.
Yes, and he's smart with his changes of pace as well, and the fact that he's a left-arm pacer, it adds something to this Fort Charlotte Strikers bowling unit.
Well, does Dean have any answers for him? This is wide and short, over cover. Magnificent shot 4 to open his account here.
Yeah, it sat up nicely for him to play that shot, and what was good is that he decided to go on the offside and didn't try to play it on the onside, successfully picking up a 4 high-run smashing 4 there, Dean Brong.
Well, this one was a bit too short there from Jones. It give Brong all the time to look at that one and find a placement. Even though there was a sweep on the boundary there, he had no chance of coming around. Well stopped there by Shallow. The Brong feel as if he has missed out, but he has missed out, and so it is the end of the 6th over, going at 8 runs per over. It's 48 for 3, the Grenadine Divers. What solution do you think that they need to do at this time now? Should they come up for some air from diving so deep, or they should just keep diving?
Nah, they'll be looking to put some sort of total on the board and hopefully go out and defend it. They do have the batters to do that. They do have hitters at that back end, Westwick, Straw, Bennett and Stapleton. Mentioned those two earlier. Dean Brong and Rodrigo, they're quite capable of hitting it big as well. So at this point in time, it's not quite off the table for them to get to 90 or even to that 100 runs.
Well, if they have to look at their watches because time is against them. This is the 7th over we're going into. Carlos Brathwaite has ball in hand. And he in himself would have had a good time here at VPL5. My goodness me. That's the length of a test match there, right there.
Yes, he hits the deck hard, Brathwaite. That one sort of left that left-hander. Nice seaming delivery away from that left-hander, so a good start for Brathwaite.
So Thomas, 11 from 10. Dean Brown, 4 from 4 at 100 strike rate. They need to get things on. Current run rate is 7.74. Still haven't seen the 50 yet. They're close to the 50. The Grenadine Divers will certainly be going back to the drawing boards and see what positive they could pull out from this VPL5 to bring into a future VPL tournament. And I would not question the selection panel of teams or the drafting. I believe that they would have drafted the team that they believe was best for this competition. This one is angling down the leg side. This Campachu. So you see the aiming there for Shembrong to run out his brother.
Yeah, just searching for that Yorker was Brathwaite on that occasion. But it was just heading down the leg side. It wasn't attacking the stumps. And Rodrigo, he's going to take strike to him.
Would have even missed the stumps. My goodness me, Rodrigo just stood and wait for that one. And any hint of what it got, it was able to maximize it. It's a smashing, cracking high rune 6. And boy, isn't Bayam really getting his time for exercise.
Yeah, you see, Brathwaite admonishing himself after he bowled that delivery because he realized that that was not the length or line to be bowling to Rodrigo, and that was easy for him to put away in the end.
Slower delivery could be taken. A diving effort by Abraham at short third, and when he hit the turf, it bounced out of his hand. A run-out opportunity as well. All things happening here.
Yeah, that was better from Brathwaite. He took pace off it. He saw Rodrigo coming down the wicket. He took pace off it. Rodrigo just getting a top edge. After that catch from Shem Brown, would think that one should have been taken, Kaznel.
Well, maybe Abraham did not take any island sips earlier on. So,
seemed to have hurt himself as well in the process.
We have gotten a lot of exercise from the physiotherapist this season. They've been on and off the field like a player.
Yeah, that's not a good sign for the strikers heading into the playoffs. They already had Ray Jordan, who was helped off the field earlier, and Abraham, in an attempt to take that catch, appears to have hurt himself here.
I believe after he had hit the turf, he had gotten a pong, but it's good to see that he's going to be back onto his feet. And Rodrigo Thomas is 20 from 13. The Grenadine Divers 58 for 3 into the 7th over. One more ball shy of the 7th over. And still have Bennington Stevenson to come. He can find the ropes. You see Abraham is back up. And things are back to some level of normalcy with him.
I'll go back to something you mentioned earlier, Kaznel, about selection and time at the draft in terms of looking at players that they have selected, the Grenadines Divers. I think the bigger issue for them is how they have used these players, this VPL5. I think if they had found the right combinations with bowling and batting, they probably could have been better off.
This one is clipped off the legs. I agree with you 100%. And for example, the tournament started with players like Bennington Stipton who have not even played with some of these guys. You spoke about the combination. It is always important. Brings the over to an end of over number 7, 59 for 3. As I was saying, it brings the importance of players knowing each other. Though, for example, we see Salvan Brown, who is now playing for Fort Charlotte. He played for Botanical Garden Rangers. He played for Hikers. Even though his reputation is one that is aggressive and of nature, he doesn't really seem fit to whoever he's played with. But the thing is that the Grenadine Divers have never got players who are stabilized in their lineup per se than those who are just oftenly retained.
Yes, if you notice, the two teams at the bottom, there is the two teams that's not settled in terms of how they go about their batting approach and their bowling as well. I mean, the Grenadines Divers, they've used two different opening combinations this tournament. You see fluctuations in that from that 3 to 5th position as well. Captain Asif Hooper, they're not too sure whether to put him to open, whether he should come early or late in the when they bat. I'll continue after this.
So Winston Samuel, who has ball in hand, one of the most economical bowler in this tournament so far. He have not really got the wickets he won, but he have bowled so economically, and I'm somewhat impressed of how he have really gone for these VPLs. He has played with Botanical Garden Rangers his last encounter, and now he has been picked up by the Fort Charlotte Strikers and doing so far so good so well. This one is too much up, and Rodrigo Thomas was waiting for him, and too much width this time. Just talking about his economy, and there you go. Rodrigo hearing me saying, listen, stop that nonsense in the commentary booth, I could hit him far.
Yeah, he missed his length there. He was trying to angle it across him, but it was too much width on that occasion, and Rodrigo was able to put that away as he smashed that powerfully down the ground, Casnell.
Well, Haroon Bear smashing 6. Winston has his force bear open by Rodrigo. Heels from the northwestern terrain of St. Vincent. Rose Hall. This time Rodrigo takes it to him. Forget about his economy rate. I will damage the Frank Thomas Pavilion with these balls.
Yeah, Rodrigo has decided he's going to have a go at Winston Samuel. He advanced down the wicket on that occasion and deposited it over that mid-wicket region. That was a massive hit, Casnell.
Yeah, that's a hard lash, as we will say. And that one was struck fiercely and ferociously over into the Frank Thomas Pavilion. It ricocheted and came back onto the playing field. And my goodness me, what answers does the prison officer have for Rodrigo Thomas? Can he arrest him?
Don't think you can arrest a man for playing fearless cricket shots.
Well, this time, no more answers. He's been put to the sword. That Winston Samuel, and another smashing shot. Thomas, please, give Winston a chance.
That's an even better hit. I mean, it didn't go for 6. But he played with the angle on that occasion, and he knew it was going to be wider, and that fierce bat swing of his was able to take it over that fielder and the cover area into that gap for 4.
75 for 3. Oh, he's pulled away, and well, that one will need a television review. Let's see. Umpire signaling 4. Confirm 4 there, yes. Umpire Jonathan Blade adjusting his eyes. And boy, oh boy, Winston Samuel looking to that back of the hand slow ball went a bit too short, and quickly Rodrigo Thomas moved 41 from 19 deliveries. My goodness, man, if you think that wasn't enough, I will finish him off and send him back to that penitentiary where he keep guard. And that one was struck ferociously down the ground. It's another high-room smashing 6.
Yeah, that was a savage hit. Stand and deliver stuff there from Rodrigo Thomas. He decided that it was time to go, Casnell. No more messing about, as we mentioned before. They have nothing to lose. So it don't make sense for them to just stay and knock it around. Can't have a look at this point on. You have to go at everything.
Well, it's a game of 10. It's 26 from that over. Winston Samuel, I spoke highly of his economy rate, but boy, didn't Rodrigo Thomas damage that repetition. And that one was hit with some steam in this hot sun, and it took a liking to Winston, and that one was dispatched over the boundary, and all that fielder could have done, Jerome, was to look at it and pick it up back. Brathwaite, can he stop the hemorrhaging of runs here? Dean Brown is on strike. He's 4 from 5. Much quiet situation here. Swing and a miss. Do you think he need to get it over to Rodrigo? He's 47 from 20. His blood is pumping.
I mean, you might say that there's just 2 overs remaining, an over and 5 balls remaining. So, I mean, Dean Brown he's got to have a go as well.
Stacey, get Rodrigo down. Get Rodrigo down quickly.
I do agree with you, but they won't be looking for singles at this point in time.
This one is hammered. 2 could be taken. Taken it is. 2 mid-wicket. And they have lost the wicket. Good catch there by Donwell Hector. One of the prize fielders in this tournament. And you have to take a great catch there. This is what I'm talking about. You should have taken a single and get Rodrigo on to. Now that's a second ball. It brings a new batsman into strike. Bennington Stapleton is the man that is walking out. An excellent catch there by Hector. Great camera work there by ITFX, who have been one of the most esteemed production team here at VPL. Say hi to Paul and his camera crew and his guys working in the backdrop, giving you exquisite shots like that. But not the catch though, but because the ball was straight to a fielder, but in terms of the camera shots.
Yeah, as I said, I do agree with you, Kaznel. Get Rodrigo on strike. However, at this point in time, all of the batters are going to come out and try and chance their arm, given the situation that they're in. They'll only be looking for boundaries at this point in time.
Well, I will beg Carlos Brathwaite to get it right to Bennington Stapleton because he don't hit this ball easy. He don't hit it easy. Swing and a miss. Slower ball.
Yeah, they really should, as we mentioned up here, they really should look to get the red hot Rodrigo on strike. 3 balls have gone in the over.
You cannot cool him down. He's diving deep.
It's just the thought process with the batters coming out at this point in time. They know they have to score boundaries, so they're going to try to go at it, but the best thing to do would have been to get Rodrigo back on strike.
Well, if there's no need to, when I could push it down the ground, I told you about Bennington Stapleton. Carlos Brathwaite, you need to get it right.
Yeah, that one was in the slot there. That was an easy hit there for Bennington Stapleton. He didn't need to do much. All he had to do was hold his shape and swing through the line, which he did successfully. High rule maximum.
Well, 91 for 4. Can he finish it off with some maximum? Bouncer into the turf. 1 for the over. I saw him charging, and Carlos Brathwaite, with a wealth of experience, was able to use the turf and got it bouncer over to Bennington. Had he got even a hint of bat to that and get it over the short fine or over the keeper, could he maybe have premeditated down the track already? Bowl him! Bowl him! The lumbers have been hit, and Bennington, a delivery that was full and straight, was able to cut the wheel his stumps back to the keeper, brought the end of the 9th over to an end. 91 for 5. The Grenadine Divers in the back end of this game are searching for 100.
Yes, they only managed to pick up 6 runs in that over. That 1-6 that was hit by Bennington Stapleton. I mean, at the end of this game, they might look back at that over and say that's where they probably lost their way. I mean, if they had gotten Rodrigo back on strike, who knows what he would have done in that over for them.
Well, the good thing about it, though, is that Rodrigo is on strike for the last over. And Rodrigo Thomas is 47 from 20. And the last time he has really batted a ball was in the last over, some 6 balls ago. It tells you that the Grenadine Divers really have lost it within that last over there in terms of knowing where to strike and who to put on strike.
Yeah, well, he's facing up to the man with that Sanders orange cap for most wickets now. A lot of pressure on him in this over. He'll only be looking for boundaries. He has no choice now, Kasnel.
Well, Jerome Jones has ball in hand, orange cap holder. He will be looking to get another wicket to close things off. 1 for 5 from one. I'm not too sure if he would finish with 1 for 5 after this over. Oh, in there, he could finish with 2 for 5, yes. Rodrigo Thomas goes. And boy, oh boy, can this slum under 100, the Grenadine Divers, because they have lost one of the most experienced batters here in this back end of the game. They are losing it. They are losing it now in terms of runs to get up to 100. Jerome Jones into the turf and was able to get that one back to him.
Yeah, excellent length there by Jerome Jones. He bowled into the surface, and with that length, it's always hard to get on top of it to put it away. And Rodrigo on that occasion, he decided to try and pull that length and get in on a top edge. And the man with the Sanders orange cap picks up another wicket to add to his tally. He's now up to 10 wickets in the tournament.
Okay, so that brings Cosmos Hackshaw. As a matter of fact, at the fall of the wicket with Bennington Sibbett and Westwick Shaw came in. So we are now seeing two new batsmen who have not faced any deliveries as yet to the crease. Ah, that one, oh, diving effort there. Could have been a bowling caught. Caught Cosmos Hackshaw, pegging back a bit. Good start to the over. 2 dot ball, well, a dot ball and a wicket. That as well. So 2 dot balls, I would say, yes. Or diving effort there. Close one. Dropped. What do you call that a drop? It is a drop catch. 4 runs, another high run smashing 4. Gideon Pope the culprit this time.
I think it was a valiant effort from him. I'm not too sure if it got to hand, but he did try to run around and dive to his left to put a stop to that from going to the boundary. He tried to go for the catch. Probably would have been better off just letting it drop in front of him and just letting them get a single instead. But he put in the dive to get to pick up the wicket.
95 for 6, 9.3, halfway into the 10th. Can they get 100? Can they get 100? Cosmos Action strike. My goodness me! What a shot that is! A smashing shot. And it brought up the 100 here with that shot. Cosmos Hackshaw, where were you all the time? Were you sleeping?
Well, you asked if they can get to 100, Kasnel, and yes, they can. That was a marvelous pickup shot there from Cosmos Hackshaw. A lot of power in that one to get it over that long-on fielder.
Well, even the ITFX drone is in danger when these balls have been hit. Slow delivery, my goodness me. And it hits the stumps. So after a 6, Jerome Jones picked up a third wicket, and he is in for it now. They are 101 for 7.
Yes, nice use of variation there from Jerome Jones. Cosmos actually looked as if he was ready to come down the track again to him, but he stood his ground that time, and that delivery just deceived him, hitting that off stump. Sorry, that on stump rather.
Well, I believe that was a full-length delivery, but because of the slow nature of that delivery, it actually turned on him and was able to take his leg stump, and they're losing their 7th wicket. Look at that one. Cross seam, well, finger spin on that one. What we'll call.
It's one of those slower dipping deliveries, one of those deliveries that looks full, but it deceives you and lands just short of your swinging arc. So good variation from Jerome Jones.
Richie Richards comes to the crease. Still no ball faced by Westwick Straw. You've been watching all 5 deliveries bowled. So should be the last ball. What should be the last ball? Wide delivery. They come through for scamper through for 1. So makes it 2 wides. Add to the total of 103. 103 for 7. Jerome Jones 3 for 17. Excellent bowling there by Mr. Jones. No wonder why he's wearing the orange cap. The Sandals orange cap, that is. Excitement fills the air here. This one by Westwick Straw is draw off down to the left side. It could go to the boundary. A welcome boundary to finish things off by Westwick Straw, who haven't got to face a delivery. But the first one he faced, he was able to get it to the boundary at a wideish short fine leg.
Yeah, it's not where he intended it to go. But it was effective for his team in the end as they pick up a boundary. He's probably looking to launch that over mid-wicket, but an inside edge. Still picking up that boundary, that Hyrule smashing for his team.
Well, they have dived and only able to manage 107 for 7 at the end of 10 overs, the Grenadine Divers. The question will be, can the 4 Charlotte Strikers blow their cannons here to reach 108 in 10 overs? It is left to be seen as we see the bowling figures and the batting scorecard here for the Grenadine Divers. The handsome Chadwick Walton with the bat was dismissed for just 4. Thomas, who opened with him, 47. Asif Hooper, he went quickly, 8. And 16 there for Williams. And Cosmos Huckshire, 10 from 4. Those were most the pick of the batsmen there. And Jerome Jones 3 for 21 from his 2. Carlos Bradford 2 for 16. And Rick Jordan 1 for 4. Stacey, it has been a great performance by the 4 Charlotte Strikers again.
Yes, an exceptional performance with the ball for them. However, the toss, as the captain said, he wanted to restrict them to under 100. They managed to get up to 107. In the previous match, 113 runs wasn't safe. Going back to yesterday, the 4 Charlotte Strikers, they weren't able to chase down 105. So it's left to be seen how the second innings will go, Kaznel.
Well, we'll take a short innings break here, and we will get you the run chase as soon as we get back. Don't go too far, just grab a snack, and we will be back shortly.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't give the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire what you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't give the middle.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't give the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire what you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. you know we love it. It's cricket. Ah, VPL cricket.
Everybody coming up. Hey, we will see every pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, don't in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
So welcome back to the Arnold'sville playing field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we have a VPL Dream 11 T10 tournament, where it is the back end of business, and we have the Fort Charlotte Strikers who are playing the Grenadine Divers. Earlier on, the Grenadine Divers batted first and amassed 103 of their allotted 10. The question will be now, can the Fort Charlotte Strikers reach to their total of 107? Can they reach to 108 in their 10 overs? The Fort Charlotte Strikers, they have already qualified for the next round, and the Grenadine Divers, who have not really played the best of their ability in this tournament, it's just been a sellout game, and they require some 108 runs from 60 deliveries. Still has Stacey with us here. Stacey, what should be the approach now of the Grenadine Divers?
Well, they want to win, so they need to get their bowling tactics nailed down in this match. I mean, you might say they got that right in the game that they bowled out Salpon Breakers for just 70. So they just need to get the right plans here, and they might pull off a win here against the Fort Charlotte Strikers, who struggled to chase 105 runs yesterday.
Gideon Pope, Salvan Brown. Salvan Brown very hefty in runs. He's taking the batting. Captain Asif Hooper, ball in hand, left arm orthodox, left arm spinner. And he will deploy now for the Divers. Can he get business onto its way? We are already up here, certainly. The next 60 balls will be the first ball. We see Gideon Pope somewhat went quiet so far in the tournament, not explosive as we would have expected him. My goodness me, that's a spanking delivery, smashing high room 4 to open his account and open the run score here for the Fort Charlotte Strikers.
Well, today is a new day, Kaznel, and he has been quite circumspect in the tournament so far in his approach to batting. But when you bowl that sort of delivery that gives him a chance to free his arms, he's definitely going to. Immaculate placement as well from Gideon Pope to get his innings up and away.
Well, so a dead ball signal there. This one is cut away again. So there's a ring of feelers placed there for that same cut shot. And there is a point cover made off, long on, mid wicket. Remember, only 2 feelers are allowed outside the circle. That's the long on and mid wicket, deep mid wicket. There's a square leg and a short fine. So good comeback to the over by Captain Hooper. It would be important that as much that ball as you could get in this power play to bowl at the Fort Charlotte Strikers.
Yes, I agree with you. The power play is key. If you are to win a game, usually the team that has the best power plays who goes on to win the game, whether with bat or ball. So Asif Hooper and his men, they'll be hoping that they could, restrict the scoring rate of these batters in the power play and pick up some wickets as well. And the Fort Charlotte Strikers, they'll look to go hard and maximize the power play.
Well, runs required 11.24. Certainly do not want that to go up to 15s and 16s. Salvan Brown, who likes to get his hands busy at work. So brings it over to an end of the first over, 5 without loss. The Fort Charlotte Strikers in pursuit of 108 they are getting things slowly and getting their work quickly into business there.
Yeah, the Fort Charlotte Strikers, the top order, it's not the top order we've come to know in this tournament. I mean, in the first half of the tournament, the top order has scored up the bulk of the runs for them. However, in the last 2 matches, the top order hasn't really given them much. So they'll be looking to bring some sort of solidity, as we've seen from them in that top order in this match.
Well, I'm looking through the window here, and I'm thinking that I'm seeing my boss. He's sporting a hiker shirt. Commissioner of Police Colin John is there.
Casnell, you can't sell out your boss like that.
Well, I'm seeing him sporting a hiker shirt, so I'm not too sure if he's just putting it on and he's a full supporter of hikers.
You're also letting people know who he's supporting, Casnell.
Oh, well. Well, it's obvious. He's there.
He's
the
there,
camera might pick him up. So, Richie Richards, who have ball in hand, has really got a good tournament, but not one he would have too much satisfied with. He has gotten a 3-4 in one match. This one is allowing that ball to cut. So that string of feelers there is really getting that ball to turn away from. He's bowling much slower than Asif and much higher arm action. Asif comes much flatter. But this one is looped in the air, and no matter what you're doing, such delivery with such flight will be dispatched. Put an air hostess on those balls.
Yeah, twofold there from Richie. I mean, the ball that he bowled before is where he needs to be bowling. And that occasion, he over pitches, and it was an easy ball for Gidran Pope to hit away.
Well, with his long dreaded locks beating his back. And somewhat of a fancy hairstyle you will see within the Caribbean region here. This one much better recover. Remember, Bennett and Stapleton took some 4 catches in the previous match that they played. Put himself up for the bucket hand catch of the tournament. Bennett and Stapleton. Very good player of this game. Haven't seen him much in the attack, but Richie Richards, who have ball in hand, for Charlotte Striker, 12 without loss. Salvan Brown gets to work, and when he gets to work, it goes very far, and the first high run smashing 6 for him as well.
Yes, marvelous use of the feet there from Salvan Brown, advancing down the wicket on that occasion. I mean, Richie Richards is bowling slow, and he's a bowler that you'll have to go after. You cannot allow Richie Richards to settle in the power play and bowl a frugal spell to you. So you have to capitalize on his bowling.
Well, that's what Salvan is saying to himself as well. And he's a batsman. He moves down the track. He's not a batsman who stays in the crease quite often. He's very busy in the crease. He's bat very deep as well. The fun side of it is that he bats so deep that even when he chips down the track, he doesn't even get out the crease.
Well, you'll know him. You're one of his teammates on that police force team.
So 19 without loss. So, well, this time they are peppering that area, and the Frank Thomas Pavilion is in serious need for reconstruction because the roof is being peppered with some high rune smashing 6s.
Pitches it up again this time, and he was able to get the room to swing through that one as well, Casnell. And I mean, that was a massive hit. That was going all the way. that was a huge hit, Casnell.
My goodness me. Gidron Pope is 18 from 9. Salvan Brown, who is a strange occurrence, he's of the quiet side, 7 from 3. They are 25 without loss in over number 2. At the end of over number 2, they are proceeding to get 108. They require another 83.
Yes, and this is a good start from the Fort Charlotte Strikers. Even if they lose a wicket now, it's a much better start that they've given for their team after those last 2 games where they sort of struggled in the power play. As we mentioned before, you need to maximize the power play early, and that's just what these 2 batters are doing so far.
Well, as if to continue. There you see Salvan getting his work done. Already ready to hop down the track. So it's quicker down the left side. Signal wide there by umpire Byam. Umpire Byam have really been busy in this innings from the Fort Charlotte striker. And this time he gets it past square leg and inside edge of the bat. And there you see Richie just signaling that he had to run around the umpire, the square leg umpire, and missed out on that opportunity to save the ball for 4. Wow.
Yes, I mean, and it looks as if he's overstepped as well. But after the match, I'll need to have an inspection of that bat of Salvan. I mean, he didn't get anywhere close to that delivery. He was looking to launch it down the ground over that mid-off fielder, and a healthy inside edge that timed marvelously in the end for 4.
Well, if you know the Police Club, we will expect that's a normal shot from Salvan.
Are you saying the inside edge is the most prolific shot of Salvan, bro? I'll let him have a word with you after this, Kaznel.
If you know Salvan, you will know what I'm talking about. Well, this is a free hit, so this time, Richie just gets some hand to it. So, good redeeming of that delivery from Asif.
He loves to go down the ground and on the offside as well, from what I can see of him.
He's a player that plays very straight. And when he hits that ball, it stays hit. He actually scored 100 in that Barbados tour. Well, a slight misfield there from the man at Gully. Whitish Gully, so it's scampered through for 2. You see Asif is bowling from back, somewhat behind the crease to avoid another new ball.
Yeah, and with this approach as well, he's taking the pace off the ball as well. It's not going to come through as well as the batters would expect.
Oh, this one evades where would have had a first slip. Cody Grant attempting the second direct hit, and it would have seen Gideon Pope struggling. Let's see. Cody Horn, sorry, not Grant. Where did I get Grant from? Horn. Yes.
It's beaten in flight there was Pope, but still managed to get a delicate edge down to third man. Oh, the keeper, he touched the stump with his gloves before, but the batter was safe.
But a direct hit would have been something of question. So early call of no from Gideon. Into the third over, 2 more deliveries to come. So this dropped, but a hard catch. My goodness me, that would have done some damage because it's on the bounce back to him. Oh, great shot. My goodness me.
Look at that bat swing. That was hit brutally. He got a hand to it. He managed to stop for sure.
To the physio one time or change. And it's, my goodness me, he would have injured himself there. And that's the nature of player that Asif is. He will be injured and still look to play. But this time, extra bounce on that was able to give Pope enough room to cut that over the top of point. A welcome boundary, another smashing one. Brings the third over to an end, 40 without loss.
Yeah, one big difference in Gideon Pope's approach in this innings compared to how he's gone in the tournament so far. He's 26 off 14, but he's looking to hit the ball with the angle, and he's looking to play on the offside as well. So that's a good sign for the full Charlotte Strikers going into the playoffs. Their captain is looking in fine form, and he's hitting them well.
Well, fine form it is. One more over to the power play. And you see Captain Hooper has to marshal himself off to get some ice. So Pope, as you made mention, 26 from 14. Current run rate is 13.33. They're requiring some 68 runs at a run rate at 9.71. Things are going smoothly here. The cannons at the fort is sounding out loudly. And it will be interesting to see what happens after the power play.
Yes, if Hooper he had to go off there, he substitute fielder on Dave Duncan. So they're 40 without loss after 3 overs. A rather impressive start from these two openers.
So left arm orthodox of Ryshawn Williams comes into the attack. Very tall lad. They're very gingerly approach to the crease. Move very slumbered. Even in his arm action, it's very slow. I'm wondering if he has that deceptive one that he skids on. Ryshawn. A lot of Barbadians are in this lineup. It's good to see that VPL is taking its geographical boundaries beyond. Well, it appears that they're questioning the no ball here. So there you go. There goes the signal. The bat is just, they just cannot see whether or not went over, but umpire Jonathan Blade has confirmed it's a free hit for Gideon Pope, who is on strike. Oh, swing and a miss. So, not costing the team much, that free hit.
Yeah, that was an almighty heave there from Gideon Pope. Had he connected, I wonder where that would have gone.
That would have gone way into the ocean. Way into the ocean, because that would have cleared the Frank Thomas Pavilion. And these lads in this tournament are very strong lads. When they hit this delivery, it's the hit. Great bowling there. It's not a normality to see Salvan Brong, who is the quiet of the batters here. This one's in the air, out to his brother, but all his brother could do is to shadow it and escort it to the boundary for another 6. For a high run cracking 6, Salvan getting his walk on here.
Yes, use of the feet again from Salvan, and that's a good trait in a batter to a spinner when you see they're willing to use their feet on that occasion, getting that for a high run maximum.
So this one is played into the outfield. They go for 1, they're going for 2. So it brings the one more ball for the end of the power play. And that brings up the 50 for the 4 Charlotte Strikers, who's going at 13.04. So, Ryshawn, how can he finish off this power play? This one is down to The fielder short fine, cannot stop the one, brings the power play to an end, and the four Charlotte strikers sounding their cannon very loud. They are 51 without loss, requiring some 57, but we have Benava Brown, who has some spectators with her.
I'm here with some students from the South Rivers Government School who have traveled all the way to Annisville to be here with us. How are you enjoying the match?
Good.
You enjoy it? Is it exciting?
Yes, it's very exciting.
Do you enjoy cricket?
Yes, miss.
Any particular team you back in today?
Yes, miss.
Which one are you backing?
Divers.
Divers? Big sixes by Rodrigo today?
Yes, miss.
Okay, so any cricketers here with us today? What do you like to do?
What?
Who's your favorite cricketer?
Brian Charles Lara.
Oh, good one. And what about you? What do you like to do?
Play cricket.
You just like to play cricket?
And football.
And football. So you guys having fun at VPL?
Yes, miss.
Say hi to the camera. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Benav. Always good to see the children out. Iconically, they are the future of the VPL. And Dean Brown, who has ball in hand. This one is whipped away. What a welcome to the bowling. Gideon Pope, no matter whether it's his power play or not, he's going to take it to the cleaners, and that one was short and struck for 4.
Yes, and not just short, it was badly lined as well. It was into his body. It was easy for him to just swing that through that onside.
My goodness me. Kids from the South Rivers Government School. And the South Rivers is on the eastern terrain of St. Vincent. And would have traversed. Along with this one is India. Could be taken. Chadwick Walton is under it. And gone is the first wicket there for the Grenadine, the 4 Charlotte strikers. And it's coming from Dean Brown, who gets the better of Gideon Pope there.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing so well through the offside today, and he decided on that occasion, instead of playing a cut shot, which would have suited him better, probably picking up 4, decided to go across and hit it straight to the man. Didn't make proper connection to get it over his head. Easy catch. And there you go, a wicket for the Grenadines Divers. It's not over yet. The game is still being played. They need 53 from 34 balls. I mean, it's anybody's game at this point still.
Well, anybody's game, because Hiram Shallow walks to the crease. He's a very short in stature gentleman. I'm wondering out of he and Salvan who is the tallest of them, but that is not the important thing here. 53 from 34. The 4 Charlotte strikers have the first powder sounding out of the gun. Number 289 on his back.
Dean Brown has been impressive for the Grenadines Divers in this tournament. He has 9 wickets now to his name. He's a player in contention for that Sandals orange cap. Jerome Jones ahead of him now with 11. But he has been marvelous for them in this tournament.
Well, Shallow comes to the crease. He's also a batsman who likes to attack. This one is down the leg side. Someone trying to derail the umpire from his decision. But Byam, whose experience will not be fooled, signal wide.
Yes. A similar angle to what he bowled to the left-hander. Probably he was bowling to the left-hander before, so he didn't get his lines right on that occasion.
Well, good one this time. Better one. This one is to his body. But if Dean is aware of Shallow, I believe there will be need for a man back on that square leg boundary. Because he's a short lad who likes to take on that pull shot. So off the mark, down to third man.
Nicely guided down to that third man boundary to get off the mark and get Brong back on strike. Brong has been hitting them quite well. So a difference in the approach by both teams. I mean, at the back end of the tournament, Rodrigo was stranded. Hiram Shallow, a man of experience, he decided he'd take a single and get Brong back on strike.
Well, it brings brothers into brother. This one is swing and a miss. What do you think might be the contention at home with these brothers? I got you out. I hit you for 6. You dropped my catch. What do you think there's been the argument at home?
You know, if I had a family member that was playing cricket, I wouldn't want to live in the same household with them. It would be arguments all the time, especially if we're on opposing teams. But I believe these brothers, they might say well done to each other, pat each other on the back. They look like that sort of family.
Well, I could remember one time I was playing with my brother in Cumberland, and he was playing for Fitzhughes, a team in Northwestern Corridor. He's in there, it could be taken. Bennington goes around, he drops it. My goodness me. Bennington, Stapleton, the wind factor was swirling it all over. Dean Brown got his brother hooking at that one, and Bennington Stapleton drops an opportunity there.
I mean, that would have been another key wicket for the divers. That length delivery there. Salvan looking to pull it across, getting a top edge. Bennington Stapleton overrunning it in the end. And Dean Brown, he was ready. He was running off, ready to get in celebration mode there, Casnell, but unfortunately the catch went down and he had to rein in that celebration.
Well, it brings the overturn in, 58 for 1. I believe the celebration would have been that, yes, you told me I can't out you, and there I get you. Brothers?
Well, I'll take back what I said earlier. I said I believe that, you know, brother to brother, they probably would have been patting each other on the shoulder or the back and say, well done, bro. But it looked like it might be an in-the-face kind of thing with these brothers.
Well,
quite competitive guys out there.
Very competitive. And they brought a Westwick Straw into the attack. I was making mention that my brother and I was playing on 2 different teams. He hit me for a couple of 6s, but I got him at the end of the day. This one was mightily struck. Welcome to the game here, Westwick. I am Salvan Brong. I've been hitting it well for the tournament, so there is no difference with you.
Yeah, oftentimes you see this in cricket, drop catch and then the next ball gets deposited for a boundary.
Westwick Straw, very economical bowler in this tournament and all VPLs. He would be disappointed with his out in this VPL. This one is cut over third man. One bounce into the rope. Salvan now takes on the pace attack here.
And Salvan isn't pleased with that shot. He believes he should have had a high run maximum instead of a high run smashing 4 as he picked up on that occasion. But that was well played. I mean, look at the hands to the ball to get it up and over the fielder. So he's quite prolific on the offset, and he's one of these players that I like to see set up and get going in this tournament.
Well, remember, he's a short lad, so he had to get off his feet with that one. So
decided to bowl it into his pads that time, Westwick Straw, which he might be better suited doing.
That previous shot we see Salvan was, well, both feet was off the ground. So he got his maximum height there, reaching that one. So he couldn't look for maximum with that. My goodness me. Swing and a miss. 40 from 27.
Yeah, slower delivery there from Straw, taking all the pace off that delivery.
Divers fans are calling for some effort here. This one is cut away. Taken. What a catch! What a catch by Asif Hooper as he puts himself again for a contention. That's the second time he's doing some ridiculousness in this field, taking catches. Wet jaw drop. Asif, you are not real.
I mean, I couldn't believe that he took that catch. He's definitely put himself up there for the Island's 6th golden grab of the tournament with another marvelous catch there. I mean, a slower delivery, wide of the batter this time, but that is where he likes to go. And he thought he had enough on it to clear the field, but Asif Hooper was putting a hand up there and grabbing that in the end.
Well, he obstructed there, Salvan Brown. So Salvan Brown walks back to the hut, and a magnificent catch there by Asif Hooper, who have been doing some ridiculous fielding in this tournament. He himself now placed himself for a second chance in this Island SIP catch of the tournament, and brought Carlos Brathwaite to the crease.
Yes, the Grenadines divers, they're definitely putting the fight to the Fort Charlotte Strikers. Never mind on bottom of the table. I am going to put in a fight here. That's what the Grenadines divers are showing.
And this is not a great sign from the Fort Charlotte Strikers in terms of going on to the next round. And spoke about, hit. Had he hit that, it would have been close. Cody Horn.
Yeah, that looked really close, but all is well that ends well. I mean, at the end of the day, he's still there, fight for his team. But that was pretty close there, Kaznel.
Well, close, very, very close. Well, had he hit, it would have been out by a long way.
It wasn't close at all. It was miles out, Kaznel.
Oh, yes, of course. He was still in Kingstown. My goodness me. And something that Shallow is not really too comfortable with dragging that back on a run. So Dean Brown to continue. So end of over number 6 in all the excitement, 69 for 2. So 69 for 2. Current run rate 11.5. Carlos Brathwaite in there, could be taken. A diving effort, missing, dropping short. He's off the edge. You would have wanted to snap these catches, but a good effort.
If we could just have a look at the replay, it looked as if there was a change of pace from Dean Brown there. But my Carlos Brathwaite looking to swing that on the onside, getting a top edge, luckily falling just in front of the fielder, third man.
So Shallow. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Is this pressure time? 10.36 required. Current run rate 11. 38 from 22.
At this point in time, the Fort Charlotte Strikers, they're making things hard for themselves.
Do we need the medical staff to come in?
Do you need the medical staff to come in here?
Well, it has always been happening here. They have always got my pressure fluctuating. Down to third man, 1.
Dean Brown is really showing why he's one of these players in contention for that Sandals orange cap. He's really put his hand up for this team with his bowling effort so far.
Excellent bowling here from Brown. 1 for 9 of his 1.3 so far. Carlos Brathwaite has welcomed you to this arena, and effortlessly he have eased the tension, so no need for the medical staff. He punched that one for another high round smashing 6.
Yeah, that was effortlessly played by Carlos Brathwaite. He didn't need to do much. It was right there for him to hit it, and all he had to do was get power on it to get it over that rope.
This one is tucked in. Mid-wicket is busy. Richie Richards cleans up. .30 from 19. Can this go down to the wire? Can it go down to the wire? Please do not turn off your television set as yet, because the divers can go deep into the waters. Wide, Not something they would want at this time. Extra ball.
And after Dean Brong is finished, who are the other bowlers, apart from Westwick Shaw, that they'll be looking to help them to victory, the Grenadines Divers?
Down the left side, good stop. Well, they should look at Romaro Bibi, Bennett and Stapleton. And there are still bowlers in their hut. So leg by signal there by umpire. Byam brings the over to an end of over number 7. So we see Raishon is going to continue. There. Can Raishon pick up a wicket here? Or can the muscle of Carlos Brathwaite and Hiram Shallow close things in as close as possible? They require some 9.33, not anything of height in terms of the run rate. Right on to Hiram. So ball him! Just what the doctor ordered for the Grenadine Divers. And boy, they were given an opportunity. Shallow never really looked comfortable. And he's limping off. So he's bowled there by Raishon.
You know, before that ball was bowled, I mean, credit to the bowler, he slowed it up. Shallow looking for that big swing down the line. He wasn't able to connect and was bowled straight to the wicket as well, which is important. I was just thinking to myself, I wonder what would be Hiram Shallow's approach. I wonder if he'll look to go at it, or if he'll just look to walk it around and get Brathwaite back on strike. But we saw his approach there. He decided to go at it, and he's been bowled. Now, young Silroy Williams is in. I wonder what will be his approach as well.
Well, it brings me back to the scenario where Rodrigo Thomas was flowing in a pump and he was kept off strike for a whole over. You understand? And caused the Grenadine Divers to lose what could have been some handsome runs as well as it could have caused his wicket. But you never know. It's a game of cricket. Silroy Williams, somebody who knows how to find the ropes very easily. They've had a good tournament in all VPL, so he's not ready. He has a very interesting hairstyle. I'm not too sure if it was decked out. It was just sleep and wake and rush down to cricket. Just get it puffed. I believe his brother Silron is wearing the same hairstyle. He knows how to find the ropes. There is no waiting. There is no waiting. Hiram smash it 6.
Well, he can hit them. We've seen that in this tournament so far. And his approach, we were wondering, he's going to go at it. It's a good start to Silroy, sorry.
My goodness me, look at his bat swing. He just connect it, and then I'll just watch the rest. Here you go. In the air, could be taken, will drop. Good effort though by Westwick Shaw, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was deceived there, Silron. I mean, that ball was bowled more into the wicket compared to the previous delivery. So he only managed to get a top edge on it, and Westwick Shaw, brilliant effort from him, evading him in the end.
A diving effort, just a diver. Umpire said that one is angling down. So struck Carlos on his way, so they cannot proceed onto an extra run. So 87 for 3 in halfway mark of the 8 over, well, 7.4 into the 8 over. So 11.48 requires some just over 8.5. 20 from 14 deliveries. Searoy Williams, welcome. He has brought his own Highroon Bears to this tournament and he has smashed them up many times. Another cracking one.
Yeah, straying in line there on that occasion, right, Sean Williams. Too much on the leg side for the batter. And it was just a clean pickup from Searoy Williams. He's dealing in sixes here.
Well, he doesn't have much time to waste. He realized that, you know, it's a far way to go on the countryside where he's living. So the earlier he finishes it, better for him. Swing and a miss. Wide, signal by the umpire. It's from Sandy Bay, extreme north, you will call that. Well, this time down the ground. Could be taken, dropping one bounce in front, Chadwick. So, some 6 runs per over required. 96-3 at the end of the 8.
Searoy Williams, he's sort of the unsung hero in this team. I mean, if you looked at the way he's gone about batting in this tournament, it had one game where Jerome Jones wanted the strike and Searoy Williams decided that he just finishes with a 6. In previous games, he's come in and just smashed it all over the place. I mean, he's one of these players that's not really in the spotlight for the Fort Charlotte Strikers, but he definitely delivers every time he comes to the wicket for them.
Well, I remember in that same encounter you're referring to that Jerome Jones was somewhat disappointed that he did not take an extra run. And Searoy just said, okay, I know what I'm doing. I could do this. And he struck it for 6. And right away, Jerome Jones apologized to him. So it will take Romario Bibi to somewhat defend things here. They require some 12 from 12. Can they get it over? Searoy will be looking for the ropes. No doubt in that. So Bibi has to get it right. So you tend to swing them away from the left-handers. This one is mightily struck. It could be taken. Oh my goodness me. I think that has to be gone. Yes, has to be a 6. Dean Brown. He was somewhat in 2 minds whether it was going or coming. And at the end of it, Searoy Williams got 6, a maximum.
Yes, he's a small man, but he packs power. And that had to be power to clear the rope. I mean, Dean Brown thought he was in with a chance, but it went over the rope in the end. 6 more runs to win for the Fort Charlotte Strikers.
In the air, over the keeper. 1, 2, 3 bounces into the fence. Searoy Williams do not have much time here. He's a very busy player, and the fans of the Fort Charlotte Strikers starting to sound the horns, pack the cars, and they're ready to go into the next round.
Yeah, what's most impressive about Searoy, every time he comes in the wicket, you don't get that sense of panic from him. He knows what he's about, no matter what the situation is. In his mind, he is going to deliver, and deliver he does for the Fort Charlotte Strikers.
Well, Searoy Williams, 24 from 6. Carlos Bratwitt, 9 from 5. 2 runs required from 10 deliveries. The divers have slumped deep into these waters. But the cannons at the fort, they are sounding out loud here at the Arnsville playing field. And the man behind the cannon is Searoy. Struck it to deep square. 1. Scores are leveled. Exciting cricket here. Halfway mark into the 9th over. Carlos Bradwick comes and strike. 11 so far of the over. One more to get. Sealroy Williams, 7 ball 25. The fielders, they are crowding and crouching the field. As we see the field, fielders are into the 30-yard circle. So Romaro Baby aborts his run. So they're asking Bradford to somewhat go over the infield for this last run. A great matchup here, Stacey.
I mean, it's a foregone conclusion now as to who will be victorious in this game.
Wow. And there you go. There you go. And that extra has brought it to the end. The Fort Charlotte Strikers sounded the horns, and the cannons here at the Arnesville brings the curtain down for the Grenadine Divers in this VPL 5.0. It was nice having you, Grenadine Divers, but the Fort Charlotte Strikers, who were the victorious team at this time, they will go on to the next round of matches, and the Fort Charlotte Strikers winning by 7 wickets.
Yeah, I mean the Fort Charlotte Strikers, they started out quite well. I mean a bit of struggle there in the middle part, but Sealroy Williams, he really came in and looked a different man compared to some of the batters that had gone.
So it was really an exciting game here at the Arnesville playing field in the second matchup, and where we have the Grenadine Divers. They batted first. They amassed 107 from the 10 overs. And Rodrigo Thomas, 47, was not enough. But Gerald Jones, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 21. Carlos Bradwick, 2 for 16. And Gideon Pope is 31, along with Salvon, shared that opening stand. And they were able to sit over the ropes when Sealroy Williams came in and 25 from 7 with Ryshawn Dean Westwick with 1 wicket apiece.
Yeah, so a good match here from the Fort Charlotte Strikers. I mean, they have some questions that they need to answer on their way to the playoffs, but definitely a convincing win from them, especially with the ball. And Sealroy, as I mentioned, he's the unsung hero in this team. He came out again, scored 27 off 7 deliveries. No panic from the young man shown. So a marvelous display from the Fort Charlotte Strikers here today.
Yes, he's a player that has played very brave cricket in all versions of the VPL. And even when teams have not performed, he has put up his hands and really given you that talented performance. And we have another matchup to come. Here will be the Dark View Explorers taking on the Hikers. They will take on the Hikers, sorry. And it will be interesting to see how this game go. The Dark View Explorers will look to get another win, even though they are somewhat not in the qualification stages, but they want to finish on a high as we get ready for the rounds of matches. But a great showcase there from the Fort Charlotte Strikers going into the second rounds of matches, Stacey.
Indeed so. Lots of questions for Asif Hooper and his men. They've already exited this tournament. They have one more game to play, but they cannot make the playoffs as we already established yesterday. But lots of questions for them, as I mentioned before. I think it's a team that lacks solidity, especially with the way they're one of the teams that has chopped and changed a lot in this tournament. And the teams that are on top right now, you notice that they have a solid foundation, especially with that top 3. So that's something for them to think about heading into the match tomorrow, as well as future tournaments in the VPL.
The 4 Charlotte Strikers, not a team that is known for the top 3 in the VPLs, past VPLs, but they have really stepped up their game from the previous VPL and this one, and really show their fans what they're really ready for in this tournament. They really put out a show, the experience that they have brought, the captain at the top, Gideon Pope, with the inclusion of Salvan Brong along in that opening stand, really helped things out for them.
Yeah, lots of changes in the team compared to VPL4 as well. And it's a team that you can see that they have a plan when they go out there. Sometimes they don't execute as well as they would like to, but they know what they're about, and they're not chopping and changing the top 3. And I think that's very important heading into when you're in this tournament. You need to lock down your top 3. And as I mentioned before, that's something that we've seen from the top teams in this tournament thus far. And then they have something really special in Carlos Brathwaite, but Sealroy Williams for me really comes in and adds impetus to the team as well.
Yes, and when we look at the bowling as well for the 4 Charlotte Strikers, it's not one of the top bowling lineup that you have for the tournament, for the teams here. But their bowlers, whatever they have put there, they have somewhat restrict teams and really give them that strong position to go there and bat.
Yes, from what I've seen from them, they're a bowling unit that learns from every game that they play, and they add something game by game. I mean, you have players like Jerome Jones, he puts his hand up for the team. At this point in time, we'll go down to the post-match presentation.
Welcome to our presentation ceremony here for match number 21 and match day number 10 here in the Dream 11 VPL5 Cricket Away. Here with me is the losing captain, Asif. Commiserations on the loss.
Yeah, all up to my guys. I thought they bowled well, and they came out and they started that partnership with Gideon Pope and Salvan Brong. I thought that was a crucial partnership for them, and Big Carlos in the end and Sealroy Williams. I thought they played good cricket, and I must give them credit for that.
I think you have one more game left tomorrow. Or are you going to get your guys up for this final game, knowing that there are no more chances left for qualification?
It's one more game, yeah. I think we just need to come and just enjoy this game. Today I thought we went through the motion a bit, and Chadwick didn't get off, and we fell short by 20-something runs. Tomorrow we come in with a different mindset, a different attitude, and hopefully we can get a victory tomorrow.
All right, all the best to you. Now we'll have the winning captain, Mr. Gideon Pope, and for the 4 Charlotte Strikers. Gideon, congratulations on the win, and also on your innings today. Seem to be hitting it a lot better than the last game.
I want to say well done to the team. You know, I trust my abilities. I know what I can do. So, just to me to pick the right balls, shot selection.
All right, you guys restricted them to a reasonable total, 107 in their overs. You mentioned to me in the toss that you wanted to get them under 100, but 107, were you satisfied with that? And you, obviously you came up with a win. Was that satisfactory at the midpoint?
107, I would take that any day. I want to say well done to the bowler. Just stick to the task. You know, it's cricket, so I want to say well done to them.
Well, you guys are now on 10 points with the Hikers, and you have another game left to play. So it could get you to 12 points, which may get you into the top 2.
We're just taking each game by the day. So tomorrow we have a nice game. So hopefully we come out and play smart cricket and maybe end up on 12 points.
All right, thank you very much, and all the best for the rest of the tournament. Gideon, we now have the man of the match, and also the holder of the Sandals orange cap, Jerome Jones, for his interview. Yes, Jerome, congrats on the win first of all, and saw that you were getting them to go through nice today. How have you found the pitches in the tournament thus far since your first VPL?
It's fine to begin with. They had a lot of bounce, so we're going too well. But obviously, as we keep playing on them, and the sun is pretty hot these days, the pitches are starting to wear a bit. Still going through, but it's not as much bounce as it were at the beginning of the tournament.
I saw that you employ your slow ball quite often in your bowling innings. Anything that you're working on and trying to perfect?
Yeah, definitely. As I say, it has a lot to do with the bounce going out the wicket. I find when we first started, you could have just hit the pitch hard and the pitch naturally would have assisted you. Now, as you get deeper into the tournament and the pitches start to wear, a lot of those balls that you found in the beginning when you hit the pitch, they just seem to stand up a bit more. So now that the pitches wear a little more is when they will now start to incorporate more slower balls, now that the wickets are starting to grip a bit more.
Well, congrats to you on your man of the match and also on being the holder, the current holder for the Sanders orange cap.
Okay, thanks a lot, man.
All right, all the best. And that's all we have here from the presentation ceremony. The 4 Charlotte strikers have won, and of course, Jerome Jones, orange cap holder, and the man of the match for this game. Thank you.
Thank you there, Alanson. And that brings us to the end of this second encounter between the 4 Charlotte strikers and the Grenadine Divers. As you heard the summary there, the Grenadine Divers have lost that match. The 4 Charlotte strikers the winner, and we get set and poised for the third and final encounter here at the Arnoldville playing field, and it's goodbye for us until we meet in a few minutes.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the things that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the things that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the things that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming home. Hey, we fancy every bro. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
Good afternoon and welcome back to more action here in Dream 11 VPL5 as Day 10 continues with match number 22 contested by the Lassufre Hikers and the Darkview Explorers. We continue to bring you live coverage from the scenic Annisville Cricket Ground in the picturesque island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Stacey and Adams here, and I have with me Mr. Asnell Allenson Crookshank.
I see that you're trying to rename me, Stacey. Good afternoon to you, Stacey, and good afternoon to our viewers. It's okay, it's okay.
Good afternoon. I almost combined your name and our co-commentator Osnet together. That is what happened there. But Allenson, the Lassufre Hikers, they have made the playoffs, but it's still a very important game for them as they have one eye on the playoff spots and also a chance for them to finalize tactics heading into that playoffs.
Yes, and another thing for them is that they would want to try to get into the top two as well, to have 2 bites at the cherry, as we have been mentioning repeatedly. They're on 10 points now. They have had some very close games, but that last game they ended up winning quite convincingly. Had a full performance, I would say, an all-round performance by their team. They did well in the field, they did well with the ball and with the bat in that game. So I think that they're about the place that they really want to be, just about now going into that phase of the tournament, and they would want to keep the same momentum.
Yes, they once they win this game, they'll definitely make it to the top 2. They'll definitely be in the top 2 once they win this game. So that'll be at the back of Captain Desron Maloney's mind. But the Darkview Explorers, they also have a lot to play for. I mean, they didn't quite nail their tactics down in this tournament, which have them lingering at the bottom half of the table. But they'll want to go out on a high for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, they have had some impressive games and some segments of the game that they have won, either with bat, mostly with bat, I would say, or with ball. But their bowling in particular has left them with a lot of headaches in this tournament. And at some points, their batsmen who they would have expected to stand up have had innings that, here and there may have cost them 5 to 10 runs and a victory on some occasions. So it's something that they just haven't really hit the straps in the way that they have wanted to, and it has really cost them. They have 2 more games. They have a game today. They have another one tomorrow, and they would want to end off the tournament on a winning note, and so that they could make some decisions regarding what they do come the next VPL.
Yeah, I mean, they also have a really good team. I mean, when you look at the sort of cricket that has been played in this tournament so far and the way the teams are matched, I mean, if you could have given all of these teams a chance in the playoff, it would have been this tournament to do it, to be honest. I mean, they haven't really gotten on the board as well as they would have liked to, but as I mentioned, they do have a really good team, especially with the bat. I mean, we haven't seen Romano Pair at his best self. They have players like Shaman Hooper, Darren Graves, but Shadrach Descartes, he's been a standout for them in this edition.
Yes, Descartes really has stood out. We didn't know much about him before the tournament. We knew he had played a game or 2 for the Windward Islands as he was from St. Lucia, but he has proven to be extremely good with the bat, useful with the ball, and dependable in the field. And that has really set the tournament alight. In fact, at the very beginning of the tournament, he started off with some very good scores, a 40-odd, and then had some 50s, and he was striking at well over 200. Since then, with the pressure of these must-win games for them, and now that they have not qualified, maybe he can actually release some of that pressure, because he can go back to those type of high scores that he was getting earlier in the tournament.
Yes, the toss is also very important. We saw that the 2 teams that chased in the earlier encounters, they were successful here. So the toss is also something that the viewers can also look forward to in this competition.
Yes, I think the toss is important from one perspective. In that when you're batting, you know how many you need to get. And I think that is something that is tripping up a few teams in terms of setting a target. Just how many is enough, they are not too sure. And because of that, sometimes they either go too hard or they delay that impetus that they should get while they're batting.
Yes, well, at this point in time, we are going to join our co-commentator, Kaznel Morris. He has the toss for us.
So welcome to match number 23 of this exciting VPL cricket tournament T10. Now we have Captain Maloney for the Lassafri Hikers, Dark View Express Captain Romano Pear, and match referee Alling. There's when you have the coin. Tail is the call. Heads. Heads is the call. There's when you have won the toss. What would you do?
We'll have a bat first. I mean, the wicket is on the slower side, so we're looking to continue to bat well and put runs on the board.
Good. Your team have come off a good momentum in terms of winning the previous game. What sort of strategy would you deploy going into this game?
We don't tend to give strategy before the game. We deal with matchups during the game. We have Jeremy Haywood come back in today for Andrew Thomas.
Okay, so looking forward to the next round. You have somewhat qualified for the next round. Is there any changes that you're going to use in terms of the bowling strategy, the batting strategy?
To be honest, we haven't started thinking about the next round as yet. We're just looking to take one game at a time. So we're looking for a win today and finish the group stage on a high note.
Okay. Thank you. All the best in your game today.
Thank you, Morris.
Mr. Pear, tough luck at the task. It has been really a shadow performance for your team at this VPL5, but it doesn't speak volume in terms of what the Dark View Express is capable of. Had you won the toss, what would you have done?
We was going to have a bubble first. See the games that played before the wicket look kind of slow, so we want to come from behind and, try to restrict them as low as possible and then chase it down.
Yes, you have not qualified for this round of match for the next tournament. What is it that you're going to take out of these games coming up?
Well, we just have to go out there and play cricket. We just have to go and enjoy ourselves. The tournament was not as good as we thought it should have been, but that is how cricket goes. So we just have to go back on the jam board and the next tournament come back stronger.
Good. What are the changes you're making coming into this game?
Well, the fast bowler Darius Martin, Darren Graves, and Otis Matthews is out. We're bringing in 2 all-rounder and a batsman.
Okay. Well, thank you. Best of luck in this game.
Yeah, thanks.
So that's the information from the middle here, is that the Lassafri Hikers, they have won the toss and decided they will take a bat. So I'm going to take a sit down and relax and get in this game.
Well, a very excited fellow commentator, Kaznel Morris. He can't wait for this matchup between these two teams. The Hikers, they've decided to bat first. I mean, Captain Maloney, in the post-match presentation I had with him yesterday, he spoke about getting his middle order kicked into high gear. He don't believe that they've really done what he would like them to do so far in this tournament. So that's something that we have to look forward to as this match, before this match, while the match gets started. Batters from 1 to 3, they have been a massive part of the Lassafri Hikers' success so far in this tournament.
Yeah, looking at the top 3 batsmen, you have Carter. Carter is 4th in the race for the Sanders Blue Cap. And you have Douglas, who is 5th in the race for the Sanders Blue Cap. And Maloney, captain, he is 10th on the race for the Sanders Blue Cap. So all of them are up there and in contention. And it really shows that they have been heavily dependent on them. Not only that they have used their opportunities to be at the top of the order, because of course that's the best place to bat. That's where you're going to get most of the deliveries, and they have actually made runs. So it's a bit of a catch-22 where really, because if they had failed, then it would have given the middle order more opportunities. But you're also glad that they're making runs because it puts you in a better position in the games.
Yes, I mean, when these two met earlier in the tournament, it was a run affair. Over 300 runs was scored in that match. The last three hikers, they made 156. And the Derby Explorers, they kept up with the run rate. They managed to get to 144. So both teams seem to have enjoyed each other's bowling attack.
Yes, if there's anything to say about both teams today is that they have some very devastating batsmen, especially at the top of the order. However, the bowling attack hasn't really hit their straps. However, what we will say for the hikers is that in the last game or two is that their bowling has looked much improved. While the position maybe could be that the position that the Explorers find themselves in now, they're not as motivated, and the bowling has really looked less than what they would want it to be in the last game or two.
Yes, I mean, in the last game, the Explorers, they seem to have experimented a bit with their bowling plans. I mean, Darius Martin, he usually opens the bowling for them. However, he hasn't been quite effective when he bowls that first over. They decided to bring him at that halfway mark. Yesterday, we didn't see Darren Graves. He wasn't employed with the ball. Shaman Hooper was favoured over him. So definitely some change in tactics, and one might say that their bowling plans may be the reason why they're at the bottom of the table right now.
Yes, I think they have been a bit indecisive, and we saw yesterday as well that the young leg spinner Seal Run, that he was introduced in the second over, a bit too early. The ball is a bit too new then, and he was introduced too late in the previous game. So, I think a bit of an overcompensation from the management and captain. Ideally, somebody like him will be bowling the fifth over, maybe the seventh, and the latest I think would probably be the eighth. And you would also, if you're playing somebody like Hillocks, they got him on just when the game was about to end the last time, really hiding to nothing for him, the young man. You could have brought him on earlier in the piece, let him see, what he can do. He has played in the VPL before and has bowled relatively okay.
Yeah, so they do have a lot of bowling resources, that the Explorers, but how they use it, it's left to be seen how they use it in this innings here to the hikers. The hikers, their main bowler, Ryan Williams, he had most wickets in last year's tournament. He seems to be back to his best, bowling those deadly Yorkers. He's executing the right line and lengths on this surface.
Yes, Ryan Williams has been doing exemplarily in the VPL, starting from VPL 3 onward. He bowled well in VPL 3 for the Explorers, who he's playing against today. So he may have a good understanding of what these batsmen will be trying to accomplish. He played the VPL 4 for the last Free Hikers, as he's doing today, and he was the leading wicket taker in that tournament. So he's showing that he understands his role, and I think that they need to understand his role as well. And his role, I think, is to bowl maybe one in the middle and one at the end.
Yes, they also have Larry Edward. He's also in contention for that Sanders orange cap for most wickets. He currently has 8 wickets, and Otney Lewis. They seem to be the opening partnership in terms of bowling. These two usually open the bowling in the power play for the hikers.
Yes, they complement each other well. Tall off spinner, and also the left arm spinner. And so they're taking the balls in opposite direction from the batsmen, and they have them bowling at the right ends. Need I say so based on what happened this morning in the first game? But they have them bowling at the right ends. Otneil would want the drift across from the wind, as we can see on the screen now blowing. You could see those advertisement flags. The wind is blowing from left to right as you view your screen, and so he gets the ball to drift away from the right hand, and with the turn it will come back in. And the opposite is true for the left-arm spinner, who will get it to drift in, and with the turn away from the right-hander if he's bowling from the end that you can see from your screen here now.
Well, I'm sure you're all waiting to see this big matchup between these two teams, but at this point in time, we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, the action continues in Dream 11 VPL5.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket, and we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at six over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming up. We will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming up. We will see how we grow. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at six over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life. VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we fancy and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we fancy and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the so.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we fancy and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
Welcome back to the lovely Annisville Cricket Ground in the picturesque islands of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And more action continues here in this three games matchup. The last game between the Derby Explorers and the Lasufre Hikers. The Lasufre Hikers, they won the toss and they decided to have a bat first. Stacey and Adams here, as well as Mr. Allenson Cruikshank.
Yes, good afternoon, Stacey, and good afternoon to our viewers, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to match day number 10. This is the last fixture today. Should be an interesting game. The Explorers, they really have nothing to lose, and the Hikers will be looking to keep winning ways.
Yes, the Hikers, they want to stamp their territory. Just a reminder, when these two teams met, the Hikers, they amassed a total of over 150. So the Derby Explorers, they'll be wary of that, as they looks like Kenson Dalzell has the ball in hand. Regular openers Desron Maloney and Jonathan Carter in the middle.
Well, in the first edition of the VPL, Dalzell and his twin brother actually played for the Lasufre Hikers. So there'll be some familiarity there in terms of those players who have not left the Hikers since that time. So people like Maloney and Douglas and Otney Lewis, they and Ryan Williams would have, they played with him in that first edition on the same team. So let's see if he uses that familiarity to employ the necessary lines and lengths to each batsman.
Yeah, well, he's bowling to an unfamiliar player in Jonathan Carter. He's a new addition to this VPL tournament. This is his first time playing in this tournament, and he has certainly been going well for the Lasufre Hikers.
Yes, he's definitely done well so far. As we just take this time to go through the playing 11 for each team quickly. The Hikers, Maloney, Captain, Douglas, Carter, Larry Edward, Otney Lewis, Andrew Thomas, O'Neill Thomas, Jail Walters. Andrew Thomas is actually out. OJ Matthews, Ryan Williams, Jeremy Haywood, and Curtin Lavey are playing today. So no Andrew Hunt, no Andrew Thomas.
I get the Derby Explorers line up for you after this delivery. Short ball, wide also. So another good start there from Dalzell as the Derby Explorers team reads as Romano Pear captain, Shadrach Descott, Tilleron Harry wicketkeeper, Denson Hoyt, Rickford Walker is back in today. Travis Cumberbatch also gets a game. Shaman Hooper, Navin Stewart, Kenson Dalzell, who is bowling right now, Renali Hillocks, and Chelson Stowe.
So Graves, Martin, and Williams not playing. This one, I think they have given the opportunity to their bench strength, Stacey, just to ensure that some of the players who have not gotten the opportunity in the tournament get a game.
Yes, and you can't fault them for that, really. There are other possible future VPL tournaments to come. So it's also a look ahead as to what their resources are that they have in the tank. So so a good move here from the Derby Explorers. They have nothing to lose. So giving the younger other players a chance to showcase their talent. So Carter, he's off strike. Desron Maloney is about to face Kenson Dalzell for the first time of this match so far. Shot, and this has been helped all the way for a high run maximum.
Yes, not a good delivery at all by Dalzell. He would know more than most that he really do not bowl that length at that pace to Desron Maloney. His game is set up to play on the back foot. Loves the back foot, loves the horizontal bat shots.
Yeah, short and slow. You don't have the kind of pace to hurry a batter like Desron Maloney.
Yes, he had all the time in the world to dispatch that one over fine leg, who was in the circle, so no risk attached even with a miscued shot.
Shot again this time. This might be wide. This might be extras here. So it's been called leg by, sorry. Got some part of the body on the way to the boundary, but 4 runs nonetheless.
Yeah, I don't think that this is not a good plan. Based on the field placing. He does have a deep square leg, yes. But you do not have a fine leg. And once you are a medium pace or fast bowler bowling without a fine leg, you really should not be dropping short, especially on the body. Even if you go shorter, you have to go outside the off stump because of the feel you have.
That's a better line that time. Similar length, but better line delivery to Desron Maloney.
Yes, that's the line that he needs. The length is fine, but he definitely needs a line just around off stump or just outside off stump. The bat face open there on that occasion. I mean, there's still no third man as well, so if he had beaten the short third or the backward point, it would speed away for 4 as well.
Quick single taken. Get there in the end.
Yeah, that was a better delivery. That's about where he needs to be. Around the top of off stump, not shorter than that. This time he actually drew Maloney onto the front foot. And you would see that even though Dalzell is not bowling rapidly by any means, how delayed that front foot movement was. In fact, when he struck the ball, his feet were not yet down on the ground.
Nice hands through it, but doesn't place it on that occasion to finish the over with a dot delivery, 13 without loss after 1.
Yes, a good start here from the Hikers. And just to continue the point that I was making about Maloney, is that he loves the back foot so much that you could see there that delivery that was quite full, how late he waited to come forward. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, I actually have to go forward. Let me go forward. Loves to be on the back foot. And he's also expecting short deliveries from Kenson.
Yeah, We saw how well he played that shot for 6 runs. Denson Hoyt, he's going to have a ball. We haven't seen him used much in this tournament. I mean, I think he played for the Salpan Breakers prior to this. And they used him a lot, especially in the death and the back end of the innings. And he was quite good for them there. But now we see he has the opening ball in hand. After not really, he hasn't bowled. I don't think he's bowled a ball in this tournament, has he?
I think he has bowled some overs, 1 or 2, not many times, but he has also finished the game for them. That game that they won, he was able to get that delivery over square leg for them against the Divers. So, as you mentioned, they have a lot of resources. It's just about putting them in the right situations in terms of where to bowl and when to bat and so on.
That's a line that you need to be bowling to. Desron, keep him on the front foot as much as possible.
Yes, that was a good delivery there from Hoyt. Not giving him any width either for him to free his arms. And he would definitely not want to do that as well to Carter, who loves to go square on the offside.
Yeah. By no means is he express pace. So that length and line is where he needs to be. You can't bowl short to these batters with that pace, or else you're going to trouble. So good start from Hoyt. The team will hope that he can maintain that. Over pitches this time, but was played down to that man at long on.
Yes, on that occasion it seemed as if he was looking for Yorker length delivery, just overcooking it a bit, got the full toss in. But that's, I think, what he will be doing. He'll be thinking, because he usually bowls at the death, so he'll be thinking about mixing his pace up, not being too predictable, but not going short at under any circumstance, and also keeping out of that slot area to full.
Shot this time. It's been hammered down the ground for a high run maximum.
And that is what we were talking about. We said that he cannot bowl short. We spoke about Dalzell not being very quick, and Hoyt is, I think, a few kilometers slower than what Dalzell is bowling. So really don't want to be bowling short at all. Long time there waiting on that one was Maloney, and he really smashed that for Harun, cracking 6.
Yeah, power off the bat of Desron Maloney there. Shot again, this time it's a top, full of delivery, it's a top edge and comfortably taken by the man at the cover area. Full of delivery this time from Denson Hoyt, and he picks up that wicket of Desron Maloney.
Yes, that's a good length. That's a better length. As we said before, Maloney, he likes the short pitch stuff. And look at this delivery. It's quite full, but he hasn't really gone anywhere. He's still there, not really coming out to make the delivery. And he was looking to hit it square on the onside. Got the leading edge. Cumberbatch in his first game in the tournament. And you'd have to say that that is a very well judged catch and well taken, because you have seen a few go down today with the wind.
Yeah, it's a good comeback. He learned. You see, that's what I've been talking about. These younger players learning as you go ball from ball. He realized that it was too short to Maloney. He was hit for 6. He decided this time I'm going to pitch it up and rewarded in the end. So good comeback from Denson Hoyt. New batter Dylan Douglas, who was the man of the match for them in their last game, has made his way to the wicket. He's a different caliber of player compared to Desron Maloney. Maloney likes it short. But what we've seen from Dylan in this tournament is that he has shots all around the ground and he's willing to play them.
Yeah, very talented young batsman. And he'll be itching to go here, getting an opportunity early in the innings.
Pitches it up. And this has been dispatched for a high room maximum. First ball of the bat of Dylan Douglas.
Yes, and we were talking about slot deliveries. That's a high room cracking 6. That one was right in the slot. First delivery, if you're asking for something, thereabout. Yes, thank you. And he gets under it. He lowers the back foot so that he could get under it. You see, not a lot of people hit deliveries that length to mid-on and mid-off crashed it hard, but straight to mid-on and mid-off. But he collapsed the back foot so that he could get under that delivery.
Oh, he goes for it this time and he gets an edge. Taken by Tilran Harry. Denson Hoyt has picked up 2 wickets in this over and the big wicket of Dylan Douglas. 6 off 2. He has been dismissed. They're now 27 for 2.
Massive wicket, massive wicket. After getting that 6 off the first ball, Dylan may have been thinking to himself, yes, here we go again, more runs for me. But Hoyt slowed this one down. He bowled it wide, it went even wider, and he was looking to go down the ground again, not in a good position, and the delivery not suitable for that shot. A bit of overconfidence, I would think, they got getting the best of Douglas, and also a good delivery there, leaving him from Hoyt.
Yes, Denson Hoyt has certainly displayed his bowling intelligence in that over. I mean, he was smashed for a 6 before getting the wickets of Desmond Maloney. Smashed for a 6 before picking up the wicket of Dylan Douglas. So, I mean, marvellous stuff, marvellous thinking from Denson Hoyt in that over to pick up 2 important wickets as Ornell Thomas, the 4th man in, has made his way to the middle and Jonathan Carter is still there.
That's a very important point that you made, because even at the highest level, we have seen even some West Indies bowlers, once they're struck for a boundary, all in the over, it's almost as if there's no plan again as to where to bowl. It's almost as if all the thoughts have been frazzled. So it is good to see from Hoyt that he recovered so quickly on both occasions.
Shot dismissed from the presence of Jonathan Carter. You can't bowl short to Jonathan Carter.
If there was speed gun here, I think that you will clock Dalzell maybe around early 70s in terms of miles per hour. And that is very slow for somebody who has played a lot of international cricket. So by no means would he be troubled by that length against Dalzell.
So we've spoken about how quick Jonathan Carter's hands are. And there you see a perfect example of that on that replay. 31 for 2. They're still going hard at it, the Lassivary Hikers, despite losing those 2 wickets. 2 overs down, 1 ball in this 3rd over from Dalzell.
I think he needs to pitch it up. Not in the half volley area, but of course, try to get the top of off. He bowled one on a good length in that area to Malone in the first over. 2 full that occasion.
Yes, he tried overcompensation on that occasion. He decided to pitch it up and a high run maximum, this time from Jonathan Carter. Terrific shot.
It's a great shot there, and as you mentioned, overcompensation, 2 full. I think in his mind he was saying that he has to bowl a bit fuller, but that's really right in the slot. It needs to just be a little bit back of that length, so that, you know, if you try to play that shot that you're hitting on the up there, any little variation from the pitch, or if he bowls takes a little bit of pace off it, then he will sky the ball, because he wouldn't be close enough to the pitch to smother anything that happens.
Dalzell wondering where to bowl his 3rd delivery. Some changes in the field. Decided to send back the long on, bring the fielder in from the cover area. Doesn't get a hold of it. They look for a quick single. He's turned back.
Yeah, I think he gets away with that delivery, because when he brought up the fielder from the deep cover area, then he went wide of our stump, so he could have really put some egg in the face of the captain there and himself with that last delivery.
Shot gets away with it. Pace off, it appears, on that occasion from Dalzell.
It's that one defeating him off the pitch there. May have been a slower delivery. Seemed to lift off the surface.
Nicely driven. We'll just pick up a 1.
Yes, that one brings Ornell Thomas into the strike for the first time. In the first VPL, he was the emerging player of the tournament, the young man. But since then has not really scored in the same vein. Admittedly, in some of the teams he has had limited opportunities to bat, but here he has the better part of 7 overs to bat. So he really needs to see what he can do here and put up his hand for his team.
Decides to walk down on him. He doesn't get a hold of it. It's the top edge, and it's been put down. And then a chance for a run out that was missed also. Probably gotten back. Arnold Thomas had turned his back, about to walk back to the pavilion, and Kensel Dalzell put him down.
And I think the picture says it all. I mean, the footage that we're seeing now on the screen, because really and truly, that was a top edge. It didn't go very high. But grabbing at it at the last moment, not allowing it to just come softly into the hands.
Yeah. Must be disappointing to put down a catch of your own bowling. Arnold Thomas, he lives to fight another day, and it's a discussion. It's something that the captain mentioned for the Hikers. He wants his players, apart from the top 3, you know, those players in the middle order, to get a hit out and showcase their talents in the back end of this tournament with one eye on the playoffs. So Arnold Thomas, he has another chance to do just that here today. Denson Hoyt, he's bowled a brilliant over. It is the last over. He's going to finish his spell here. Edged and 4.
It's a high run edging 4, if you would call it that. Not smashing that one, but getting the desired result, going all the way to the boundary, adding to the total. And we were saying off air that, you know, that first shot from Thomas, you're getting an opportunity to bat high up the order, and in a situation where your team has a lot of overs remaining. Your first delivery, you haven't really had a lot of runs. It's not as if you're just coming off a big score in the tournament, and even so, this is a different innings. But you have not had much opportunity. Try to get yourself in, not the first ball for one, see what the wicket is doing, get yourself in, and try to bat there for the remaining overs.
Marvelous, absolutely marvelous from Jonathan Carter for a high run maximum.
Yes, a cracking 6 there from Carter, and a lot will rest on his shoulders now. He knows that. 23 from 10. Just a bit too full again from Hoyt in the slot, so to speak. And Carter just going through the line over long off, getting it over the ropes for 6 runs, 48 for 2.
Well, one might say a wicket looms here, Allenson, after Denson Hoyt was hit for 6 from the previous batters. They were dismissed on the next delivery.
Well, to be honest, I think if he is able to get Carter now, even in spite of the run rate being quite high at the moment, I think they would take it.
Yes, definitely. The Hikers, they're not slowing down. They're 48 for 2. 4 more deliveries remaining in the power play. Oh my, it's
high in the air.
The fielder takes it this time. What was I just saying? My goodness, this young man, Denson Hoyt, the way he thinks his bowling, it's absolutely spectacular. He picks up that big wicket of Jonathan Carter.
So it's 6 and then out against Denson Hoyt. If you hit him for 6, beware, because the next delivery you're going to get out. But Dalzell redeeming himself, taking a catch that was maybe 4 times harder than the one that he dropped. But this time making sure that he held on to it, and it sees the back of Carter. So Hoyt, he has removed Maloney, he has removed Douglas, and he has removed Carter.
Well, that top 3, that prolific top 3 for the Hikers, they're no longer there. 6.5 overs remaining in this batting innings for them. Jahil Walters, he's there with Arnold Thomas, and it's really a chance. I mean, despite being in this position, I think the Hikers will look at this as a positive. Going into the tournament, going into the playoffs, yes, they want to win this game. They want to cement their spot in the top 2. However, the middle order has a chance to really get some playing time in the middle.
Absolutely, and that's a very good, valid point there, Stacey. And as you look at that replay, you could see what Hoyt did. You could see some frustration there. I think Dalzell remembering that catch that he dropped, but I think that what Hoyt did there, you saw he bowled an off cutter, and because of the off cut, it was going from leg to off, and even though Carter wanted to ramp that over the onside, because of the movement across him, he was only able to get the top edge. So good thinking there by him.
Yes, Jahil Walters about to face up to Denson Hoyt. It's moving away from him. It's called wide. I mean, when you look at the way Hoyt has bowled, picking up those 3 wickets, yes, he's gone for 25 runs, but it's the thought process that's been most impressive from the young man. And one might be wondering how come he wasn't used more in the early part of the innings. Tucked off the pads there to get off the mark, Jahil Walters. It's good to see Jahil Walters back here yesterday. I know that he went down in the middle of the Lasufre Hikers bowling innings. So it's good to see that he's back and ready for action again today.
So the 50 is up as well, Stacey Ann. Came up off 3.4 overs. 2 fours, 5 sixes, 24 deliveries, 19 minutes.
Full. Quick single taken. Safe.
So he was looking for that Yorker there. Landed it well. But Thomas was not looking for anything expansive, was satisfied with the single. I think after the drop catch, he probably has realized himself that I have an opportunity here. Let me see how deep I can go in this innings.
There's 1 ball remaining to close out the power play. Wide signal.
He was looking for that off cut again, but pitched it too far down the leg side. So even though it usually has some spin on it, it wasn't able to come back across the left hander enough to actually contact him or pass him on his offside.
Oh, marvelous. Marvelous striking from Jahil Walters to get that up and over the offside. Elegantly played there by the young man.
Yes, just... You'll be pleased that this is the end of Hoyt's spell, because what has happened so far is that every time he's been struck over the ropes, he has got no wicket off the next delivery. So, 3 for 34 Hoyt. A bit expensive, in fact, very expensive. However, he has taken 3 vital wickets. And that shot from Walters. Walters is the type of batsman, having seen him bat several times, he has a good organized game and a good technique. And look at the way he got that ball over the covers for 6. There's no reason for him to be swinging and swiping as he does so often. He's a good technical, good compact little player. Hold your shape and play your nice shots like that and get your runs.
Yes, and he has an opportunity here. Usually when he comes in, the foundation is set by the top 3. So now he has an opportunity to start, really, and to finish things off for the Lasufre Hikers as well. Arnell Thomas is there with him. Shaman Hooper has the ball in hand for the Derby Explorers. The field can now be relaxed. So 5 fielders out on the boundary. Struck on the pads, right in front, and umpire up from Bayam says, you have got to go. So Arnell Thomas doesn't last long after that drop opportunity.
Yes, quick delivery there from Hooper, something that you have to look out for. He does that fairly often. And he was going onto the back foot to try to turn that to the onside, but that was plumb right in front of the middle stump. And easy decision there in the end for umpire Bayam.
Yes, Otney Lewis is making his way out there. That was plumb. I think the batter knew as well. He's probably turning and ready to go. After that was struck on the pad there. So the Derby Explorers putting their hands up with the ball today. Shaman Hooper being introduced at the Beckway end, picking up another wicket for them. O'Neill Thomas is gone. He'll be disappointed with the way things have gone for him in this match so far. Unfortunately, he can no longer play a part as Otney Lewis, another player that they'll be hoping to find some form in this tournament for the Lasufre Hikers. Neatly played away there to get off the mark, Otney Lewis.
Yes, turned off the pad there, using his height well over the delivery. Hooper having a few words with him, probably saying, man, you can't hit my ball. Try to hit the next one. See if he'll fall for the trap. But Walters, he was the captain in the absence of Maloney. He now has to put his hand up and show some leadership in the batting here. Take his team deep into this innings. They have already lost 4 wickets. It's just the end of the power play.
Goes across. I mean, after you played such a marvelous shot on the offside, I mean, why try to go on the onside? It's a poor shot selection there from Jahil Walters. Need to keep your shape, young man. You have marvelous shots in your pedigree. Goes across. He tries to play a cute shot. There's an opportunity for a run out. The throw isn't good.
It's almost as if Walters is thinking that every ball has to be an attempt at a boundary. And this is the 5th over when you're 60 for 4. That ball was an easy ball for him to, it's a full delivery on off stump. He could have just come forward and driven that for a single.
Down the ground.
Much like what Otney just did.
Yes, so at the rate at which they're scoring, the Hikers, they can have a look. They could be a little watchful to some good bowling here from the Derby Explorers and then look to relaunch at the back end.
Yes, and they have the power. Somebody like Lewis, who is there, if he stays there to the end, can clear the ropes regularly. That's better from Walters.
Yes, and use of the feet there to the spinner. So a good choice there from the young man. He's learning as he go. The end of the over, halfway mark, 62 for 4. I mean, look at the runs column. They're scoring healthily, but they have lost 4 wickets, and that big 3 has gone back to the shed as well.
Yes, looking at the score now, 62 for 4, as you mentioned, the top 3, they have gone back into the shed. Another 30 deliveries remaining. They're usually a team that keeps going hard in these overs, but they have to be careful here. Their batting is not as long as it was in some of the previous editions. So another couple of wickets here can be very problematic for them. Although you don't really speak much about consolidating in a 10-over game, what they need to do is to just look for the bad ball. If they get 1, well, then they put it away. But in the meantime, try to get the 1s and the 2s. They would add up, and then you can go harder in the last 3 overs also.
Yes, Navin Stewart. That's a ball in hand. He's going to be bowling to Jahil Walters. I mean, looking at the batting lineup, Alanson, can they keep going hard, the Hikers? You have Otney Lewis here and Jahil Walters. Who else do they have there that could come and launch some big ones for them at the back end? No room given to Jahil.
Yes, that was a slow delivery there from Stewart. Well, they have in their team Larry Edwards, Windward Islands batsman, OJ Matthews, Ryan Williams can actually strike the ball. So too Jeremy Haywood, and also Curtin Lavier is playing. So it's not as if they don't have anybody at the end, but what they don't want to do is to expose these other batsmen to too much pressure. So the pressure of thinking in your mind that I want to get 120, 110, and then, going a bit too hard and then maybe being bowled out for 80 or 90.
Nicely played there May not be where he wanted it, where he would have wanted it to go, but it's still effective as they pick up a high rune smashing 4.
Yeah, this one is looking to go square, but ended up going down to the third man area. But the room there was the issue. Stewart giving him just too much room, able to free his arms outside off stump, getting that away for a boundary. Walters. High rune smashing 4.
Nicely played there. They look for 2. Is it on? Yes, they come back for 2. Good run in by these 2. So you can do things like that as well, Alanson. You can drop and run in the circle just to get your feet going. You know, you have at least 4 more overs after this where you can look to capitalize on those to get to a big score.
Absolutely, and these 2 are young, they are fit, they're quick between the wickets. Walters in particular is very fast, and because of Otney Lewis's height, he needs about 3 paces to get down to the other end. So use that to your advantage. If you get 4 twos every over, you get 8 runs, and you might get a boundary on top of that.
Down the ground, ball banged in shot. Looking for 2 again. It's been sent back. Oh, that was close. Oh my, this is going upstairs. Let's see what happened there, Alanson. He's walking. He knows he's out, but it will go upstairs. Let's see what happened there.
Yeah, on that occasion, 2 wasn't on. The fielder, Pear, just switching himself to that side, and you don't really want to take on Romano Pear. Yeah, he's well shot. You really don't want to be taking on Romano Pear. He just switched himself and Travis there the previous delivery. I didn't mention it on air, but he wasn't pleased with the fact that they had gotten 2. And so he went over there and thought to himself, man, if they try that again, I'm going to run them out. And so he did.
Yeah, Otney Lewis sent him back. It looked like he reacted late. When Otney Lewis told him no, he didn't get back right away. And at the end of the day, he was stuck and easily run out there by Navin Stewart, finishing things off after an exceptional piece of ground fielding by Captain Romano Pear. So Jahil Walters, he looked good in his brief innings at the crease. He's gone for 15 of 8 deliveries. We have a new batter in, looks to be Larry Edward.
I think Walters will have himself to blame there just a little bit because he eased up at the end there. I think he was trying to evade the throw, and by doing so, he cost him his wicket. If he had just run through, throw might have struck him or struck his bat, but he would have been safe.
So Larry Edward, the new man in. They're still eyeing up 100 and 110, the hikers. They can do that, but the wicket column rather, seems to be a problem at this point in time. They have lost 5 wickets. Oh. Played into the onside. Yeah, shouts of well bowled there from the Explorers team.
Yes, because Lewis turned that one right off his middle stump. So if he had missed that, I think they all would have been up in appeal. And he also played it quite late, so they were probably hoping that he would have missed it.
Yes, Navin Stewart with the name Beef Stew on the back of his shirt. He had his hand on his head there when Otney Lewis' bat came down. As he knew if he had struck him, he would have been gone. New batter Larry Edward, about to take strike. He hasn't batted a lot in this tournament, and that's mainly due to how well the top 3 has gone.
He's a capable enough batsman, bats in the lower order for Windward Islands, but this is a lower level of cricket, so he's in the middle order here.
Taking the pace off that delivery with Navin Stewart. Finish things off. The score moves on to 71 for 5, 4 overs remaining.
Yes, at this point, they will be looking maybe for 110, 120, 115 in that vicinity in terms of a score. They've lost 5 wickets, but as we said before, just maybe I would say 2 overs of consolidation. And those 2 overs of consolidation, I think it would involve running hard between the wickets, of course, wisely. If there's not an opportunity for a run, you don't take it. And trying to utilize any bad deliveries that they may get. If they don't get any bad deliveries, then at least keep the scoreboard ticking over. And when they get to the last 2 overs, if they have the same 5 wickets in hand, then they could actually go very hard at those last 2 overs, thinking to themselves that, they will still be able to bat through the innings.
Yes, it depends on the discussion they had prior to coming out to bat. What they think is a good score on this wicket. The 2 games that were played prior, both teams won chasing over 100.
Yeah, I do agree with you. However, when you're 71 for 5, sometimes you have to reassess based on your current situation. So it's better to get just below par than to fall away short.
Shot, pulled away, doesn't get the gap, they pick up 1.
So these 2 are the opening bowlers for the Hikers. They are now batting together. Hooper has bowled well so far. First over going for 4 runs. Single off his first delivery in his second over. Marshalling his troops in the field. This one was a leg spinner. Flatter delivery. Went to pair.
Didn't make proper connection on that occasion, O'Neil. And an inside edge that ran away to square leg. So Shaman Hooper doing a job for his team. He's been inexpensive so far. 4 balls remaining in his spell. Looking to go down the ground. Doesn't pick the gap well. Look for 2. Oh, this is gone. Another run out for the Lasufre Hikers. O'Neil Lewis has to go on this occasion. A brilliant piece of fielding on the boundary there from Denson Hoy, throwing in quickly.
Yeah, that was a very good throw. And what he did wisely there in terms of his run, we'll look at it in the replay as I describe it. Fair enough shot into the gap. Hoy comes around quickly. And if you look at the throw, look at the trajectory of the throw. It bounces. It's a bounce throw, so it skids off that area when it pitches and then gathers. It almost appears to gather pace as it goes toward Hooper, as opposed to throwing to him on the full, which would have most likely allowed Lewis to get to his crease.
Yes, Denson Hoyt has been magic for the Derby Explorers so far. 3 wickets, 3 important wickets, and effecting a run out for his team as well. 6 wickets down, 73 runs on the board. Ryan Williams, usually the man with the ball, he now has a job to do with the bat along with Larry Edward.
Yeah, so Williams a lot will depend on this partnership. Interestingly, they have sent Williams before Lavia. Maybe they're thinking that Lavia will be going too hard at these few overs, but I would be a little aggrieved if I were Lavia, thinking that I probably could have batted at this point. He has opened for them in the first game.
Whipped off. Will they look for 2 again? Looking for 2. They decided against it wisely. The Derby Explorers, they are up for it in the field. A good return from Navin Stewart.
Yeah, they have to look at the fielders. Stewart, very strong arm. So too Rickford Walker. Hoyt. So the fielders they have on the boundary, you have to be very careful in terms of their arms. Very strong arms, all of them.
Remember, lots to play for still in this matchup. The Lasufre Hikers, they want to cement their place in that top 2. Looking to whip this one away. Shaman Hooper. Was a nice delivery. 1 ball remaining. 75 for 6. In danger of not getting to that 100 runs mark. The Lasufre Hikers. Looking for a single. Can't get it. Turned down. It's a good display in the field from the Derby Explorers. At the end of the over, Score is 75 for 6.
So Shaman Hooper, 2 overs, 1 for 8. Good spell from him. Hasn't bowled a lot early in the tournament, but is coming into his own, showing that, probably I should have been giving more overs in some of the earlier games. A very good spell from him here today. Showing his experience. He has played all editions of the VPL and has bowled usefully in those editions as well. Getting wind that he may have been carrying an injury in the earlier games.
Navin Stewart is going to finish his spell from the administrative centre in. Bowl inexpensive over to start. Just 9 runs coming off it. So 75 for 6, 7 overs bowled. They're still scoring over 10 runs per over, but that wicket column is a problem for the last 2 free hikers. To swing this across the line. Doesn't make proper connection.
Yeah, that was one of those slow deliveries. Seemed to be a slower delivery. That one was extremely slow. So Stewart. When I look at the field, Stacey, and everyone is out on the onside, just the short fine leg in, and everyone back in front of square on the offside. So looks like he will be taking off the pace quite regularly in this spell.
Yes. Ooh, one had some pace on it, carried through, missed by the keeper, and they pick up 4 byes.
Yeah, and that one, based on what was happening, I think it surprised Harry. It almost got to him before he had reacted. It was maybe 10 or 15 kilometers faster than anything he has bowled so far for the day. And look at that, it just burst through his hands. I think for some of the bowlers, Harry is a little too close. I said that well, I wasn't on here at the time, but I was observing him, and he tends to be quite close for a keeper.
Nicely played. Oh, that is absolutely gorgeous from Ryan Williams. Looks like a top 3 batter.
Yes, that was maybe the shot of the innings, actually, because he punched that off the back foot. Using his height, he's a tall lad. Used his height, got on the top of the bounce, and look at that. Punching it through that area there, almost like Kane Williamson off the back foot.
Into the wicket again, down the ground, drilled down the ground for another high run, smashing 4.
This is not good bowling, I think, by Stewart. He may be bowling to Ryan Williams, who is not a top order batsman, but Williams is no rabbit at all. And if you give him these opportunities to hit the ball, he will. And they don't want to be chasing too many here this afternoon. They're already at 88 for 6. Still another 14 legal deliveries left to bowl. And I think a poor delivery on that second occasion. The first one was a top shot, but that one was a poor delivery on that occasion.
Oh my goodness. Astounding hit off the bat of Ryan Williams. Terrific striking from Ryan Williams here for a high run maximum.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why Stewart thought that he could be short to Williams. I think that if he pitches up the ball, it might be better for him. Williams, as we said, is no number 11, and he can take on the bowling. And he does have those horizontal bat shots in his armory.
Oh, looks for a swing and he misses it. He's upset with himself, some emotion shown there. Really thought he should have done better with that delivery.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with the delivery, but I think they got a lot from the over, which will be pleasing to him. 94 for 6. So, the projected score is still around the vicinity of 120. And I think that will be a challenging score here. this afternoon.
Yes, and the Darkview Explorers, they'll be disappointed if the last three hikers get to 120. They've managed to pick up wickets, especially those key wickets along the way, and for them to fight back and get to 120. I mean, the run rate was always high. However, those wickets that they picked up, you know, you would think that it would stall their runs flow, but just some poor bowling, poor execution from some of the bowlers, and allow them now. They're up now to 94, 6 wickets gone, 2 overs remaining. Chelson Stowe is going to have a bowl. Larry Edward is there, Ryan Williams, 14 off 7.
The Stone, the man from across the sea in Beckway. Strong, very strong lad. Medium pacer, hard-hitting batsman. Bowling to Larry Edward. I think that Ryan Williams ran down to Larry Edward to say, give me the strike, I'm hitting them well.
In the gap, straight to that fielder. They're looking for 2. Not going to take it, so Ryan Williams is now on strike.
So I'm having a look at the field. We had mentioned that Stewart really had a feel to slower deliveries, and he ended up bowling 3 on-pace deliveries, which were punished. This one.
Tremendous power through the bat swing of Ryan Williams to pick up another high run maximum. Astonishing hit there from Ryan Williams.
And that is what I said. He'll be thinking to himself now that he is hitting them well and he wants the strike. And so said, so done. Look at that shot from Ryan Williams. That was an almighty hit. That went a long way over the boundary. That was out of the ground.
Yeah, and he's showing it's not just on the onside. He can hit them over cover as well. That was an exceptional piece of hitting from Ryan Williams.
It's the 4th umpire, Alonzo Bilingi, brings out some new balls.
Yes,
Placement balls. Bring balls umpire.
Yeah, the way the field is set, you know, the plan would be to take it away on the offside from the right-hander. However, Ryan Williams, wary of that plan, decided to launch it on the offside, over cover. Might be a change in plans here as the 3rd man comes up. And square leg is going out. So we might see some short pitch stuff here from Chelson Stowe. But let's have a look and see where he decides to bowl this delivery. Ryan Williams seems he can hit it anywhere it comes to him.
Yes, well, he has hit a few lusty blows. He's 20 off 8 deliveries, and I'm sure he's feeling the energy and the vibe.
Yes, and
VPL4, build the vibe.
100 runs came up as well with that hit there for the Lasufri Hikers. And he's bowled him, knocked him over, 1 shot too many, and Ryan Williams has been bowled by Chelson Stowe. So good delivery there from Stowe, attacking the stumps on that occasion.
Yes, smart delivery. And he also took some pace off it, but maybe Ryan Williams has already done the damage. That one coming back into him seemed to be an off cut off the pitch. And, you know, Ryan Williams was looking for another almighty heave down the ground. And that's another very important wicket there, taken by the Darkview Explorers. But the Lasufri Hikers, as you mentioned a couple of deliveries ago, they already have 100 on the board. And they'll be thinking that, you know, if we can get maybe 10, 15 more runs, then we are definitely in with a good chance of defending them.
It's the approach from the Lasufri Hikers so far. It tells me that they're not going to hold back. They're just going to go at it. 10, 15, maybe even 20. Possibly 30, who knows? That's probably what they're eyeing up. But a 120 might be a good score from here on out for them if they can get to that mark. The slower delivery seems to be working well on the surface.
Yeah, I spoke to Jerome Jones after the second match, and he was mentioning that, you know, as we are getting into the tournament, the pitches They're still playing quite well and quite true, but they're not as quick as they were before. Now the slow deliveries are coming into their own. The spinners are getting a little bit more turn as well. So he has started to experiment a little bit more when he's bowling. And that's the whole at this point of the Sandals orange cap.
Gets an edge. Goes to that man at third man. $102 for 7. 1 over, 2 balls remaining in this innings. How many more can the last two free hikers get? Tries to launch that one, but he took the pace off it again, Chelson Stowe. So intelligent bowling here from Stowe.
Yeah, that was the off cutter going across the left-handed Edwards, who is not nearly a big hitter of the ball. He's a good enough batsman on the lower order, but that one gripping, turning across him.
Launches this one down the ground. Just a one. So he'll get the strike for the start of the last over. 103 for 7, 1 over remains.
So not a bad over bowl there by Stowe. 1 for 9 in his solitary over. Doing the business, getting rid of a very ominous looking Ryan Williams. Striking 3 big sixes. And 103 for 7 as you mentioned. 6 deliveries remaining here in this innings. Do they have enough or do they need some more?
We'll know quite soon as Shadrach Descat. He has the ball in hand. He'll be able to finish. He'll finish the innings for the Darkview Explorers.
Interesting. I almost forgot that he was on the park because he hasn't bowled yet. Yes. I think when they were 3 down, he would have been an ideal man to start to put in the attack at that point.
It seems like they decided that they're going with their slower bowlers today. Shaman Hooper, he bowled 2. Lenson Hoyt also bowling 2. Descat might be looking to attack those stumps, so let's see. Slower delivery, plays across the line. Does he pick the gap? No, he doesn't. Picked up by Romano Pear. Good fielding there on the boundary.
Yes, Pear is an excellent fielder. And you'd have to do well to get it past him. It really has to be in the gap. Covers the ground quickly and has a strong arm.
So Jeremy Haywood is about to take strike to Shadrach Descat. Last over remaining, they're getting their field setting right. Big swing, doesn't beat the man at cover. They look for a quick single. Can he make it? Looks really close. Umpire from Biome is going to send it upstairs. Let's have a look to see what happened there. Might be some trouble for Larry Edward. The Darkview Explorers team, they look quite confident.
Yeah, Edward doesn't look too confident, although he's quick across the ground. Close, very close actually.
It's a really tight call for the umpire. I wouldn't want to be the umpire in this situation, making that decision. It's really tight. It's a tight call.
If the throw were closer to the stump and had a bit more power, he would have definitely been out. But the fielder who stopped the delivery, who fielded it, he was on the ground while he was throwing it back. So closer call than maybe otherwise would have been. So green light, Stacey.
Yes, so not out Larry Edward. I mean, it was touch and go there for a moment, but he made it in the end. As you mentioned, it wasn't a strong enough throw. And Larry Edward lives to fight another day. They'll be looking to get to that 110 runs mark. They have 3 more deliveries to do that. 4 more deliveries in this over remaining in this over. I beg your pardon. As Shadrach Descartes runs in, shot, misses, good delivery there. Oh, it's been called a wide for height too high on that occasion, above the shoulder. It's also 1 for the over. Ooh, wide delivery once more. So another extra adding to the score of the Lasufre Hikers.
So St. Lucian to St. Lucian here. Edward facing up to Descartes. They'll be very familiar with each other. Edward will be trying to get some more runs for his team, trying to get them to 115 or 120.
Shot again, he waited on it. He had to wait on it. Can't get it in the gap. Three more deliveries remaining. Jeremy Haywood. He's on strike. He's be looking for some big ones here for the Lasufre Hikers. Shot again. They pinch a quick single there, a quick buy.
And we could hear from the dressing room the players were very close to us. And all you're hearing over there, run, 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 run. Trying to get every run that they can get.
Yes, sir. Oh, it's a run. Thought it missed everything. The umpire went to have signal and came off of something there for the batter. Smack straight down the ground. Shaman Hooper will clean up. They look for 2. Can they get 2? Oh, they managed to pick up 2 in the end there. Didn't look like 2 was on there, but they managed to pick it up.
Yes, and I'm going back to the run out that Denson White effected, and that throw from Shaman, as quickly as he got to the ball, was neither one or the other. He had to either get a bounce throw, landing well in advance of the start, or a throw to him on the full. Just dropping just in front of him, difficult for him to gather that.
Yes, good observation there, Alanson. 1 more ball remaining in this over. Looks to go across. Is it in the gap? They're going to look for 2. They should pick up 2 easily to finish things off here for the Lasufre Hikers. And they managed to get 113 of their 10 deliveries. Is this score enough?
Well, what do you know? The first game, the team that batted first made 114. The target was 115. And in this game now, which is the 3rd game of the day, the target is 114. So quite similar situations, but in each case, the team that chased actually won. And will we have a repeat of that in this case, Stacey Ann?
Well, I can't say as yet. We'll know shortly. But what we saw in that bowling innings from the Darkview Explorers is that they were willing to take pace off the ball, and that proved to be effective. But the Lasufre Hikers batters, they decided that they were just going to keep going. They managed 113 for 7. Jonathan Carter made 23 of 11 deliveries. He was dismissed by Hoyt. Caught by Kenson Dalzell. Desron Maloney, he was caught Cumberbatch, bowled by Denson Hoyt. Dylan Douglas, he was caught and bowled by Denson Hoyt. Ornell Thomas, LBW by Shaman Hooper. He made 1. Jahil Walters was run out for 16. And Otney Lewis also run out. He made 4. Ryan Williams, he was bowled. He made 20 of 9 deliveries. Larry Edwards not out on 13 from 12. And Jeremy Haywood, 3 of 3 not out.
Yes, and bowling for the Breakers, sorry, the Explorers. Dalzell, 2 overs, none for 20. Hoyt, effective spell in the end. He was expensive, went for 34 runs, but he got rid of the much vaunted top three of the hikers. So 3 for 34 from him. Shaman Hooper, very good bowling. 2 overs, 1 for 8. Navin Stewart, disappointing second over from him. None for 24 off 2. Stowe, 1 over, 1 for 9. Good over from him at that point in the innings. And Descartes, none for 10 off the last over.
So at this point in time, we are going to take a short break. We're going to take an Island Sips innings break, and when we come back, the Dark Blue Explorers will be in pursuit of 114 for victory.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. On fire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. On fire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
and the grenadines.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we fancy and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we fancy and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we fancy and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we fancy and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back to Annisville Cricket Ground, match number 20. Last over Hikers made 113. After the Island Sips innings break, the Darkview Explorers, Romano pair, heading out to bat. They have to chase 114 for victory. I am Stacey Ann Adams and I have with me Mr. Alanson Cruikshank.
Yes, good afternoon, Stacey, and good afternoon to all our viewers, wherever you are. You could see some of the members, some of the spectators in the crowd there, having a look at this last game on this match day number 10, on which we have 3 fixtures. For those who are from the Caribbean and watching, the Headley Weeks series is also happening. Team Headley 259 for 9, and declared against the academy team. So the academy team was able to take 9 wickets, which is very good. It will be interesting to find out who got the wickets. I think earlier this morning, Lane from Barbados, young fast bowler, just out of under 19. Had 4 wickets. I don't know how many he ended up with. But it's interesting for those who are fans of West Indies cricket to see how this series goes and see who performs well. Back to the VPL, Stacey.
Yes, the last three hikers, 113. 7 wickets, Romano Pair and Navin Stewart opening the batting for the Derby Explorers, and it'll be interesting to see how things go here. The last three hikers, they have a number of spinners in their bowling attack. So we saw how well pace of the ball worked for the Derby Explorers. So let's see what their batting approach is to these last three hikers bowlers.
Romano Pay, I think he has been out sweeping and playing out a few other dinky shots in the early over. I think that he should try to play as straight as possible, get himself in.
First delivery, bowled by Larry Edward. Neatly played off his pads there, Romano Pair, to get his account open. Navin Stewart to take first strike to Larry Edward.
It'll be interesting to see how Stewart goes here. He opened the last game for them when they lost to the Salpon Breakers, the Explorers, and he got 22 of 24 deliveries. He cannot afford a repeat of that type of strike rate in this innings.
Yes, because this is in a chasing effort this time. So he'll need to keep up with the run rate. Gives himself room. Can't find the gap.
Yeah, it was a surprising innings from my perspective because he's known to be a man who hits the ball well. Just never got going in that innings. So he will need to start well here to rebound from that.
Down the ground, and he launches this for a high run maximum.
Yeah, so as we said, he's a man who hits the ball well. So it was surprising, that effort from him. That's a high run cracking 6. And on that occasion, he was down the wicket, getting close enough to the pitch, going over long off. A very good shot.
Yes, use of the feet being employed there by Navin Stewart. A good strategy to the spinners. Let's see how Larry Edwards replies. Waits on it this time. They look for a quick single. Safe in the end, Romano Pair.
This is a good strategy, especially to Edward, because although he gets some turn, he's not turning the ball as big as some of the other spinners. What he does is vary his pace and his line, his length. So it's not a bad strategy. And on that occasion, executing well was Stewart.
Gives himself room. Can't get it away. So good finish there from Larry Edward. A first over, 8 runs off that first over from Larry Edward.
Yes, a good over from Edward. In the context of the chase, they need over 11 runs and over. And to go for 8 runs in the first over, that's not too bad. But also the Explorers will be pleased with not having lost a wicket in the first over. They have actually suffered that fate often in their last few matches.
Certainly Lewis, a regular man to bowl in the power play for the Hikers. His last 2 encounters, I mean, the batters really went at him. So let's see how the Explorers decides to approach him in this innings. Navin Stewart will face the first delivery from Otney Lewis. Cuts well. Put away for a high run smashing 4.
That's an excellent shot, because if you look at the field, having observed it, you have a deep mid wicket and a man at long on. And on that occasion, just giving a bit of room and also making some with his footwork. You can see that that delivery actually left him a little bit, which is something that Otney Lewis gets to happen. But he found the gap on the offside, which was unprotected. So good shot there from Stewart.
It's an outside edge on this occasion. So square them up a bit there, Otney Lewis.
Yeah, that may have been the same delivery again. That one that leaves the right-hander.
Straighter this time, they'll get a quick single. So they're looking to score as much as possible here, the Dartville Explorers. They know that they need to get ahead of the run rate. They are to overhaul this target. And the power play is essential in doing that also. So they'll have to get a good power play. Romano pair about to face up to Otney Lewis. 3 balls gone in this over so far. Oh, looks to give himself room here. Just passing that edge through to Jahil Walters.
Excellent delivery there from Lewis, both in line and length.
Again, no room given. So he's asking the batter to make all the room here. Romano Pair is trying to do that. He can't get it away.
Yes, and these two are teammates for Ratcliffe, Flo Ratcliffe in the local competition, bowler and batsman. They'll be familiar with each other.
Over pitches on that occasion. A good stop in the end there from Otney Lewis.
Yes, that one seemed to have 4 written all over it, but a good intervention there by the big man, getting his tall frame down to the ground and preventing that from going past him at the end of the second over. 14 without loss.
So they require 100 runs in 48 deliveries. A tall ask, but these batters are capable. Navin Stewart, he started well so far for the Dartville Explorers. Romano Pair, he'll be hoping that he can get some runs to finish things off in this VPL5. So Larry Edwards to finish his spell. He didn't finish in yesterday's encounter. He only bowled that 1 over. Today he's finishing off here. Left-hander launches it. He gets to Dylan Douglas. Seems to have hit him high on the hand, but he saves a certain boundary in the end there.
Yes, after pitching it rose up off the turf there. Pitching in that area just beyond where the covers would be. Just off the square. So an area there where you'd have a little bit of uneven bounce.
Gives himself room straight to the man that just bounces short of Arnold Thomas there in the cover area.
Because they do have some sharp feelers. So you have to be careful.
Goes across the wicket and launches this. A brutal hit from Navin Stewart for a high run maximum.
Yes, that is more like the Navin Stewart that we know about from regional cricket. Has played several years for Trinidad and Tobago, especially in the shorter formats. And this one has been hit very powerfully over the long on area for a high run cracking 6. And as I said before, he would want to start very well this innings after the last innings that he played. He would feel as if he owes the team a performance here.
Yeah, what he's doing so far to Larry Edwards is going across the stump, waiting on the deliveries outside the off stump for him. Cuts it powerfully. Another high run smashing 4. Navin Stewart is not messing around here today as the score races up to 25.
Yeah, showing his array of strokes. And he's also from Trinidad and Tobago, so he would face a fair amount of spin when he's playing local cricket there. And showing that he's comfortable against what Edwards is offering up. Firm cut shot there.
Too short on that occasion was Larry Edward. Cuts it again. Marvelous placement. I don't think that John Maloney will get it as the ball crashes into the boundary for another high run smashing 4.
I think this one was an even better shot because the last one was shorter, it was wider. This one was a bit closer to him and he punched it with a straighter bat but found the gap immaculately. Excellent placement there with precision for 4 runs.
One more delivery in this over. Larry Edward has to find a way to get out of it without a boundary. Goes across the wicket and down the... Oh! Is that a miss stumping there? A smart piece of bowling from Larry Edward. Let's see what happens on the replay. Oh, inside edge onto the pads. The smart piece of bowling there from Edwards. If he had collected, that could have effected a run out if he had stopped that cleanly, but it went through his gloves. So, 29 without loss after 3 overs, the Darkview Explorers.
Stewart on 26 off 11, going at great guns. Pair yet to get into his stride, but he wouldn't be too perturbed about that. The important thing is that they still have 10 wickets in hand. They need another 85 from 42. So just about 2 runs a ball, thereabouts, as Lewis continues.
1 more over remaining in the power play. Lewis to pair. Tries to launch this down the ground. Can't find the gap. Dylan Douglas will clean up on that mid-wicket boundary.
At the moment, all Pair needs to do, maybe for another over or so, is to give Navin the strike because he's striking them well. And as he settles into his innings, then he can get going. Still has Shadrack to come and quite a few others, so no need to panic on his behalf.
Showing some respect there to Lewis. So Navin Stewart is not just looking to play reckless shots, showing that he's playing good cricket shots and he has a plan, his approach to the hikers today. Swoops this one off his pads.
Yeah, that one it was a quicker one, flatter. Came through quicker, he was able to turn it just for the square on the onside for a single.
Pair back on strike, 2 fielders out, long on and mid-wicket. Looks to go big, and Anthony Lewis knocks him over to pick up that first wicket for the Lassufre Hikers, and Pair has to go for 4 of 9 deliveries, 31 for 1.
Yeah, after taking 9 deliveries to get to 4, and the run rate what it is, I still don't think that he needed to play the shot that he played. Because he could have caught up a little bit as he went deeper into the innings. As I said, this cart now will come to the wicket. But his head was in the air. They're looking to hit that one very hard down the ground. Losing his shape. And a good wicket there by Lewis for his team. 1 for 8 from him from 1.4 overs so far.
So one left-hander goes, another one comes out. Shadrack Descartes, the leading run scorer for the Darkview Explorers in this edition.
Yes, after his first 5 or so innings, he was already up at 200 runs. Such was his start to the tournament. But in the last game, he made 40 odd. And from the time he was dismissed, they lost about 4 wickets in less than an over or so. That really hampered them in that game, Stacey.
Yes, they won't want a repeat of that for sure, the Darkview Explorers. But good signs for them. Navin Stewart, he has started quickly in this innings. He's 27 of 13 deliveries. And Shadrack Descartes is a calculating player. Yeah. He's a calculating batter. Knows how to time a chase well. He's going to face up to Anthony Lewis here. Oh, and almost played on first delivery. So smart bowling here from Lewis to Shadrack Descartes. 1 more ball remaining.
That was a quick delivery on that occasion. Lots of bounce off the wicket from the tall off spinner.
An appeal there from Lewis. So at the end of the over, the end of the power play as well, 31 for 1. At this point in time, we are going to join Banava. She's somewhere in the crowd with an interview for us.
I'm here with Nixon McLean, who is no stranger to cricket here in St. Vincent or even internationally. How are you, Mr. McLean?
Not bad, just sitting back enjoying, looking and see who we're going to meet in the rest of the tournament.
Mr. McLean, you're the coach of the Botanical Garden Rangers. How are you? How is your team doing today?
Well, a coach is never too happy with his team's performance, no matter if you're leading. There's always room for improvement. We've had some very good performances from some individual players thus far, and I'm hoping to see we keep improving going forward, because this stage of the tournament, this is the business end of the tournament. So I'm looking for my guys to keep pushing harder than we've been doing so far.
As a former West Indies player and now coach, I know you're watching the guys intensely on the field. What can you say about the level of cricket that's being played here at VPL 5.0?
Well, the standard has been tremendous. I've been getting feedback from around the region, and everyone seems to be very impressed with the product that we've been able to put out there. And I'm getting calls from players who would be interested in VPL6. So I think everyone's quite happy with what we've been able to put out there, and the players themselves. I mean, the competition itself is very close. I mean, at this point, you can hardly tell who is going to be the top two. So, like I said, the tournament, the spectators, everything, the whole atmosphere has been tremendous.
And then in terms of the vibes here, we have the finals coming up this weekend. If there's anyone at home who might be considering coming down to watch cricket with us, what can you tell them?
Well, if you're still considering after what you've seen so far and what you've seen last year, I mean, you'll be missing out if you don't come.
And last question, a bit of a sneaky one. Is it a Rangers final this year? Is it a Rangers championship?
Well, I'm not too sure about finals. I know we're going to win the championship. Now, good luck to all the other teams. I mean, enjoy it. Everyone can't win. The spirit has been very good, and long may it continue.
Thank you so much, Mr. McLean, and all the best going forward.
Thank you, pleasure. Thank you.
A confident coach of the Botanical Gardens Rangers, Mr. Nixon McLean. We were just treated to a powerful shot there from Navin Stewart. 4 runs there of the bat of Navin Stewart. He's continuing where he left off. He's now 31 off 15 deliveries. Curtin Lavier is bowling to him. Oh, nicely guided there. Delicately played. He's showing his range here. Navin Stewart, as he picks up another high run smashing 4.
Yeah, that was an excellent shot. Well placed, just using the pace that Lave is offering. He's not express, but there's enough there to work with in terms of pace. Guiding it behind the man at backward point, and the third man really had no chance.
It's 40 for 1 in the 5th over. So, an absorbing contest on our hands so far. Fuller delivery. Doesn't make the connection you would have wanted. So, just a single Dylan Douglas, the man on the boundary there. Shadrach Descat is about to take strike to Curtin Lavier.
So it brings this cut onto strike. 73 needed from 32. Out of the power play, so a sweeper cover and a long off in place.
Goes down the ground. Excellent change of pace there from, well, he hit the deck hard on that occasion. Curtin Lavier. It's a good change from him, seeing the man coming down the wicket to him.
Yes, for the left-hander, there were 3 out on the onside. Now for the right-hander, there are 2 out.
Tries to crunch this one down the ground. Yeah, I mean, the last two hikers, they'll know the value of wicket. I don't think these two will be in and not see a victory for the Dark Blue Explorers. So the last two hikers, they'll be hunting up wickets from here on out.
Yeah, these two are key, I think, for the Explorers in this innings. Descat has been in excellent form in the competition so far, and Stewart hitting his straps today, 37 of 18 up to this point in the innings.
It's at the halfway mark. They're 43 for 1. OJ Matthews has bowled smartly in this tournament for his team so far. He has the ball in hand.
So the field is a sweeper cover, short extra, an extra cover, long off, backward point, short third, short fine leg, and deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, long on the onside. Fairly standard off spinners field, Stacey Ann.
Into the wicket goes OJ Matthews, shy at the stump, can't hit it. They have been a close call. Jahir Walters doing some good fielding there for his team. So a good start to Navin Stewart. Unexpected bounce on that occasion to him.
Yes, Matthews, what he's been doing is that he's been trying to hit the pitch hard. And he has bowled around middle and leg for the most part. Some of the batsmen have decided to make room so that they could access the offside to that length that is shortish. So it'll be interesting to see how they operate against him here.
Goes across the wicket, bowls it further away from him. But he's not able to launch it on the onside as he was searching for on that occasion, Descat. The smart bowling from OJ so far. Down the ground, and this has been punished. Big hit from Navin Stewart. Hyrule maximum of the bat of Navin Stewart.
Yeah,
there.
that was a short delivery. Hyrule cracking 6 there by Stewart. Matthews looking to employ that back of a length delivery that he has been bowling quite often. But to Stewart, that may be fraught with a bit of danger. Very strong on those cross-batted, swatted shots down the ground and over the long on area.
See if he's able to recover after that hit there. Bowls it wider, an appeal for caught behind. And wide says umpire Afron Biome as well. Trying to stay away from the batter's swing, but just too wide on that occasion was OJ Matthews. Looks to delicately play that to the third man area. Misses. Goes down the ground, has a wild swing across the line. A fielder can't get there as it lands just in front of him, and they pick up 2 more. So
yeah, that was a very good attempt by Cotton Lavere. He made good ground and put his body on the line, diving to take that catch. Knew that if he had seen the back of Stewart, that it would have been a massive wicket for his team.
It's a good recovery as well, ensuring that it didn't trickle into the boundary. It's a good finish to the over from OJ Matthews. Oh no, it's been a miss. Not good work there from the last 3 hikers as they pinch a second run. Oh, was he turned back? I think he was turned back on that occasion. They look for 1, but Navin Stewart turned back Descat, so just 1 in the end. 60 runs needed from 24 deliveries. So 55 for 1 after 6 overs. Ryan Williams has the ball in hand. He has a job to do for his team. He has to get rid of one of these batters for the last 2 free hikers. Navin Stewart in particular looks quite dangerous. Today he's 47 of 23 deliveries. And we know how dangerous Descat has been in this tournament so far. Starts off wide, too wide.
If you take a look at the scorecard, Stacey, and Navin Stewart on 47 not out, the team total is 56. So it has really been a lone hand from him thus far in the innings. And the explorers need to be careful that they are not too sedate at the other end. And when he goes, with him goes the momentum and the impetus.
Good delivery, but oh my, it's gone through the legs of Jahil Walters and they pick up 4 byes.
It's not the easiest one to take or to gather there from the keeper, but really should have gotten more of his body behind it. Not a lot of body to get behind the ball. He's a small man, but still, really should have avoided those extras.
He's looking to angle it across the right-handed batter, Ryan Williams. Successful. They pick up 4 byes. Angle it across this time. Doesn't pick the gap. Goes straight to Acme Lewis on the mid-wicket boundary.
And we have some drizzle here with us. Hopefully it doesn't stay very long at the Arnoldville playing field. We have had some days without any rain interruptions in the last few days. So hopefully this one stays away.
Nice change of pace there. Yorker length delivery from Ryan Williams.
That's good bowling there from Ryan Williams. Slowing his pace down and getting it on the Yorker length. If it had been a little bit shorter, then maybe the batsman would have tried to go down the ground. But the length in that delivery was the key. Able to keep them down to a single.
Seems to be favouring that left side. Ryan Williams as he runs into bowl. Goes again. Can't get a hold of it. So turning out to be a good over for the last 2 free hikers. No pace to work with on that occasion. So Ryan Williams is favouring that left side there. I hope that he is okay. He's a key man in this setup for them.
He may have done himself some mischief when he was hitting those big shots. Bit of a concern because he's one who is known to be injury prone.
Marvelous execution there. No pace to work with again. No position to play that shot. Oh, unfortunately. Good delivery, but it's been called a no ball. I think it was a field placing infraction, not because the fielder overstepped. So it's a free hit for Shadrach Descat, and they'll welcome that because this over has been well executed from Ryan Williams so far. Let's see what he has for this free hit delivery. Oh, punished. That was smacked over mid-wicket for a high run maximum.
Yes, and will that shot over square leg, that cracking 6, get him going in this innings? Because he's been content just to look And maybe now one out of the middle, maybe just what the doctor ordered for the Descat and for the Explorers in this innings.
So one more delivery remaining in this over from Ryan Williams. Gets back that Yorker length that he was operating on so well. To close things off, he's down on the ground in some pain. It's not looking good for Ryan Williams. At the end of the over, it's 71 for 1. 7 overs remaining. Need 43 more runs from 3 overs. Sorry, 3 overs remaining. 7 overs gone. They need 43 more runs from 3 overs.
Yes, it's quite possible, especially with 9 wickets in hand. And with these two back the majority of those 18 deliveries, it will definitely come quite close, if not get them over the line. So wickets are important here for the Hikers as well. Navin Stewart on 49 of 26 and Descat getting away his first high-run cracking 6 in that last over. So 43 needed from 18. Some concerns as well with Williams. Seem to be favouring his left side.
So OJ Matthews is going to continue from the backway end. Bit of drizzle here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. We hope it doesn't bring any interruption, as this game is beautifully poised at the moment. An exciting contest on our hand here. You won't want to miss it. 43 from 18 balls. It will be entertainment galore if the Derby Explorers are to get to this target. Oh, it goes across the stump and the bowler fired it down the leg side. The keeper wasn't wise to it and it goes away for 5 wides.
Yeah, he actually outfoxed the batsman on that occasion, but it was just a bit too far down the leg side. As you can see there, just a bit too far. And the keeper reacted quite late to that line, because as it left his arm, it was already down the leg side. So he really should have already taken a step across.
A change of angle for OJ Matthews. Now it's over the wicket to Shadrach Descat. He launches it down the ground, and that'll be a high run maximum. We were talking about if that 6 was going to get him going, and now we are seeing the man that we've come to know as a powerful hitter, Shadrach Descat, in action here at the Annisville Cricket Ground.
Yes, and everybody who has played cricket, you know, sometimes you just need one out of the middle, just to remind yourself of what you can do. And that was Descat a few deliveries ago, and now he's on his way.
Oh, this is power. Savagely played off the bat of Shadrach Descat for another high run maximum.
Again, I harp back to that free hit. Now he's in, and he knows he can hit the ball, of course, and he's going very hard at OJ Matthews. And trust me, if this over continues in this vein, then it may be done and dusted after this over, at least mathematically.
It's 88 for 1. We're in the 8th over. We need 26 runs from 16 balls. Senior member of the Lassifree Hikers, they're having a chat with the young man OJ Matthews. He's been hit for 2 powerful 6s. So he needs to get his lines right to Shadrach Descat here.
So a bit of a consultation there on the field. And I think it might be a debate about in addition to what should be the approach of the young bowler, also when they can bowl Larry Edward. I don't think he went off the field today. Did he? All right, so he's bowled out. Yes, Hockney, Lewis and Edward bowl out in the power play.
Down the ground again. Goes straight to Hockney Lewis, who makes no mistake. And O.J. Matthews picks up his man. Shadrach Descartes goes back to the hut for 22 runs off 11 deliveries. Turning point, Alan, sir?
At this stage, they should still get over the line, but you never know. Remember that the Hikers, as we have always been saying, they are a team that know to win. The Explorers have been having the best of tournaments, and you could see the Lewis, known as Geese, as they call him here, taking that one comfortably in the end. And so he is replaced at the wicket by Shaman Hooper. A chance for Shaman to get his team across the line.
26 from 15. This looms as another grandstand finish for the Lassifrey Hikers. 3 balls remaining in this over. 2 sixes hit, yes. But O.J. Matthews picking up that key wicket of Shadrach Descartes. But Navin Stewart is 49 out 26 at the other end.
Yes, he's just watched his partner depart. And I think that the plan was always in this over to go very hard at the young Matthews to see how many they can get in this over to break the back of the chase. Matthews showing the wherewithal to get the wicket in spite of that approach. So he has a new batsman to bowl to now. Hooper, who will be very familiar with him. They will be familiar with each other. From the same part of the country, I think both maybe from Pittibodel. Yes, the West Coast.
And he picks up another one. Shaman Hooper goes trying to cut to a wide delivery, and he edges an excellent catch taken there by Jahil Walters. 2-2 for O.J. Matthews now.
I'm not too sure what Shaman Hooper was trying to do there, because that ball was always very wide. And that would mean for your team, it would have been 25 to get off 15. Just leave that alone. Oh my goodness.
Oh my. Denson Hoyt, once a hero with the bat for his team. In their encounter against the Grenadines Divers, he smoked 16 runs of that over to take them to victory. He bowled, picked up 3 key wickets when they bowled. Now has a job to do with the bat along with Navin Stewart, who's still at the other end, hasn't faced a ball in this over yet. 49 off 26. They need 26 runs off 14 balls. O.J. Matthews is on a hat-trick.
He's on a hat-trick. Will he get it, Stacey? What will be his approach here? He's bowling to Hoyt. He has bowled to 2 left-handers so far in the over, but now he has a right-hander to contend with. What will be Hoyt's approach? Will he look to get off strike, give Navin Stewart the strike, or will he look to go big as well?
It's 2 balls remaining in this over. O.J. Matthews on a hat-trick. The ball into Denson Hoyt. Hoyt swings across the line, doesn't pick the gap. So hat-trick evaded.
So Stewart comes back on strike for the final delivery. Matthews is spell.
Goes down the ground. He swings it into that square leg area, but just one. He didn't time it well, and he gets a 50 as well, his first for the tournament. 50 up 27, Navin Stewart.
Yes, and he may be saying to himself, he has been off the strike for a while, and he might be saying to himself, I hope that doesn't mean that I've gotten cold. Because he has been striking them quite well. Yeah, he has been striking them quite well so far in this innings after having a very pedestrian knock in the last game. And so he'd want to take his side over the finish line in this game with them needing 12 runs and over 24 from 12 deliveries.
Yes, 24 from 12. The outcome of the game largely depends on how this over goes for the last two. Well, for both teams actually. Last two hikers, they'll be hoping that Ryan Williams could give them something to defend in the last over. And the Darkview Explorers, they might be looking to get things finished in this over. Ryan Williams bowled a good first over in this match so far. Denson Hoyt just getting a helmet on his head. Ryan Williams, they're 90 for 3. 8 overs gone. Need to be scoring. Need 12 runs per over from here on out. Navin Stewart looms as key. He's 50 off 27. He has Denson Hoyt there as well. He's 1 off 1 delivery so far.
It's coming down to another tight finish here in this game. We thought it may have been so, and we are getting it. Stacyan, close finish seemingly on the horizon.
Looks to swing it down the ground. Doesn't make proper contact. So Stewart off strike. Hoyt now on strike. To Ryan Williams, who's still holding that left side of his and back as well. So he has a job to do. He needs to finish well for his team. He's a fighting young man, Ryan Williams.
He's favoring his left side.
Pitches it up and oh my, it's an inside edge that races away for a high run smashing 4. 95 now for 3.
I always think that when you're going to bowl Yorkers, it's fraught with danger to not have a fine leg. An inside edge will always get the batsman 4 runs. And there you see it on the crease. Inside edge beats the stump and always 4 without a fine leg.
Yes, small margins here. I could have easily gone back onto his stump, but he got an inside edge that went for 4. Pitches it up again, better delivery, away from the batter. Slower as well from Ryan Williams.
Yes, good delivery to follow up there. 19 now needed from 9 deliveries. And they would need at least another boundary in this over, and also to avoid any dot deliveries. Williams struggling there with his side. You could see him grimacing on the screen.
Williams to Hoyt. Tries to go across the line. Connection isn't there, it's just 1. But Navin Stewart is back on strike. And 96 for 3.
They also need to be careful here, because if this injury is something that may keep him out of the rest of the tournament, they have to be very careful, because he has been a very important bowler for them at the death and also in the middle overs. So it's something that the last three hikers have to be mindful of here, because they have already qualified. So it is something that they need to be aware of.
Yes, 2 more balls remaining. Ryan Williams can just look to execute them properly, and then he can get off and have a rest. Goes down the ground, he pitches it wider, but too wide on that occasion. So an extra run added to the Darkview Explorers tally.
Yes, they now need 18 off 8.
Pitches it up again. This has been an exceptional over from Ryan so far. I mean, it was unfortunate that there was an edge that flew away to the boundary for 4. But marvelous execution from Ryan Williams. 16 required of 7 balls. He has 1 more delivery to get out of this over.
Yes, they need to get this ball away from boundary to feel comfortable with what they have to get in the last over. So Denson Hoyt should think of this as a free hit and give his all to try to get it to the boundary.
Too wide again, and it passes Jahil Walters. Luckily, Seems to have got something on it. The third man is also there to recover. And 2 more runs. So 14 now needed off 7 balls. Navin Stewart is on strike for this last ball of the over. Ryan Williams will be hoping he gets a wicket here or a dot delivery to keep Navin Stewart off strike for the beginning of that last over. So here we go. Last delivery in this over. Full, smacked, high run, maximum. 2 full on that occasion was Ryan Williams. Now require 8 runs in 6 deliveries.
Yes, that was always a possibility. And maybe the young man has done himself a bit more mischief. And it may not even come out fruitful in the end for him. But really and truly, wondering about the wisdom of having him continue. He's a key bowler for them. They have some games confirmed ahead, of course, because they have qualified. And, it's maybe something to call into question, because if they are to do it without him, maybe for one of those qualifying matches, then it may prove to be a decision that comes back to haunt them.
Yes, he was searching for that Yorker once more, and over pitching on that occasion, and Navin Stewart was equal to the task. A massive hit from Navin Stewart. He gets it down to 8 runs of 6 deliveries, and Dylan Douglas is going to have a bowl. Curtin Lavier bowled 1 over earlier. He decided to go with Dylan Douglas for this last over. He'll be bowling to Denson Hoyt as well. So 8 required, 1 over remaining. Dylan Douglas to bowl for the Lassuvre Hikers. Denson Hoyt on strike. A stimulating contest we have in our hands here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. Played back to the bowler. Dot ball to start. More drama here. 10 scenes here at the Annisville Cricket Ground for both teams. Dot delivery to start. 8 required of 5 deliveries. Into the surface, down the ground, and this is put away. Massive hit from Denson Hoyt. 6 runs, 2 runs required from 4 balls, and the Derby Explorers are on their way.
Yeah, that one was an error there from Douglas. Went into the pitch too short, and we have seen that length disappear off the bat of Denson Hoyt already in this competition, where he scored 16 of the last over to win the only victory up to this point for the Explorers. Will he repeat that in this over?
Into the surface again. Shot played away. They get 1. The scores are leveled here. Just 1 required from 3 deliveries. Navin Stewart back on strike. It'll be fitting for him to score the winning runs if they manage to do so, as he has really carried the team with his bat today.
Yes. You would have thought that he owed the team one after the last performance.
Just plays it into the covers nicely. Sweetly played there to pull off a victory for the Derby Explorers. Navin Stewart, he is ecstatic for his team. The Lassuvre Hikers players are dejected after losing here. They had an eye on the top 2. Now, oh my, the Derby Explorers has pulled off a victory for their team here. Navin Stewart carrying his bat 59 runs. The W Explorers winning here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. Lassufre Hikers, a lot of questions for them heading into the playoffs.
Yes, a good win there by the Dark View Explorers, taking themselves off the cellar position. And it's a team, as we have said before, they have just basically beaten the team that was at the top of the table. And it's a team that we have said throughout the tournament has underperformed. So to the Divers. So the two teams who are not going through, they will feel aggrieved and feel that they really should have done better in this tournament. And it would have been interesting if all 6 teams hit their straps, what would have been the results of all the games thus far. But this is a very good win for the Dark View Explorers. 114 for 3, winning by 7 wickets. And Stacey, and all in all, we said at the beginning of this game when we were speaking before in the preview and also off air, that these are 2 strong batting teams. Their bowling hasn't really hit the straps so far. And we saw on this occasion the 113 actually being chased fairly comfortably in the end by the Dark View Explorers batting.
Yes, a wonderful display, good planning from the Dark View Explorers in today's match in terms of their bowling rotation, the bowlers they decided to use on the surface. They let some of their bigger, their more seasoned players sit out. Darius Martin, Darren Graves, he sat out as well. They decided to let some of the members of the bench who hasn't really had enough play in this tournament to have a game. And today, victorious, the Dark View Explorers, the Lassufre Hikers, they made 113 of 10 overs. And the Dark View Explorers chasing it down comfortably in the end in the last over. So the Lassufre Hikers, the Botanical Gardens Rangers, after this loss of the Lassufre Hikers today, they now have a chance to get up into that top 2.
Yes, they do. They do. And this is making things quite interesting here because we have 2 games left tomorrow in the qualifying stages. Just to give you those 2 games, both the Strikers and the Hikers who are up at the top, they will be in action again tomorrow. The Dark View Explorers will be playing against the Strikers and the Rangers will be playing against the Divers actually. So the Hikers, they have finished all their games, I think. This was their last game, so they have finished all their games. They will finish on 10 points. So too will the Sorbonne Breakers finish on 10 points. But the Strikers have an opportunity to go up to 12 if they win tomorrow, which will see them topping the table. And the Rangers, if they win tomorrow, depending on how big they win, they can also see themselves going up to 2nd.
Yes, they have nothing to lose, the Rangers. They have to go out there and play with an eye on the net run rate. So whether they win or lose, they'll still remain. Whether they win or lose, it depends on how well they win. So that's all they'll be thinking about. So they'll go out there thinking about getting a massive win tomorrow to boost their net run rate so that they can get up into the top 2, the 4 Charlotte Strikers at the moment, sitting pretty with a better net run rate than the other teams. But the Lassufre Hikers, they lost this game today. A lot of they've learned a lot from today's encounter, I am sure. They got a chance to see their middle order and they got a chance to look at how they should approach their bowling plans for the playoffs. So at this point in time, the Lassufre Hikers losing to the Dark View Explorers winning by 7 wickets. Your thoughts on this display here from the Dark View Explorers? Too late in the end from them, winning their 2nd match today, Alanson.
Yes, too little too late in terms of qualification, but it proves the point that we have been saying all along during the tournament. You're looking at a tournament where teams at the top can be defeated by the teams that are at the bottom of the table. And that basically says that all the teams are quite evenly matched, and really it is probably just a moment or 2 in decision making from players or even from coaches and management in terms of tactical nous that can make the difference between winning and losing.
Yes, indeed so, and it's something that we've been saying all along. When we did the previews as well, that these teams, all 6 teams, they had a chance to get to the top and get to finals, really. But at the end of the day, just a bit of mishap with planning that probably sees these 2 teams at the bottom. But really, the cricket on display in this VPL5 has been exceptional.
exceptional. I like that. I like that choice of adjective. Really extraordinary, and kudos must go to all those involved, the players, those who got them prepared in terms of the management staff and the physical trainers and conditioners, the coaches, the planners in terms of the entire competition itself behind the scenes, the fans who have supported all the way so far. And we might sound like we're wrapping up the tournament, but we're just giving some kudos to those who deserve so, or deserve such.
Yeah, so the way things stands at the moment, lots to play for still. Botanical Gardens Rangers, they have a chance to get into that top 2. Lassifree Hikers will be hoping that they lose their encounter tomorrow. Eye on the net run rate for the Botanical Gardens Rangers tomorrow.
Yeah, so looking at the table right now, the 4 Charlotte Strikers, they have 7 games, 10 points. They are ahead based on net run rate, which they have 1.024 as a net run rate. The Hikers, they are currently at 2nd, but they have played all their games, so they can get no more points. And their run rate is at 0.406. The Saltpond Breakers, they have a negative run rate, and that will affect them. Most likely, they will not be finishing in the top 2. In fact, it is statistically impossible for them to finish in the top 2. And the Rangers will need a very big win tomorrow to surpass the net run rate of the Hikers. They have a net run rate of 0.107, and the Hikers have a net run rate of 0.406. Yes. So even with a win, if it's pretty close, and they get to 10 points, they will not surpass the Hikers. So the Strikers and the Hikers looking at the moment favorites to make that top 2, but it's not definitive just yet, Stacey-Ann.
Yes, 2 big matches on tomorrow. Let's join Casnell Morris with the post-match presentation.
So welcome to this post-match presentation here. We have the losing captain of the Lassifree Hikers, Desron Maloney. Desron, tough luck.
Yeah, tough loss. I mean, kudos to Explorers in the way they played. They played better cricket than us today, and the results showing they came out victorious.
You would have wanted this momentum to go into the next rounds of game, but I'm not sure if this will somewhat deter the performance of the guys going in. Where did you think that you have lost this game?
We didn't play a complete game today. We fell short about 20 runs with the bat because we didn't capitalize on the back end of our innings. And with the bowling department, we give away 15 to 20 extras. That is basically too much in 10-10 cricket.
Good. What do you see in the format of a game going into the next rounds where you need to come up to par and develop more into the game?
I think we've been playing good cricket in patches. Basically, with the team I have, I back every single one of them. We're just looking to play good cricket, stay positive, and take the positive from this match and move forward.
Well, all the best in the next round of the game. It's good to have you today, Maloney. Thank you very much. Good. So that's Maloney, the losing captain there for the Lassifree Hikers. We will welcome now the winning captain from the Darkview Explorers, Mr. Romano Pear. Mr. Pear, it's good to see you coming to this in a smiling mood. Huh?
Yeah, man. Yeah, you see, the guys went out and they played good cricket, and I was very happy that we crossed the line today. So just to show people that cricket is still have to be played on a day.
Right. It is. You played an all-round cricket where from the time you came onto the field, you look ready for cricket. It went straight through the game. Navin Stewart, you changed your batting order this last match. How did it work for you? And what did you said during the innings break?
Well, as I told you guys, we just still have to play positive cricket, and we went out and we execute our bowling performance. You say kudos to the guys who bowl well. As the batting, we did everything correctly. So that is why you see we crossed the line today. So just want to say thanks to the guys, and come next game again, we're doing the same thing.
Good. You are not somewhat qualified for the next round, but it does not deter you from future VPL performances. If you get this opportunity again to play with this team, would you change anybody or switch anything?
No, I always believe in my players. It's just that we didn't come off, so we just have to stick and go back to the giant board and work on our game and come back strong.
Thank you very much. All the best in the future.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's it there for the Dark Explorers captain. We have the Man of the Match award. You have seen some great performances from players all around. But along with the commentators and myself, we have decided on Navin Stewart, who will be the Man of the Match for this match. Navin, it's good to see you coming off at this time. Something that the Explorers have been asking for, a great performance.
Yeah, much thanks. It's been long overdue, to be honest. I got a late call after a decent tournament in the Bago T10 Blast. I've been asked to come here by the Dark Explorers to replace one of the overseas players, and I've been welcomed into the family. I always enjoy coming to St. Vincent. The tournament has been of a really, really high standard. And if you look at all of the teams, the class players have really came through. And today I felt like it was my opportunity to put my hand up and get my team over the line.
Excellent. You made mention that when you were called, you said you have to put your hands up. You heard of other teammates and players who are here, like the Fletchers and the Bradwith. What were your expectations coming into today's into the VPL tournament?
I expected good things. I've been watching the tournament very closely from back home. You know, I thought the wickets has been really, really good. The fans, you know, you feed off the fans, the energy, the vibes. You know, even on our off days, we come here and look at the cricket, and you know what the crowd expects from you. But more having said that, you know, my team, you know, we were in a little bit of dire straits. Yesterday was a bit of the two innings between today and yesterday was very contrasting. Yesterday I got a little bit stuck, and you know, batting balls yesterday really freed me up today. You know, so it was really nice to get my team off to an explosive start. And while I kept batting, I just kept telling myself, just finish the game, and I was happy that I was there at the end. I had a look at my average this morning. I think I have the highest average in the tournament, and I think with this knock again, it will remaining unbeaten and winning the game is even more sweeter.
59 from 31 deliveries. How did the wicket play for you, and how at the end of it you came out victorious? And how do you feel that you're not qualified? But what do you think? What do you take positive out of this tournament?
It was an amazing wicket. The curators must be given kudos for all the 3 squares that we have played on so far. Have been really, really good for run scoring. As you can look at all the scores throughout the VPL thus far, it's been really, really high scoring. Qualification has been pretty much out of our hands after we had some poor games. But what our coach who came into the team recently, you know, gave us that injection, and she asked us to play for pride. You know. We go back into the draft next year, and you know, once you put your hands up, you never know. You want to be retained or you want to be selected. So it's not about qualifications too much. It's about us making sure that we represent ourselves well. Me personally, I've enjoyed the VPL. Next year, I'm almost sure that more big names will be added to the draft. So I just want to make sure that I'm in with a chance. So yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. You collect your check there from the Samuel Holder. Yes. Yeah, thank you. So that brings us to the end here of this post-match presentation. Remember, tomorrow's game is a match that is scintillating and ready to go. So see you tomorrow. Back up to you guys.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, man of the match, Navin Stewart there, had a lot of good things to say about this tournament, and he wants to come back, Alanson. Tomorrow we have 2 important games, especially for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. They will feature in the second fixture against the Grenadines Divers at 2:30. The first match will be between the Darkview Explorers and the Fort Charlotte Strikers. So it was good. Yeah. So it was good that you, thanks so much for viewing us today. And we hope you come back tomorrow for more exciting cricket at the Annisville playing field. Stacey and Adams here signing off until tomorrow.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Everybody coming up.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket.
Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL. The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at six over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
I've been to a place and fell in love with every moment. The sounds I heard, the touch I felt, the views I saw, the fresh flavors, the beautiful craftsmanship, the people I met, the celebration of freedom, the scenic nature. There's only one way I can describe this place, and it's by its name.
Welcome to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Welcome to my country. Welcome to our islands.
St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket.
Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at six over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we. VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL. The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket our way.